open, que l'on ouvre les portes. Comme il est 11h02,
It being 11, we will now proceed to private members' business.
Private members' business, consideration of motion M73, German Heritage Month, in the name of Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera, seconded by Mr. Spangeman, moves that in the opinion of the House, the government should recognize the contributions that German Canadians have made to Canadian society, the richness of the German language and culture, and the importance of educating and reflecting upon German heritage for future generations, and that Waterloo Region is host to the largest Oktoberfest outside of Germany by declaring October every year German Heritage Month, and the 9 days commencing the Friday before Thanksgiving every year, Oktoberfest. Debate. The Honourable Member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning. Today I have the privilege of presenting a motion which I hope this House will support. The motion I present today has been jointly seconded by the members of all recognized political parties in this House. I thank the members for Carlton Trail Eagle Creek, for Kitchener-Conestoga, for Saskatoon Grasswoods, and for Saskatoon University, and for the members of Longueuil St. Hubert, as well as my own caucus colleagues, the members of Cambridge, for Hamilton East, for Stony Creek, for Kitchener Centre, and for London North Centre, and for Mississauga Lakeshore and St. Catharines. I thank you all for having jointly seconded my motion. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk briefly about migration and the main reasons individuals and families decide to leave their communities and countries of origin. Reasons for migration can be classified in 4 categories. The first is economic migration. Individuals and families, like most of our ancestors, migrated for better economic opportunities to find better employment and career prospects. Better employment helps families elevate themselves and achieve greater potential. Second is political migration, leaving a country where political conflict and instability has hindered the lives of its citizens, who then choose to flee areas with a stable political system. Many have immigrated to Canada in fear of their lives and have sought shelter in our communities, and we as Canadians welcome them with open arms. Third is social migration, moving to a country where quality of life is substantially better than in a person's country of origin, such as access to social services, healthcare, education, and so on. Fourth is the environment, where natural disasters have displaced millions of people and devastated communities. Furthermore, immigrants weigh in particular factors before making a final decision to leave their country of origin. Push factors include high crime rates, lack of service, lack of safety in their country of origin, or the country may be impoverished, war-torn. Pull factors include that are outweighed in our better employment opportunities, better services, safer communities, less crime, and political stability. All in all, Mr. Speaker, like so many immigrant families, they immigrate to pursue impoverished prospects and to build pursue improved prospects and to build better futures for themselves and for their families. In Canada, we value diversity as one of our country's strengths. We accept that members of ethnic groups can integrate into our shared national economic, cultural, and political systems while simultaneously maintaining their ethnic cultures, languages, and traditions. In fact, reverse osmosis also occurs, in which the shared culture absorbs facets of its constituent ethnic cultures. We celebrate our similarities and our differences. It may be a tired example, but the online Canadian Encyclopedia has an article entitled "Everyone's Irish on St. Patrick's Day." Canadians know what it means. Montreal's St. Patrick's Day Parade is the oldest in North America, approaching its 195th year. The millions of Canadians of Irish heritage are Canadian, and Canadians can be, but they have a sense of kinship of a shared heritage, and we all celebrate with them and the significance of the Irish presence and contribution to Canadian culture and history. Individuals and groups in society thrive and flourish when they are acknowledged, respected, and given the recognition which they deserve. The motion I present today proposed to recognize and celebrate the contributions, cultures, language, and history of one of the largest constituent ethnic groups in Canada. Well over 3 million, approximately 10% of Canadian population, Canadians of German ethnic origin. Mr. Speaker, I have a good fortune to represent the region of Waterloo, the riding of Kitchener-South Hespeler, where I grew up from the age of 4, and where I live to the present day. The birthplace of Waterloo region is located in my riding. In 1800, in what is now South Kitchener, part of my riding, Mennonites pioneers Shurung and Betzenzer families established the first permanent settlements in inland Upper Canada and started farming. In 1801, the Shurug family welcomed the first non-native child to be born in what would be Waterloo Township. Following soon after were the Schneiders and other families whose names can still be found in local names and Bechtels and Ebes and Herbs, the Weibers and Cressmans and Bourbachers. In 1857, the Hespeler part of my riding was named after Jacob Hespeler, a native of Württemberg, Germany, an immigrant entrepreneur who established successful industries in Hespeler and performed exemplary public service. 20% of the residents of my riding, 1 out of every 5 people, is of German ethnic origin. German-Canadian entrepreneurship, industry, skills, business have played and continue to play a significant role in economic success of Waterloo region. German social clubs, associations, and organizations have played a long history as part of the social and institutional infrastructure of Waterloo region. 23% of those populations is of German ethnic origin. The German-Canadian Congress Ontario branch, the German-Canadian Remembrance Society of Waterloo region, the Kitchener Kristen Kindle Market Community, and the president of the German-Canadian Clubs of Waterloo region, who comprise the Cooperative Council of German-Canadian Clubs of Waterloo region, have expressed their support of this motion. Canadians of German ethnic origin are one of the largest constituent groups in Canada, numbering well over 3 million. Nearly 1 out of every 10 Canadians, 28% of Saskatchewan's population, 19% of Alberta and Yukon's population, nearly 250,000 in Toronto, 200,000 in Vancouver, over 100,000 residents of Winnipeg and Waterloo region, and nearly 100,000 in Montreal are of German ethnic origin. Woven deep into Canadian history, Germans started immigrating to Nova Scotia in about 1751. The German Society of Montreal is still active 181 years after its founding by immigrants and Canadians of German descent in April 1835. Following the American Revolution, groups of German leaving the United States settled southwest of Montreal and south of Quebec City, but the largest group, Mennonites from Pennsylvania, settled around Berlin, Ontario, which is now known as Kitchener-Waterloo. The settlement attracted new immigrants from Germany, drawing some 50,000 to our region over the following decades, continuing well over 1850. Beginning in 1896, Canada's west drew further large numbers of German immigrants, mostly from Eastern Europe and Russia, and later in the U.S. to the New Prairies farming communities. In the years since 1945, there have been about 400,000 German-speaking immigrants to Canada. An annual declaration of October German Heritage Month will provide opportunities to remember, celebrate, and educate future generations about the inspirational role that Canadians of German ethnic origin have played and continue to play in communities across Canada. In the U.S., German American heritage has been celebrated ever since the first proclamation by President Reagan in 1983. October is German American Heritage Month. There are two parts or asks in my motion. The first asks the government to recognize the contribution that the German Canadians have made to Canadian society by declaring October every year as German Heritage Month. The second part of the motion, that the government should declare the 9 days commencing the Friday before Thanksgiving every year as Oktoberfest. This second part of the motion does not conflate German heritage and culture with the annual Bavarian Harvest Festival. It is separate, though connected. The Kitchener-Waterloo Oktoberfest, now in its 48th year, is the largest Oktoberfest celebration outside of Germany, running 9 days starting the Friday before Thanksgiving. The festival celebrates German heritage, food, music, and festivities, and is supported by more than 40 non-for-profit organizations. The festival is operated by 8 year-round full-time staff, over 500 volunteers, and 1,300 community and service club volunteers. The stage, the 9-day festival, each Oktoberfest promoting a unique German cultural experience. In addition to the economic boost, the festival gives the local economy during the international festival. Over 1.5 million is raised each year by the not-for-profit organization associated with the Kitchener-Waterloo Oktoberfest, one of the top 3 most recognized event brands in Canada. This motion has supported of Kitchener-Waterloo Oktoberfest Inc., its officers, board members, staff, volunteers, partner, clubs, and Fest in Holland, sponsors and associated business. To my colleagues on all sides of the House, I ask you to support this motion. There are no financial costs involved and benefits are clear. By demonstrating respect for every large group of Canadians and a large group of constituents, we make their country and community a better place to live. Motion M73 does that. It meets that test. There's no good reason why this motion shouldn't be passed unanimously when it comes to vote in the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We only have a 5-minute time for questions and comments, so we should have time to get 3 questions in, if possible. The questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague opposite for his speech. Certainly, the German community within Sarnia-Lambton has contributed a lot. One of my best friends is a German, so I'm definitely in favor of marking the occasion. My concern is that Women's National History Month is also October, and there was a motion brought to the House recently about Gender Equality Week in October as well, and the Day of the Person. And so I just want to ask the member how he feels we can take the whole month for German heritage without taking away from the recognition of women.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
That's a great question, and I thank the Honourable Member for that question. And I would leave that to maybe if we can vote on it, it can go to committee, and maybe we can discuss that it could be, if not the whole month, maybe a couple weeks in October. And I'm willing to have a debate in committee and to talk about how we can structure that. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for bringing forward this motion. You know, the reality of Canada is it's a country built on diversity, and all those cultures have come here and developed a beautiful mosaic that leads us to greater acknowledgement and understanding of cultures and how to bring those cultures together in a way that is respectful. I'm very happy to hear this motion come forward. One of the concerns that I have specifically is the member mentions in the motion that the Waterloo region is host to the largest Oktoberfest outside Germany by declaring October every year German Heritage Month and the 9 days commencing the Friday before Thanksgiving every year Oktoberfest. But they also specifically mention the Waterloo region, and we've had some folks get a hold of us and ask some questions about that. So just to clarify for the record, will this be a month that is celebrated only in the members' riding, or is it something that will be celebrated across Canada?
The Honourable Member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
No, this can be celebrated all across Canada, but there's just I looked at my riding to speak for constituents in my riding and to boost. We have great tourism that comes to my riding, and this is just beneficial to boost and to speak for all the organizers there and communities and businesses to get people to have more tourists coming to our region, but also all of across Canada. I know that Ottawa has an Oktoberfest, and I'm pretty sure that there's many cities around our country that also celebrate Oktoberfest as well.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I applaud my colleague for bringing forward a very worthy motion or bill in the sense that we are all very proud of our German heritage. I know in Winnipeg North alone, we are who we are as a community because of how the German heritage community, in particular the Canadian-German Congress, have had such a profound positive impact whether it's our social or economic fabric has been changed in such a positive way. And a good demonstration of that is in Winnipeg is during Folklorama, where our German community puts on a fantastic pavilion, which is always packed as people genuinely appreciate our German heritage. And I'm wondering if my colleague would comment in regards to something the Prime Minister has often said, that one of Canada's greatest strengths is our diversity, and we should be very proud of our diversity. And the German heritage community is one of those communities that goes out of its way to ensure that we appreciate how important our diversity is. Would you not?
Honourable Member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Absolutely, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question and his comments. Absolutely. I mean, I grew up in a very multicultural riding, and I grew up with a lot of German and Portuguese friends as well, and I learned a lot about their culture and how they've brought some of their social fabric, their cultures here to Canada, and how we've worked together and built together this great fabric and this great culture here in Canada, and just the contributions that the German community has had in my region and across all of Canada is just something to recognize.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise today to speak in support of motion M73 put forward by my colleague, the Honourable Member for Kitchener South Hespeler. And I might just mention, Mr. Speaker, that I had the honour of representing a good portion of the riding which my colleague currently represents, but due to the redistribution in the last electoral distribution, I now have the honour of working next door to my colleague. Let me read motion 73. That in the opinion of the House, the government should recognize the contributions that German Canadians have made to Canadian society, the richness of the German language and culture, and the importance of educating and reflecting upon German heritage for future generations, and that Waterloo Region is host to the largest Oktoberfest outside of Germany by declaring October every year German Heritage Month, and the 9 days commencing the Friday before Thanksgiving every year, Oktoberfest. Mr. Speaker, I will focus my remarks primarily on the first part of the motion. I'm honored to speak in support of this motion because of its content, and I'm also proud of my own German heritage. My ancestors arrived in Canada around 1850, Mr. Speaker. In 2011, the census results report that 28,490 of my constituents indicated that they were of German ethnic origin. That's about 31% of my riding. Almost one-third of my riding shares my German heritage. And this is something which has contributed greatly to the fact that the riding of Kitchener-Conestoga is, in fact, the very best riding in all of Canada. Thank you. Germans who report their ethnic origin as solely or partly from Germany or are of German ancestry are one of Canada's largest ethnic categories of European origin. In 2006, over 3 million people in Canada reported German as their ethnic origin. In 2011, 430,000 people in Canada reported German as their mother tongue. Canada's Germans have come from virtually every East European country, Asiatic Russia, the United States, Latin America. German colonists have been migrating to Eastern Europe since the Middle Ages and to colonial America since 1683. Canada's main source of German immigration was Russia, especially from the Volga, the Black Sea coast, and Wallonia. Some of the religious allegiances represented in this group are Mennonite, Hutterite, Lutheran, Roman Catholic, Baptist, Moravian, and Jewish. The mother tongue includes High German, Low German, Pennsylvania Dutch, and numerous regional dialects. I remember well, Mr. Speaker, listening to my parents' dialogue in Pennsylvania Dutch. I remember hearing conversations in Pennsylvania Dutch between my parents and my uncles and aunts and neighbors who would come to our farm to help with work, threshing grain together, participating in quilting bees in our home, or watching a barn raising in our community as neighbors came together to rebuild barns after destruction by fire. While I didn't understand every word they said, I knew by their smiles and laughter that in the midst of their hard work, they enjoyed working together as a community. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, if there are two defining elements that I think define those of Germanic descent, it's hard work and teamwork. Defining characteristics of the German immigrants who came to Canada and especially to Waterloo region, whether it was threshing together or, as I said earlier, in a quilting bee. Still today, these values of collaboration are very strong. In fact, the current Governor General, when he was president of the University of Waterloo, would often comment about the barn-raising spirit in Waterloo region. And I think that's largely as a result of the German ancestors who settled in our area. I want to focus a bit on the story of the German Mennonite communities that emigrated from Pennsylvania. These pacifist Anabaptist farmers fled the fervor of American nationalism and sought land for their growing population. Preferring cohesive settlement, they acquired a huge tract of land in Waterloo County. Through chain migration, they transplanted their families and Pennsylvania German culture. Their Waterloo County colony, with a hub community named Berlin, developed into an area of concentrated German settlement. From there, German settlements spread to Perth, Huron, Bruce, and Grey counties. In 1916, during the First World War, what was known as Berlin changed its name to Kitchener, when citizens, especially business owners, wanted to combat any perception of disloyalty due to its sizable German-speaking population. In the Second World War, Kitchener was the site of a training camp for the Canadian Women's Army Corps. In the aftermath of Second World War, Kitchener and its citizens led the nation in first welcoming new German refugees who fled or were expelled from Eastern Europe, Romania, Yugoslavia, Poland, and the Soviet Union. It has since retained its place as one of the centers in Canada most likely to receive refugees, aided by its vibrant local economy. And I would like to add, Mr. Speaker, that this past year, through the resettlement of Syrian refugees, it's been very encouraging to see again the same level of generosity from the Waterloo region that was shown nearly over 70 years ago. Let me now share a few personal stories about local organizations and the townships and towns that make up the Waterloo region, and you will see from the names and the characteristics of these villages the strong German heritage. Berlin, as I said it earlier, Berlin changed its name to Kitchener as a result of the First World War and not wanting to appear disloyal to Canada. A little town called Maryhill in my constituency used to be called New Germany, previously renamed Maryhill. Heidelberg, New Hamburg, I'll talk more about New Hamburg later, St. Jacobs, Shinglestettel, or Shingletown, Schmittsville, which was renamed to Wellesley, Baden, named after Baden-Baden in Germany. Recently in Baden, we installed the first statue of previous Prime Minister Sir John A. Macdonald, and all 28 previous Prime Ministers will have a statue installed in the town of Baden at Castle Kilbride, which is the township office for the Wilmot Township in my riding. So I'm proud of that new icon that we will have right in my riding, which it will be a tourist destination for sure. Another village called Strasbourg, Mannheim. You can see from the names of these villages, Mr. Speaker, the strong German heritage in my riding and in the Waterloo region. Companies in my area, Ontario Drive and Gear, started by an immigrant from Germany, now working on things like the lunar rover for NASA and the Canadian Space Agency. Schneider's Meats, which has been an icon in our community for years. ATS, started by a person of German heritage. The German Remembrance Society and many other German clubs in our area do a great job of preserving our German heritage. We have the Canadian Business Association, German-Canadian Business Association. We have the Alpine Club, German-Canadian Hunting and Fishing Club in Mannheim, the Transylvania Club, Schwaben Club, Concordia Club, German Pioneers Day, where each year we celebrate people of German ancestry who have contributed greatly to the economy in the Waterloo region. And as my colleague mentioned, Christkindl Market at Christmas each year, which is coming up shortly. Let me now return just for a moment, Mr. Speaker, to some of the towns I mentioned earlier, and the town of New Hamburg. Obviously, from the name New Hamburg, you can tell that's a German origin. New Hamburg is popular and known for a number of reasons, but one of the reasons that I'm proud to be part of New Hamburg is because of Howie Meeker, a former NHL star who played for the Toronto Maple Leafs for 9 seasons. And actually, while he was a player for the Toronto Maple Leafs, served here in Parliament as a member of Parliament for Waterloo South, which is the predecessor to the riding I currently represent. And I was honored to be with Mr. Meeker, with the Governor General, when he received the Governor General's honor of the Order of Canada. New Hamburg is also, as I mentioned, home to Ontario Drive and Gear, a company that produces all-terrain vehicles, the Argo, and it's also doing work for NASA on the lunar rover. Oak Grove Cheese in New Hamburg. Mr. Speaker, you may not have heard of Limburger cheese, but Oak Grove Cheese Company is one of the only cheese factories in all of North America that continues to produce Limburger cheese. Now, I never developed a taste for Limburger cheese. My dad enjoyed it immensely, but maybe that's one of the reasons I didn't, because the smell was, well, not the greatest, to say the least. St. Jacobs is another town in my riding that is famous for the farmers market, popular tourist destination. Walter Hackborn, of German ancestry, was the person who started Home Hardware. Started in 1963. He got a number of independent hardware dealers together and said we should form an association. And today, Home Hardware, which is headquartered in St. Jacobs, in my riding, has a network of over 1,100 stores across Canada. And their headquarters and distribution center is still in St. Jacobs. The little town of Schmittsville, which is currently called Wellesley. I'm just going to read a bit that I found on the internet. Prior to the 20th century, the area was home to doctors, blacksmiths, and merchants, as well as a tannery, hotels, and churches. Into the early 1900s, the village carriage and wagon maker George Diefenbaker, his preferred spelling was with an extra C, would entertain his grandson, John Diefenbaker, each summer in the little town of Wellesley in my riding. Another little town that you've never heard of is Punky Doodle's Corner. Punky Doodle's Corner is on the far west of my riding, and it's known for its quaint name, not for any specific significant settlement, but it's a tiny hamlet situated where Oxford and Perth counties intersect with Waterloo County, and the Huron Road passed through this locale in the late 19th century and had a blacksmith shop and a tavern where it was said that the German tavern keeper sang his version of Yankee Doodle, which came out sounding like Punky Doodle, and that's where the name came from. Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage my colleagues to support this motion. I think you'll see from the comments he's made and the ones I've made that we can be proud of our German ancestry and the immense contribution that the German community has made to Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I stand in this House to speak in favour of Motion 73, German Heritage Month. The maternal side of my family is from German origins, and I have always been proud of the strength of my ancestors who traveled to Canada for a better life for our family. Canada has a rich German heritage that has contributed to the mosaic of the many cultures that make up our great country. The significant cultural and social contributions from these communities are evident across Canada, for example, with Oktoberfest. According to Historica Canada, German Moravians served the Inuit until the 1960s as educators, traders, doctors, music teachers, and lexicographers. Assisting the Inuit in creating a written alphabet and dictionary, they helped preserve this precious part of the Inuit language and culture. The first wave of German immigrants took part in the early development of agriculture in the West. Later, in the 1950s, they played important roles as entrepreneurs, professionals, artists, and tradespeople in the development of Canadian urban life in communities like Halifax, Montreal, Toronto, Hamilton, Kitchener, Winnipeg, Calgary, Edmonton, Victoria, and Vancouver. And Mr. Speaker, that is just naming a few. In British Columbia, the German presence dates back to the Caribou Gold Rush in the 1860s, when Germans came with the first diggers from California and subsequent waves of miners to the Fraser River Valley. Between 1953 and 1963, German immigrants made up 19% of Canada's skilled arrivals to our country. And the list goes on, Mr. Speaker. During my time as the Executive Director of the Immigrant Welcome Centre, our region received newcomers from over 70 countries. And immigrants from Germany often came to our area. And Mr. Speaker, I was always impressed by their attachment to the breathtaking natural environment and for the welcoming of all Canadians that they received. In my riding, the small community of Black Creek continues to be a thriving and long-standing community of German Mennonites. In the 1930s, many came to the region looking for a better opportunity for their families. They established themselves and have continued to prosper in the area. They are known for their significant contribution to the musical and academic life of the Comox Valley. Canada's diversity continues to be a strength that unites us. According to the Statistics Canada demographic projections, the ethno-cultural diversity of Canada's population will increase greatly by 2031. The increase of diversity spurs innovative ideas, a strong commitment to one's community, and a rich cultural history that engages all Canadians. Although the NDP will support this motion happily, I must share some concerns that I heard from organizations across Canada. The specific emphasis on the Kitchener-Waterloo region left some with questions. As the German-Canadian Congress said, I am very much in agreement to this motion. I do have a question. Does this motion only affect the Kitchener-Waterloo region? Mr. Speaker, rich German culture is experienced in small and large communities across our great country. It is important that we do not highlight one region at the expense of any others. While it is wonderful that Oktoberfest celebration has grown in popularity in Waterloo and across Canada, German cultural heritage should not be reduced to this one symbolic celebration either. Many celebrations, such as St. Nicholas, the Martins or Laternfest, Mayfest, and Fasching Carnival, are important to many German Canadians. Soccer or football also pulls together scores of supporters out of solidarity and love for the game. Lastly, with the Goethe Institute presence in Canada, German language and a deeper cultural learning is now accessible to many. This should not be underestimated when we celebrate German heritage. Mr. Speaker, I recently had a constituent share a concern with me about the numerous cultural days and/or months that we have designated for specific cultures. And believe me, Mr. Speaker, I have looked into this. He suggested that we designate 1 month to multiculturalism and that we use this time to promote all cultural heritage living in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I don't agree with this idea. The rich diversity of our country is what leads to so many celebration of culture and heritage, and I am proud of our cultural diversity and will continue to promote all cultural heritage so that Canada remains a land of possibility for all who call it home. Mr. Speaker, this summer I had the honor of having a student in the region shadow me for the day. His family shares both German and Canadian citizenship. This young man hopes to use his dual citizenship to pursue post-secondary studies in Germany. He shared the strong connection he feels between the two countries and how proud he is to be a citizen of them both. Well, Mr. Speaker, I share that pride that these many cultures have joined our culture and become uniquely Canadian. It is why we must continue to promote understanding and appreciation of Canada's rich diversity, why so many cultural groups have come together to support the history of our country that resides with the Indigenous communities that have been here since time immemorial. I look forward to the expansion of cultural diversity in Canada and to the acknowledgement and growing support for the First People of our country. I hope we always take time to celebrate the unique richness we have to offer here in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to supporting this motion.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address motion M73, introduced by my colleague and friend, the member from Kitchener South Hespeler. This motion seeks to have the House recognize the contributions of Canada's German community and to establish October as German Heritage Month and the 9-day period starting on the Friday before Thanksgiving every year as Oktoberfest. Es ist ein Vergnügen, mit dieser Gesetzgebung für den deutschen Monat zu sprechen. Mr. Speaker, our government supports this motion, and I am proud to be able to stand up here today to recognize the contributions of the German community in Canada. For all Canadians, German History Month will provide a wonderful opportunity to celebrate the German community in Canada and the role that they have played in building our country's rich and diverse heritage. According to the 2011 National Household Survey, nearly 3.2 million people in Canada have German roots, including, Mr. Speaker, nearly 120,000 people in my hometown of Edmonton. Further, more than 500,000 people indicated German as the non-official language spoken at home, making German one of the top 10 non-official languages in Canada. Mr. Speaker, diversity is an essential ingredient of our Canadian identity. Immigration has played and will continue to play a key role in the development of our country. We truly are a country of immigrants, which has made Canada the rich multicultural mosaic that it is today.
German colonies settled from one ocean to another. For example, in Lunenburg in Nova Scotia, which was one of the very first German-speaking colonies. It was named in the honor of King George II, who was born in Germany and who also held the title of Duke of Brunswick-Lunenburg. The city of York, today Toronto, was co-founded in 1794 by German immigrant Johann Albrecht Ulrich Moll, better known under the name of William Birksey. This colonist launched a vast enterprise of colonization in Markham County, and he cleared the forest where the road, now known as Yonge Street in Toronto, is today. Today, Canada has a lively and dynamic German community. The community is united in a number of ways through volunteer organizations, business and professional networks celebrating German heritage, for example, Oktoberfest and others. The cultural diversity of the Germano-Canadian mosaic is also reflected in its rich heritage. Since the beginning of the 19th century, Canadian artists of German origin, such as William Birksey, Otto R. Jacobi is another, have enriched Canadian culture. In literature, author Robert Critch won the Governor General's Award. Well, in the field of science, Klaus Wagner Bartak has been remarked at the international level as a specialized engineer in spatial technology.
Ties of friendship between Germany and Canada. A number of cities across the country have established themselves as sister cities with ones in Germany. For example, Coburg in Ontario is a sister city with Coburg in Bavaria. Leduc in Alberta, just south of my city, is sister city to Grimma in Saxony, and Kitchener is sister city to Diedorf, also in Bavaria. The strong cultural and social links between our two countries, Germany and Canada, is supported by the German-Canadian Association, founded in 1951. The Canada Meets Germany program is another vehicle that works to maintain strong ties. Through this program, young Germans and Canadians from a variety of fields, including business, politics, academia, and culture, meet and exchange ideas. Mr. Speaker, language and culture are the windows to the soul of a people. I wanted to understand Germany, its people, and its traditions. This is why, as a 25-year-old student studying in Oxford, I chose German as my first international language to study. I had 3 classes a week, and ich studiert 95 am Goethe-Institut in Murnau. In diesen Tagen kann ich mehr verstehen, was ich sprechen kann. Ich genieße noch die deutsche Sprache und Kultur. While I was studying at the Goethe Institute, Mr. Speaker, with 30 people in our classroom representing 17 countries, including Jordan, including the United States, Australia, Japan, Denmark, just to mention a few, I realized how much of a crossroads the German Republic had become, and it sparked my interest even further to understand its people, its culture, and its language. Canada has embraced a vast array of German traditions, institutions, and influences. Many have become so accepted that their ethnic origin has been obscured. For instance, Advent calendars and Christmas trees. As well, our kindergartens and social security systems are based on models derived from Germany. And if we look at the actual word, kindergarten, it is the place where we keep children, the garden of children, the Kindergarten. And now that has just become a word that we have taken into our own parlance. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has noted that our enviable, inclusive society didn't happen by accident and won't continue without effort. The effort required of us is a small one. It is to support this motion to recognize the contributions of the German community to Canada and to declare our support for the establishment of October as German Heritage Month and the 9-day period starting the Friday before Thanksgiving as Oktoberfest. And speaking on behalf of the Ministry of Canadian Heritage, it is also important to realize for how many centuries Germany has perfected the art of telling its stories through music, through opera, through the theatre. Where would our modern society be without Johann Sebastian Bach? Where would we be without Wagner? Where would we be with all the German greats? Modern opera has its roots in the German tradition. Mr. Speaker, this month is most appropriate, not only for where we're heading as a country, but to honor our past and to honor all of the people of the world, and in this case, the German people who have come and built up our country. Mr. Speaker, when we are given an opportunity to share our cultures, traditions, and history with others, we are making connections with people with whom we not otherwise have interacted. German Heritage Month will provide an opportunity to celebrate our diversity and for the German community to share their culture, traditions, and history with all Canadians. In conclusion, I want to thank the German community for their contributions to Canada. Nous aimerions remercier du fond du cœur.
We'd like to thank the German people from the bottom of our hearts and those who helped build this strong, diverse, pluralist country.
This motion, I look forward to celebrating German Heritage Month and sharing in the tradition of Oktoberfest. Lassen Sie uns alle vereinen, Vielfalt und deutschen Erbmonat. Dankeschön.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to speak today to motion M73, German Heritage Month. As part of the Heritage Committee of our party, I totally support this motion. In my province of Saskatchewan, we have a very high population of German ethnic groups that came to our region well over 100 years ago. In fact, in my riding of Saskatoon Grasswood, we have 31% of residents that are listed as German ethnic origin. That is the fourth highest in the province of Saskatchewan. We are proud to have the German Cultural Centre in my riding of Saskatoon Grasswood. That centre hosts many events throughout the year, and it has 2 banquet facilities and a very large dining area that serves traditional German foods. I was just at the facility yesterday in Saskatoon, and the menu, Mr. Speaker, features traditional Bavarian dishes like bratwurst, along with beef goulash, rotkohl, sauerkraut, schnitzel, Reuben, strudel, spatzel, and many more. Folkfest, of course, is a tradition in our city, and every August it gives our German community a chance to showcase their heritage and their traditions. It is one of the more popular pavilions during the 3-day Folkfest that is held in my city in August. Food and drink, along with bands and dance, are showcased. The traditional German beers known worldwide that have a rich and bountiful taste. Entertainment includes from Saskatoon the Concordia Brass Band, the German Choir, and the German Folk Dance, and so on and so on. In fact, the highest population of ethnic Germans in our province actually comes from the riding of Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek, which, by the way, surrounds the city of Saskatoon. Although I was born in Saskatoon, I actually spent 11 years in a community called Humboldt. Humboldt is one of 4 settlements of German Catholics in Saskatchewan. There were also a number of German Protestant settlements, mostly Lutheran, in the province. People of German origin have become the largest ethnic component. Nearly 30% of our total population of Saskatchewan. So the city of Humboldt is named after Baron Alexander von Humboldt. He is a world-famous German scientist. History of Humboldt was influenced by the establishment of St. Peter's Colony. A businessman formed the German-American Land Company back in 1903 and purchased 100,000 acres of the railway land in the district. The company enticed German Catholics living in the United States to homestead in the St. Peter's Colony. The St. Peter's Abbey began back in 1903 with the arrival of 7 Benedictine monks from Collegeville, Minnesota. Now, many German-speaking Roman Catholic immigrants had settled in the area, and by 1903 reached over 700 homesteads. And by 1910, over 8,000 arrived, and then by 1930 it was home to 18,000 Roman Catholics. Even today, as you drive down Main Street, Humboldt, well, a number of businesses still have the Bavarian theme on their buildings. They are proud of their tradition and their German culture. My wife's family settled north of Humboldt in an area called Marysburg. My wife's parents, Ray and Caroline Albers, had a small farm about 3 miles north of Marysburg. The family included their 2 sons, Jerry and Ed, and 3 daughters, Lois, Ellen, and Ann. Everything they produced was homegrown back then. The huge garden in the summer produced fresh vegetables. They would also can those vegetables like carrots, beets, and pickles so that they could be eaten in the cold winter nights. Strawberry, along with raspberry and Saskatoon berries, were plentiful and were made into jams and jellies. Homemade bread and buns were a tradition, and sometimes bread dough that was deep fried and dipped in sugar, cinnamon, or honey. That was a special German treat known back then and still today in our culture called Spitzbuben. Chickens were raised and other homegrown meats cut and wrapped and taken to the town of Humboldt back then for storage. There was no electricity or even running water back then, but the work ethic of this family and their culture is world-renowned. Jerry and Ed later would leave Saskatchewan and move to Alberta and then later to British Columbia, but the work ethic of these 2 men produced a great entrepreneurship, a tribute to their parents. And the 3 daughters all became successful teachers. Ellen moving to Alberta to pursue her teaching career with her husband, Rick, who was also a teacher. Lois stayed in the area, living in Lake Lenore. She was married to Frank Yeager, and they raised a strong family of entrepreneurs, while Ann became my wife, moving to Saskatoon to raise 2 children, and our children actually have followed their mom's footsteps, also becoming teachers. What is interesting about the Albers family is the children are 100% German ancestry. Rather unique for anyone whose family has been in North America since the last 1800s or so, and in Canada since the turn of the century. Some of the German traditions and values were common, and many European cultures and later North American pioneers. From my experience, German people valued intellect, hence their education, and certainly this family with all 3 daughters in education. They valued discipline, hard work, and a job well done. It's no surprise when you look at the landscape of Saskatchewan, and especially around Humboldt, as we call it, the Iron Triangle, as many businesses have been set up producing farm equipment for worldwide. Now, living off the land is what this group of German ethnic people did best. Producing grains, animals for milk and meat, raising their own beef, their pork, their chickens, and yes, sometimes the odd geese or even a duck. There was also wild meat, and the Germans are known for their rich tradition of making sausage. Hence, all the bratwurst dishes. Every meal, of course, included potatoes, another German tradition. Some of the best German sausage, though, in the world is made right in our province. A schnitzel is thin, boneless cutlet of meat which is coated in breadcrumbs. You can choose a Wiener Schnitzel, which is made of veal, or you can choose a Wienerart, which back then I guess is made of pork, which is of course schnitzel. Families often made their own butter and cottage cheese, and of course I have to mention apple strudel, the popular dessert of buttery pastry filled with apples, flavored with sugar, along with cinnamon and raisins and breadcrumbs. The delicate, flaky pastry is made from an elastic dough, which is knead and even stretched until it's paper thin. It takes a real talent, but when perfected, Mr. Speaker, it is one of the great foods in the world. Women certainly worked very hard, not only preparing the meals, but looking after the family, but making family clothes like coats, knitting like socks, mitts, and toques. And of course, the church was the center of the community for both social and religious life. Even when times were tough, parishioners donated large amounts of money to the church. And many of the churches in our area in Saskatchewan have sensational artwork, like original paintings on the walls and the ceilings. They even have marble altars. Every fall, parishes around Saskatchewan would have their church picnic and everyone would attend. Social events centered around family and neighbors. Large extended families often visited back and forth. Card games like Schmear were very common. Oktoberfest, as we all know, is the world's largest fun fair. Many of the communities also in my province celebrate this long tradition. Oktoberfest is an important part of Bavarian culture, having been held all over the world since 1810. In Canada, it's modeled, of course, after the original Munich event. It is my pleasure to speak in the House today to support of a rich German culture and heritage which has built our country strong for over 149 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we resume debate and the honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore, I'll let him know there are only about 7 minutes remaining in the time provided for private members' business. He'll have the remaining time in his 10 minutes when the House would next take up debate on the question. That is to say, up to 7 minutes. The honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Guten Morgen und Dankeschön, Mr. Speaker. It is truly a pleasure, and it gives me great pride to rise today in support of motion M73, brought by my friend and colleague, the honourable member from Kitchener South Hespeler. His motion seeks to declare the month of October German Heritage Month and to designate the 9 days commencing the Friday before Thanksgiving as Oktoberfest. And, Mr. Speaker, I commend the honourable member for serving Kitchener's German community alongside all residents of Kitchener South Hespeler with such remarkable energy, passion and commitment, and I thank him for the opportunity to speak on his motion. Canadians of German heritage have profoundly shaped our society, and the 2006 census notes that over 3 million Canadians identify themselves to be of German ancestry. Mr. Speaker, German immigrants have been part of our Canadian story for several centuries. Canada's first permanent German settlement developed in Lunenburg, Nova Scotia between 1750 and 1753. These settlers were largely farmers and tradespeople, but soon became expert fishermen, sailors, and boat builders. Later, Germans formed the largest non-British subset of Loyalists, migrating north during the American Revolution, and by 1786, making up between 10 and 20% of the refugees who were fleeing to Canada. In the early 19th century, German Mennonites migrated from Pennsylvania to the Waterloo-Kitchener area, and their successful settlement helped attract some additional 50,000 German immigrants between the 1830s and 1850s. From Confederation until the First World War, thousands of Germans emigrated to Canada, especially to the prairies and the West. Canada's rich farmland and plentiful natural resources proved to be an ideal fit for these newcomers, and they worked hard to open the West to central Canada and the Maritimes. Between the World Wars, political, social, and economic uncertainty in Europe led tens of thousands of Germans to come to Canada, and here they were able to raise their families in safety, preserve their culture and religious traditions, and contribute to Canada's growth and development as a nation. After the Second World War and through the 1960s, hundreds of thousands of Germans came to Canada to flee a divided country devastated by war. Over the years, German immigrants excelled in the trades, farming, business, and became leaders in our communities. In short, Mr. Speaker, German Canadians have helped to shape a modern Canada that cherishes the diversity and differences among its citizens. In late August 1981, my parents, my sisters, and I arrived in Canada to join those who had come from Germany before us. It was, Mr. Speaker, hands down the most profound, transformative, and inspiring moment that I, as a teenager, could have possibly imagined. It opened up new doors from day one, and it triggered events, friendships, and opportunities that have profoundly shaped and continue to shape who I am today. On my father's side, Mr. Speaker, my family has a strong connection to Berlin, Germany's capital. My father, one of my sisters, my grandfather, and I were all born in Berlin. And my great-great-grandfather, Mr. Speaker, Johann Anton Wilhelm von Karsten-Lichterfelde, built a section of the city known today as Berlin-Lichterfelde. In the course of this project, he constructed the world's first electric streetcar line in 1881, exactly 100 years before my family and I arrived in Canada. In 1963, at the height of the Cold War, Mr. Speaker, then U.S. President John F. Kennedy spoke in the still divided city, and he declared that all free men, wherever they may live, are citizens of Berlin. And I'm sure that with a gentle nudge, he would have included women as well. 50 years later, in 2013, President Obama visited Berlin and, speaking at the city's most famous landmark, the Brandenburg Gate, referred to Kennedy's words, and I quote, "Timeless, because they call upon us to care more about things than just our own self-comfort, about our own city, about our own country. They demand that we embrace the common endeavor of all of humanity." Having been born in Berlin and now working daily to defend our core values of freedom, democracy, and inclusiveness as a member of this House, it gives me great pride, Mr. Speaker, to echo President Kennedy today and to say, "Ich bin ein Berliner." Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to join a list of 7 other German-born members of this House, 1 woman and 6 men. The first was the Honourable Hugo Kranz, elected in 1878 in the riding of Waterloo North. Today, Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured and humbled to represent my riding of Mississauga Lakeshore, and I'm proud to stand today as the only German-born Liberal member of Parliament in its history so far. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, that there will be others to follow. In the meantime, let me recognize briefly a remarkable institution located in my riding. The Friedrich Schiller Schule is a German language school that has championed language training since 1972. Named after the great German poet Schiller and founded by the late Christa Guszewski, the school teaches students from kindergarten through high school. In 1999, Christa Guszewski received the Federal Cross of Merit, or Bundesverdienstkreuz, from the German government for her dedication and commitment to German heritage, language, and culture. Today, the school is beautifully run by her daughter Christina Guszewski. Mr. Speaker, economic and cultural ties between Canada and Germany are numerous, and the partnership between our countries runs deep. It includes trade and commerce, research and development, military training exercises and exchanges through NATO, academic connections, including student exchanges, and tourism. Germany is admired for its commitment to sustained investment in science, technology, and engineering, and for its long-standing constructive relationship between capital, labor, and the state. As a result, many German products and services are globally recognized and sought on the basis of quality, design, and efficiency. German companies with strong representations here in Canada include BASF, Bayer, Carl Zeiss, Hapag-Lloyd, Miele, and Schenker, just to name a few. And Siemens, the company whose founder 100 years ago developed and produced the cars for the electric train line that my great-great-grandfather installed in Berlin-Lichterfelde, has its Canadian headquarters in Oakville, my neighbouring riding to the west. On the trade side, Mr. Speaker, Germany, as the economic powerhouse of the European Union, was one of the primary driving forces behind the new Canada-Europe trade agreement. I congratulate our incredibly hard-working Minister of International Trade, the Honourable Member for University Rosedale, and her team for having secured this milestone, which will bring about an even stronger and closer relationship between Canada and Germany. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, I would like to pay special tribute to the German community in Kitchener-Waterloo and its long-standing contribution to Canadian heritage. I had the privilege of accompanying the Prime Minister to Kitchener this fall to celebrate Oktoberfest, and I met many of the amazing volunteers and hard-working executives of the region's German clubs. Their warm welcome and hospitality truly underscore the word Gemütlichkeit. Mr. Speaker, motion M73 is a most fitting recognition of German heritage and its contribution to Canada. I'm honoured by the opportunity to speak today, and through you, Mr. Speaker, would like to congratulate the member for Kitchener South Hespeler on this important motion. Thank you.
It being 12:03, the time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Orders of the day.
Government orders. Government business.
Reading debate of Bill C-30, Canada-European Union Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement Implementation Act.
Madame Freeland, appuyée par...
Ms. Freeland, seconded by Ms. Haidu, moves that Bill C-30, an act to implement the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement between Canada and the European Union and its member states, and to provide for certain other measures, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on International Trade. Debate. The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is very appropriate that we should be beginning this debate following our discussion of the private members' bill, which celebrates the close and historic connections between Canada and Germany. And as we have just heard, Germany has indeed been one of the driving forces in getting this historic agreement signed. So I am delighted, Mr. Speaker, to rise in this House today in support of legislation to implement the Canada-EU Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement, CETA. This is a historic day for everyone, a moment I know very, very many honourable members of this House have worked hard to achieve. CETA is the most progressive trade agreement ever negotiated. It will help redefine what trade can and should be. It will lead to increased prosperity on both sides of the Atlantic, create well-paying middle-class jobs, and I will speak to this further in a moment. Our government believes strongly in an open global economy, and we will continue to champion the open society and open global trade. But we can't ignore the reality that today we are living in the most protectionist environment I have experienced in my lifetime, probably the most protectionist environment since the Second World War. And there's a reason for that, Mr. Speaker. Many people simply feel that 21st century global capitalism is not working for them. This anxiety is manifesting itself, among other things, in a powerful backlash against globalization. For those of us who support the open society, and I hope and believe that includes all members of this House, Mr. Speaker, it's incredibly important for us not to be in denial about the importance of these sentiments which are sweeping so much of the Western industrialized world. This is real. It's tempting for us to say, if only we can explain to people how positive the open society is, how valuable trade is, how costly protectionism is, if only we find better words, everything will resolve itself. But, Mr. Speaker, that is not going to be enough. We need to look more deeply than that, and we need to understand that this powerful wave of populist anti-globalization sentiment is based in the very real, very concrete experience of so many people in Western industrialized countries, including our own. And the answer, Mr. Speaker, has to be in more than trade deals, because the anxiety is about more than trade deals. It's about the impact of 21st century global capitalism. The concerns people have, the economic concerns, the concerns they have for themselves, for their retirement, for their children, are very real, and we need to address them. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, our government is very proud to have cut taxes for the middle class. We are proud to have raised taxes on those who can afford them, the 1%. We're very proud to have created the Canada Child Benefit for the families most in need and have boosted CPP for our seniors. We are making essential investments every day that strengthen and support our middle class. And we know and believe that that is why in Canada we can still proudly say we have broad public support for the open society and for globalization. It's also why, Mr. Speaker, CETA is all the more important. Canada is raising the bar with CETA and establishing more inclusive trade and higher standards for how global economies must function in the 21st century. This agreement that we are debating today cements the paramount right of democratically elected governments to regulate in the interests of our citizens, to regulate on the environment, on labor standards, and in defense of the public sector. We're proud to have made these changes to CETA since coming into office, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue to champion progressive trade policies. As the Prime Minister said about CETA, and I quote, "The leadership we were able to show between Canada and Europe is not just something that will reassure our own citizens, but should be an example to the world of how we can move forward on trade deals that do genuinely benefit everyone." And I must say, Mr. Speaker, having just returned at 5 o'clock this morning from Lima, Peru, at the APEC Trade Summit, although that was a meeting of the Asia-Pacific countries, CETA was much discussed and was seen as an example of how, even in 2016, it is possible to do progressive trade deals. Most importantly, Mr. Speaker, CETA will benefit Canadians. It will give benefits to consumers through lower prices and more choice. It will help workers with better quality jobs, because we know that jobs in export-oriented sectors pay 50% more. And it will help small and medium-sized businesses by lowering the tariff barriers their products face. CETA sets new standards for trade in goods and services, non-tariff barriers, investment, government procurement, in addition to its very high labor and environmental standards. CETA offers Canadian workers and Canadian businesses preferential access to a dynamic market of more than 500 million people. This is the world's second largest market for goods. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the EU's annual imports alone are worth more than Canada's entire GDP. Of the EU's more than 9,000 tariff lines, approximately 98% will be duty-free for Canadian goods from the moment CETA comes into force. And almost all of the remaining tariff lines will be eliminated when the agreement is fully implemented. This will translate into better market opportunities and more jobs for Canadian businesses of all sizes, in all sectors, and in every part of the country. Consider Guelph's Linamar, a Canadian manufacturing success story with operations in Europe, which now stands to be even more competitive in the EU market as tariff barriers on products like its Skyjacks go down to zero. Or Northland Power, with its clean and green power projects, which can expand even further into Europe. Or, one of my favorites, Manitoba Mucklucks, a Métis-founded business whose mucklucks and moccasins are currently subject to a 17% tariff in Europe. That tariff will go down to zero when CETA enters into force. Mr. Speaker, whether it's in technology and software, aerospace, telecoms, clean techs, life sciences, agriculture, or infrastructure, Canadians working across our economy stand to benefit from this deal. This is great news for our middle class and those working hard to join it. My honourable colleagues know, though, that trade today is about more than just tangible goods. It also includes services. In fact, in Canada and in the EU, the service sector is responsible for most of our economy, more than 70% in both cases. CETA, a gold standard modern agreement, recognizes the increasingly important role services play in global trade and creates a wealth of new business opportunities for Canadian service providers. L'ASG offre aux entreprises canadiennes.
CETA will offer Canadian businesses opportunities in European Union public markets estimated at $3.3 billion. In addition to offering enhanced access to markets, CETA also includes other important advantages. CETA is the first bilateral trade agreement where Canada has included an entire chapter on cooperation as regards regulations. It includes an evaluation protocol, which will enable Canadian companies in some sectors to sell their products tested and certified in Canada without any testing or certification being required by the EU. CETA also includes a detailed framework for mutual recognition of professional qualifications, an essential component for labor market mobility. Mr. Speaker, CETA is a progressive modern trade agreement that fully integrates labor and environmental rights. It emphasizes the role played by public services and the right of states to adopt regulations. Our common objective is to ensure that globalization is positive by basing changes on our common values and aspirations. That is the raison d'être and the importance of this agreement. Allow me now to address some of the progressive aspects of this agreement. The CETA preamble recognizes that provisions of the Act protect the right of parties to regulate in order to achieve their legitimate policy objectives in areas such as protection of public health, security, the environment, as well as promotion and protection of cultural diversity. Section 8.9 of the chapter on investment reaffirms and clarifies the rights of parties to adopt regulations with a view to achieving legitimate policy objectives. Changes were made to the provisions of the agreement dealing with investment dispute settlements in order to include more detailed commitments with respect to independence and the ethics of court tribunal members, as well as to establish a revised process to be used for the selection of members of the tribunal, as well as an appeal mechanism. None of the provisions in CETA will prevent the respective governments from regulating in their public interest, including by granting preferential treatment to Aboriginal peoples or by adopting measures designed to protect and promote Canadian culture. In addition, CETA will not lead to a forced privatization of public services. Canada has a great deal of experience when it comes to the approach based on the establishing of negative lists, and it is confident that CETA will make it possible to create the leeway required for policies. Now, as regard labor issues contained in the chapter regarding labor, sections 23.2 and 23.4 acknowledge Canada and the EU's capacity to establish their own priorities and labor protection. It also stipulates that it's inappropriate to stimulate trade or investment by weakening or reducing protection set out in standards governing labor. In the chapter on CETA on trade and the environment, Canada and the EU have also reaffirmed that environmental standards cannot be reduced in order to promote trade or attract investments. And those are two very important points for us and for the EU. CETA also acknowledges the right for the EU and Canada to define their own priorities as regards the environment and environmental protection levels, as well as to adopt and modify legislation accordingly. CETA includes a commitment to cooperate on environmental issues that are linked to trade and common interests, such as assessments of repercussions, climate change, conservation, and sustainable use of natural resources.
Our government has been tireless since the day we assumed office, pushing this deal forward and leaving no stone unturned. And I would like now, Mr. Speaker, to recognize some of the people who have worked so hard on this historic agreement. I'd like to start, of course, with my Prime Minister, whose relentless advocacy in public and in private, whose work directly with Europe's leaders, whose work at home and abroad was essential in getting to where we are today. I thank him for his leadership on CETA and more generally for his voice in Canada and the world in speaking for the open society. Many of my cabinet colleagues, as well as my exceptional parliamentary secretary, have worked extremely hard on this agreement, both in Canada and in Europe. Their engagement has been absolutely essential. In fact, my parliamentary secretary and our CETA envoy spent a great deal of time over the past weeks and months across Canada, and particularly working with our partners in Europe. Honourable members in this House, particularly our Quebec caucus, worked very hard in the final days before the signing of CETA, personally reaching out to our European partners, to legislators in Europe, in national and subnational assemblies, and explaining to them how important this agreement was, and speaking about the shared values between Canada and Europe, including our shared membership of la francophonie. Ce travail était absolument
And that work was absolutely essential. I want to warmly thank my colleagues.
Have been extremely engaged in working on CETA. And I'm very proud to say that when we were in Europe a few weeks ago to sign CETA, the Europeans pointed to Canada as an example of effective federalism, of federalism that works. The degree of cooperation between the provinces and the federal government on this essential deal has been outstanding. And I would like to strongly thank, through you, Mr. Speaker, the trade ministers of Canada's provinces and territories and their chief negotiators who worked so hard on this agreement. I would, Mr. Speaker, like to single out the role that Quebec has played in working on this agreement. The leadership of Quebec, including strong advocacy for CETA in Europe, was very important and played a particular role in securing the support of Francophone Europe for this deal. Merci à mes collègues de la belle province.
Thank you to my Quebec colleagues.
I would like to very warmly recognize and thank the exceptional work of our public service. We in Canada are extremely lucky to have outstanding public servants. And as Trade Minister, I hope, Mr. Speaker, you will allow me to say our trade negotiators are the best of the best. They've done an outstanding deal on CETA, and I'd like to personally recognize Steve Verheuel, our chief negotiator for CETA. I would like, through you, Mr. Speaker, to thank him for his years of dedicated work to ensure that we as a country could conclude negotiations on this progressive gold standard agreement, which will serve as an international standard and also offer tremendous specific concrete benefits to Canadian workers and Canadian businesses. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to recognize the hard work of the previous government on getting this deal done. Canada's strength is when we can have work together across party lines, across this aisle, and when we can pass the ball from one government to another and finally get it over the finish line. And I'd like to personally recognize the leadership of the former Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, on this issue. Mr. Speaker, CETA will set the bar for future trade agreements, and it forms the cornerstone of our government's progressive trade agenda. This is agenda linked to our government's core focus here at home on reducing income inequality and enhancing inclusive growth that benefits all Canadians. CETA sends a clear signal at an essential moment to the whole world that we in Canada believe in open society. We believe in a society that welcomes immigrants, that welcomes investments, that believes that by doing that, we have more jobs and more growth. After all, Mr. Speaker, at our core, we are a trading nation, and we are a nation of immigrants, and we are very proud of that. CETA sends a message to the world that Canada and the EU reject protectionism and that we are committed to freer, more open global economy. At a time when so much of the world is saying no to trade, is saying no to the global economy, I'm very proud that on Canada's behalf and through CETA, we can resoundingly say yes. We are sending an unmistakable signal to the rest of the world that even now, at a time of some uncertainty, Canada believes in building bridges, not walls. Now is the time, Mr. Speaker, to embrace stronger partnerships with our friends around the world. Now is the time to pursue prosperity and economic growth with a progressive trade agenda built from the ground up to help strengthen the middle class here at home. I welcome this week's debate on CETA, and I hope that all members will support this important agreement. Thank you and merci.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her speech. I agree that we are a trading nation, and trade with Europe is too important to get wrong. I heard the Minister talk about insecurity felt by all Canadians. This is extremely true. She also mentioned her duty to regulate in the interests of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, 25% of the legislative changes to the Patent Act for extension and changes to pharmaceutical patents that will cost all Canadians. She mentioned no stone unturned. The stone unturned is talking to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, CETA will lead to increased cost of prescription drugs for Canadians, and when the Liberals were in opposition, they agreed with New Democrats that greater analysis was needed, as well as compensation to the provinces. Yet the government has provided no analysis of just how much this will cost provinces, nor have they offered any compensation. Is the minister comfortable signing off on CETA without any further analysis of how these increased drug costs will impact Canadians and those in her own riding?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
I thank the honourable member for her question and for her very hard work on this file. Mr. Speaker, I am extremely comfortable, indeed proud, to advocate for CETA. I have absolutely no doubt that this is an agreement that will bring tremendous benefit to Canadians, that will bring jobs and growth. A joint Canada-EU study done a few years ago found that CETA would bring GDP growth of 0.7% to the Canadian economy. When we look at where the economy is today, how hard we're fighting for even, 0.1 percentage points of growth, to be able to sign and soon ratify an agreement that will give us almost a percentage point more on our GDP is something I am extremely proud to do. As the honourable member knows, our government was very clear when I was trade critic, when we were in opposition, of our strong support for CETA. We are true to what we said then in supporting it today and in getting it across the finish line. Of course, this trade agreement, like any trade agreement, will have some variable impacts across different sectors, and that is something that our government is working on and consulting with, and I'm working very closely with my relevant cabinet colleagues on that. Thank you.
Question and commentaire. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the Minister for her comments today. It's quite a unique situation where the relay race was over and she gets to stand on the medal podium, so I welcome the opportunity to speak to this issue today. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, she made quite a bit of a comment about an open society, and I couldn't agree more. There's a lot more media scrutiny, a lot more social media scrutiny on things like this, and there's very little factual information at times out there. But what pays for an open society? And I guess I'd like the Minister to comment on that, with trade being one of the major economic drivers of this great country. 1 in 8 jobs in some sectors, 1 in 5 jobs in other sectors that rely on trade and the openness of trade to make that happen. And in this, as she's often commented, the gold standard of trade agreements, and I couldn't agree more, having been part of the development of it, the chapters on labour standards and environmental standards and the regulatory cooperation that facilitate that economic drive that will create and pay for an open society.
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
I think, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member for Battleford Lloydminster and I find ourselves very much in agreement. I believe strongly, as does our government, that trade is a driver of economic growth. In opening up trade agreements with the world and this historic agreement with Europe, we are driving more growth for the Canadian economy. We will be creating more jobs for middle-class Canadians and those working hard to join the middle class. And I absolutely agree with the member opposite that it is through that economic growth that we are able to further support and sustain our open society. The member opposite spoke about the labour and environmental standards embedded in CETA. Those are tremendously important for our government, and we're proud of the work we did to further strengthen those. He referred also to regulatory cooperation, which is an important part of CETA, but I see you getting anxious in your seat, so I'll have to talk about that later.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. Honorable Député de Mirabel.
Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister in her speech says that she's defending a progressive trade agreement, that it's very progressive, but the government voted against motion M42 from my colleague from Joliette on tax havens like Barbados, which have allowed people like Paul Martin to save $100 million in taxes. So I would like to, at this time, the problem is that the government says we have great progressive agreements, and it's great, and they have some great pictures that they're taking. But the issue for dairy producers hasn't been fixed yet. The diafiltered milk issue hasn't been fixed yet either. When will the government act on those? The Honourable Minister of International Trade. Thank you for the question, or for many questions in one question. The Honourable Member spoke about the progressive nature of CETA, and I would like to note that this is really the most progressive international trade agreement in the world. It's an agreement that is supported by socialist governments in Europe, and the changes that our government made in terms of investor-state settlements are very progressive, and this will be a good model for other international trade agreements. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Very proud to stand today on this day and really congratulate our Minister of Trade. I mean, she has done an astonishing job. She mentioned all the people who contributed, but I think we'd agree she's probably one of the hardest working person in this Parliament. She's abroad and in Canada making sure that our trade relationships are growing. And I could not stand more proud to stand today on behalf of all my colleagues to congratulate her. She is an astonishing figure, recognized not only in our country but around the world. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask her, what is this agreement going to do for, as we know, our government is about Canadian families, Canadian middle class, and Canadian jobs. What is this agreement going to do for all these stakeholders that we have in our country? Because I know the minister, when she negotiates, one thing she remembers is the Canadian middle class and Canadian jobs.
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his perhaps overly kind words. Thank you very much. And as a member of our Quebec caucus, my honourable colleague was very much engaged in this intensive outreach effort, particularly in the final days ahead of the signing of CETA, in being sure we spoke to European parliamentarians, especially Francophone parliamentarians. Look, I made a point in my remarks of specifying 3 Canadian companies that will specifically benefit from the lowering of tariff barriers that will come into force immediately when CETA comes into force. That is something which will happen in a matter of weeks or months. This is not something far in the future. I'd also like to point out, Mr. Speaker, that CETA already is having a positive effect when foreign companies look at Canada and how they view Canada as an investment destination. I was with the Prime Minister in South and Latin America over the past few days, and we met with many companies there. They were very interested in how CETA now positions Canada uniquely as a country where investors have access to both the North American and the European markets. That's good for Canadian jobs.
Time for one more short question and response. Question commentaire. La députée.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for her speech here in the House. But I must say, Mr. Speaker, that the Quebec agri-food industry is going to lose from the CETA agreement. Producers feel left behind by the Liberal government when it comes to defending our supply management system, whether it's CETA or the Trans-Pacific Partnership. It's the same, and the government's been in power for a year, and they still haven't dealt with the diafiltered milk issue. And now the transition plan, $350 million. Mr. Speaker, that's peanuts. The industry believes that the transition help should be between $700 million and $1 billion. Could the minister please give us a bit more information, because our producers are very worried and they feel like they're being left behind by the Liberal government. The Honourable Minister of International Trade. Thank you for the question, and I would like to thank my colleague for her work. I would also like to thank my colleague, the Minister of Agriculture, who, as my colleague has said, announced a few days ago our very strong program to support our dairy producers in this transition phase with the very important modernization work that they are doing. And I know that my colleague, the Honourable Agriculture Minister, worked very hard and consulted widely with dairy producers. In terms of Quebec, I must say that all Canadian provinces strongly support this trade agreement, but this is an agreement that has the particular support of Quebec, and I was very proud to work with my provincial colleagues from Quebec.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Speaker, it's an honour and a privilege to stand in the House today to speak to Bill C-30, the culmination of the Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement between Canada and the EU, or CETA as it's become well known. This landmark trade agreement, and the Minister commented on this being a progressive agreement, she's absolutely right, is the result of years of hard work, 2009 till 2014 when we signed the agreement in principle, and I welcome the opportunity in bringing this deal that we struck as a government into force here today for beginning that. I congratulate the Trade Minister, the one now, for taking the next steps in this agreement, but I do wish she would do the same for TPP. It's as progressive, if not more so, than CETA, so we'd like to see that one here on the agenda soon as well. I also wish I could tell her, and she made the comment she just got back from Lima at 5 this morning. I just got back from Russia at a little bit before that, so I've had maybe an hour more sleep than she has. I do wish that, or wish I could tell her that it's going to get easier. Time away from family and so on will be made up for in the deals that we strike and the work that we do on behalf of Canadians, but it doesn't. We're in opposition, but there's still those international functions that we have to attend to continue that work to benefit Canadians and make sure that our future is bright. I'd also be remiss if I didn't mention her parliamentary secretary, long-suffering gentleman that he is. Having said that, he is a tremendous resource for us on the Parliament, on the committee. He does a great job there. He's very stable, very calm, very collected, and though he doesn't take part much in the actual day-to-day operations, he's there as a resource when we need him, when we go in camera and so on. So I've had the opportunity to sit on a number of media panels with him as well. He is a gentleman. Certainly he understands this, having been a professor for a number of years on trade and the importance of trade to Canada's economic prosperity. CETA was at the time cutting edge and one of the most ambitious trade agendas that we had ever seen, and that's why the Liberals have become calling it the gold standard, which of course is true for other agreements that we did, like the TPP. The previous government, under the leadership of the Right Honourable Stephen Harper, and of course my colleague and friend, the Minister, the member from Abbotsford, and I were able to negotiate with a number of our cabinet colleagues and a number of people from now called Global Affairs, agreements with 46 different countries. Unprecedented in this country's history, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud to have been a big part of those successes and the role that my staff played as well. None of that could be possible without all of the people that work with us and for us, right from front to back benches, side to side here, people of all stripes. But at the end of the day, I'd be remiss too if I didn't mention someone like Steve Rahul. I got to know Steve some 10 years ago when he was our long-suffering representative at the WTO, carrying that sort of schizophrenic trade agenda that we had, protecting these portions and putting these up for trade agreements. And Steve did a fantastic job. He's one of those soft-spoken, quiet gentlemen that always has his finger on the pulse of what's going on. I remember a number of instances in Geneva over the years with the WTO, and the leadership at that time loved to take 5 major countries, sort of the same ones that have a veto at the UN, into a little dark room at midnight and try to hammer out a deal that the rest of us would then accept. None of that ever worked, Mr. Speaker, but it was amazing to be with Steve during those clandestine meetings that the Director General called at that time, and his BlackBerry was always lighting up from China said this, Russia said that, America said this, how should I handle? And Steve always had the answer, always had the way forward. And if anybody was the arbitrator or mediator of what kept the WTO alive for a lot of years, it was Steve Rahul with his hand on the lever. So you can't say enough good things about Steve. He's world class. I'm not sure what he'll do for an encore after CETA. It's cost him, some personal time and a tremendous amount of energy. But as I said, I'm sure he'll land on his feet and be well respected as he continues to be. But even when the work is done, it's not completed, Mr. Speaker. And we saw that over this past year as the minister stirred the pot and everybody told her, don't do it. Our Chamber of Commerce said, don't renegotiate. I know people from Global Affairs, we still have connections over there, and I won't say who they are because they'd get fired, but they tell us, they said, don't do this. And also the European business councils that I continue to be in touch with said, don't do this. We covered off all of these little warts and blemishes when we signed the agreement in principle some 2 years ago, Mr. Speaker, and all of this was not swept under the rug, but was adjudicated and addressed at that point. And with the minister going back in and sort of ripping the scab off, opening Pandora's box, created the crisis we saw in Wallonia, and at the end of the day, we've escaped with the deal. It is more or less intact. Pretty much, I would say, 99.9% exactly what we signed in principle over 2 years ago. Since that time, it was not a stalled deal, as they like to say. It was moving forward with the legal scrub and translation into a myriad of different languages and texts. You know how important that is to do, Mr. Speaker. We see that here. A lot of times we have our scrutiny of regs where they say this word in French doesn't correlate to this word in English, and we go back and change something that's been years written wrong. So there's a lot of work that goes into that legal scrub with that many languages and different legal systems, the same as we have in Canada, civil law and common law. They have a myriad of different legal options in the European Union as well. So it's so important that we get this deal right. It was done right. We've got, as I said, 99.9% of it going forward. The one thing we have is a vacuum when it comes to adjudication of a future ISDS claim. And there will be some, Mr. Speaker. There's no doubt in my mind. The NDP and some of their cohorts that have come before committee, mostly on TPP, love to say we're the most sued country in the world. Where that might be technically true, the reality is out of several $1 trillion worth of economic activity, we have paid out $170 million in legal costs to that point. And well over 2/3 of that was one little misstep by Premier Danny Williams when he took back an American company and said, I don't like what you're doing, I'm going to nationalize you, and he did. So under NAFTA, WTO standards and so on, we paid that up some $130 million. So we're sued like every other country, but there's very few that actually come to fruition and get paid out. And as I said, that was over several $1 trillion worth of economic activity. But CETA is a little different than that in that we have guidelines that are written. We'll see an elimination in agricultural tariffs of some 94% of the lines, and that will export our goods into a $20 trillion economy. This is a mature market. The European Union is a mature market, unlike TPP, which is an advancing market. So we need both. I often call the bill now, C-30, I often call the CETA agreement the family reunification trade agreement, because a lot of our areas are settled by European settlements some almost a century ago. And I see my friend, the chair of the committee, nodding his head. His family came across and took advantage of the Canadian opportunity, and now we'll be able to work with their cousins at home to bring in different products and facilitate that way. They'll be able to get a lot more Scottish products, I'm sure, and Irish products and English products and all that good stuff that his family grew up on, and we look forward to that. We've done an economic agenda. The minister made a nod towards that some years ago that showed that this agreement will return about $1,000 per middle-class family, 80,000 new jobs. That's almost enough to make up for what the Liberals have lost this past year, Mr. Speaker. So the sooner we get this done, we'll be back to zero, and we can move forward with TPP and start to recoup and gain what's available in that regard. It's a unique investment. It's a unique opportunity in that the European Union have a number of trade agreements with countries around the world. This is the first one that addresses some subsets of labor standards, environmental standards, and of course a proper way to negotiate new access for some of our GM products, a regulatory package that will allow our beef and pork producers to export in using different types of wash facilities and so on. There's still some details to be worked on that, Mr. Speaker, but at least there are guidelines. There are ways mapped out to move forward with the European Union in a timely way so that we don't see things tied up for months and years as we move forward. We'll see immediate results once CETA is implemented. Our process here is a little bit more arcane maybe than some of the Europeans. They're going to have to work through all of their 28 member states as well as we with the provinces. But as the minister also made the point of, when we were negotiating this, and my friend, the member from Abbotsford, and of course Steve Rahul, were every evening or every time it was required, sitting down with the provinces and territories that were there, with industry that had signed non-disclosure agreements that were there. We had some of the biggest fan clubs. The size of those fan clubs on this CETA deal almost measured up to what the Liberals take along with them on these environmental deals. But these people were there to get work done. They were there to make sure that the provinces were handled and looked after. So I don't see any type of pushback. I know there's still some negotiations going on with the Atlantic provinces, Newfoundland, Labrador, on the payments that will be required. They have a stipulation that a certain amount of fish caught in our waters have to be processed in Canada, and there'll be some changes in that regard. So I know Cathy Dunderdale, who was the Premier at the time, said, well, all that $250 million is ours, which was never true, Mr. Speaker. It's for all of Atlantic Canada to drive efficiency and effectiveness in our fish processing system. So the Liberals have that one to work out yet before they'll probably get Newfoundland, Labrador on side, but it's certainly in the works. As I said, it's very important that we look at trade writ large. While we're sitting here debating CETA, and we're fully in favor of it, it's our deal, Mr. Speaker. We could not have done any better. There's a few steps at the end that caught us, had our throat in our mouth, but at the end it's all worked out, rather than the vacuum we're going to see on those adjudication of any ISDS claims. There's still work to be done in that regard. The important part of all these trade agreements is that we take more and more eggs out of that American basket. We rely on the Americans for 75% of our overall trade, 98% when you talk about energy products, and depending on what the issue is, we're very much tied to their economic value. And as they pull back on the TPP, there's no reason to believe that we can't join the other 6 countries that are gung-ho guaranteed to move forward on it. We can't join them and rewrite TPP without the Americans. Let's get it done. Why would we wait for President Obama to decide whether his legacy will be bad or not? He's gone from being in a lame duck session to dead duck session. So we've got to start moving forward, get this done, join Mexico, Japan, Chile, New Zealand, Australia. All of them have got it working through their parliaments right now. So we have to look at trade writ large. We need that diversity to move away from that holdings in the American market. And we saw that when the Americans arbitrarily bring forward things like country of origin labeling. And there's whispers down there right now again that they're going to reinvent that. They can't. We've won that fight at the WTO. They'd have to change it considerably to bring back anything that looked like Buy America or country of origin labeling. So as much as that raises red flags, they're only at half-mast, Mr. Speaker, because we did win that particular fight, and we'd certainly take up that fight again, or we would from the opposition side, I can guarantee you that. At the end of the day, it was a good win, but it takes time, and there is trade hurt when that's done. So having regulatory packages built into things like CETA and TPP that really nip those types of movements, negative movements, in the bud is very important to take advantage of, and we intend to make sure that those are there. Having both CETA and the TPP in our market would give us access to 80% of the world's GDP, almost 1 billion consumers that are willing to buy. The difference between the CETA and the TPP, CETA is a mature market. They've been around for a long time. Trillions of dollars in market potential for us. All we have to do is double or triple a couple of things that we have the capacity to do, and we're talking a huge win on both sectors. The thing with the TPP is it's an emerging market. We're talking middle classes that are growing, their palates changing, they're asking for more types of westernized cuisine. In some cases, God help them, but in other cases, it's good for our exports. We'll ship them all the burgers and beer they can handle, Mr. Speaker, and make money doing it. It's in our best interest to have that diversity in our trade portfolio, having both the mature markets that take certain cuts of a beef and having the opening markets that take other cuts. We've got countries in that Pacific Rim that will make use of a lot of products that we don't when it comes to a livestock animal or when it comes to grain products and pork products and so on. And that then adds to the value of that product here in Canada. It changes our processing somewhat. We have to learn to sell what they want, not what we have. But that's just an educational thing that the market will actually take care of. It's one of consistency, Mr. Speaker. Canada's been a trading nation since beaver pelts were currency. We're going back a long time. And having said that, trade is still currency, and it's still what drives our economy. The little discussion that the minister and I had on moving forward on trade, setting the standard, the social side of it that has to be talked to people about. There's a lot of angst out there on media websites and so on about what could go wrong, but there's very little on what goes right in these types of agreements driving our economic agenda. We've seen in the last few days our Prime Minister roll over and say, well, sure, we'll sit down and renegotiate NAFTA. Why wouldn't we? But at the end of the day, you don't start with a position of we surrender to having any kind of positive drive on that. Certainly, NAFTA is 20-some years old. There's things in there that need to be modernized. There's things that are happening now that aren't even discussed 20-some years ago, the digital age, and all of those things that need to be addressed. So, yes, there's certain things that we need to look at. There's certain things that we need to get on top of. And if we can roll in irritants like the softwood lumber agreement into a new, improved, long-term NAFTA agreement, everybody would benefit. We wouldn't have these legal fights that cost billions of dollars and hurt our industry overall. So before the Prime Minister sidelines our economic activity saying, yep, we'll take whatever you give us, we should be negotiating from a system, a power position. We have resources the Americans are envious of and require. Keystone XL, case in point, Mr. Speaker. We saw the president of the day in the U.S. veto it, not based on science or on his economic standards, because they had passed all of that, but based on the fact that his major fundraisers were against it. So hopefully with the new president, who really doesn't require the same fundraising, we'll see some movement on that. He's already been very positive in that regard. But if they're going to take that sector of our energy and our resources, then you've got to take our energy and our resource sector writ large, Mr. Speaker. And that's what's very important in renegotiating things like NAFTA, is to set the standards of what it is we will not take less than, rather than just saying, hey, let's do this, and leave it open-ended. We're seeing a lot of the TPP countries actually, too, questioning what the Americans have up their sleeve when it comes to trade. When they start talking about renegotiating NAFTA, you know, it's one thing to do it during a political cycle when you're campaigning hard. We saw at that time Prime Minister Jean Chrétien and at that time President wannabe Bill Clinton both decry NAFTA. They would never sign it. They would tear it up. It was never in their best interest. Within months, both of them signed it and never looked back. They all took credit for, look what wonderful things we did. And NAFTA was a negotiation by a conservative government of the day who faced the wrath of Canadians at the election at one point. That's one of many issues that led to their downfall. But at the end of the day, to be progressive, to have an open society, you have to do what you're good at. And we're good at trade, Mr. Speaker. We're good at producing grapple grommets. The one thing we've never come to grips with is doing some value added to those grapple grommets before we ship them out of the country and get that side agreements on labor standards and so on. We've already seen major changes in our automotive sector. I remember during the discussions of NAFTA as a political neophyte watching how our wine industry would be decimated before it even got up and running, Mr. Speaker. And yet it's become an international success story. You can't go anywhere in the world without seeing some Canadian wines on display. We take international awards every year for the great quality products that we ship out. So there is, from trade, that underlying driver of efficiencies and innovation that make us even stronger, that make us even better. Certainly there are transition times required. We've seen that with our dairy industry and the compensation package that's been offered for the cheeses that will be coming in. Some 17,000 ton of cheese will be coming in on an annual basis, Mr. Speaker, but it doesn't grow. It's a static number. And at the same time, we have unlimited access back into the European market once our guys figure out how to do that with a global cost pricing structure. And they've done it for pizza kits here in Canada, so we know they can do it moving forward. Tremendous opportunity. We've already seen the last pear show that I was involved in. There was 30-some Canadian groups there marketing their products. A number of them were winning awards with fine cheeses. Of course, maple syrup is well known, but winning awards with their cheeses. So we know we're world class. We know we can step up and provide whatever's required by the world. We know we can grow our trade, but we have to have a government that's ready, willing, and able to take those steps. Of course, we're seeing some steps here, some final steps, getting to the podium to accept the medal after the relay race is done, Mr. Speaker. I was happy to be a part of that relay race. But at the end of the day, there's a lot more trade that needs to be looked at and moved on expeditiously, including the Trans-Pacific Partnership. We hope we'll see these types of actions moving forward on the TPP soon, Mr. Speaker. Yeah.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Laurentide-Labelle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate my colleague who was a minister for a long time, who's well aware of these issues. NAFTA, as he knows, has been updated numerous times since it was brought in 20 years ago. I think there's something like 11 updates. So I don't think it's unfair for the Prime Minister to say that we're willing to hear what the issues are and discuss them. There's nothing wrong with that. Another point, Mr. Speaker, the member referred to beaver as the currency. Just one quick side note. beaver is the greatest meat, and that was always hidden from everybody. We traded the pelts, and everybody hid the fact that beaver is really good meat. Anyhow, I get back to the point. On CETA, every country in Europe has agreed on this. It is extraordinarily difficult to get Europe to agree on anything across every country. I wonder if the member could speak to the importance of that and what it really means for this agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Well, the takeaway from that intervention, Mr. Speaker, is eat more beaver. I guess we'll have to see it coming up on menus around the world. We have them out in our country. I've never gotten that way. We've never run out of beef or pork, so I haven't had to try that. Right. But a lot of people do and still enjoy it, and that's good. Yeah, gold standard, absolutely, the CETA agreement, and it is tough. And that's what led us to begin the undertaking of an agreement with those 28 member states of the European Union. I was involved some years ago, before I got into politics, with industry that was exporting or trying to export into the European Union. And I'll talk about farm machinery. You'd get an agreement with Germany to export a certain X piece of equipment, and then you'd get demands from France and surrounding Poland, and other countries that wanted to have that piece of equipment as well, and you'd start all over again. So the whole idea of a CETA agreement is one set of regulations. Once you've passed the hurdles with your product in X country, it's then accepted by the other countries of the European Union. It's one currency. There's other things. The one thing that's thrown a bit of a monkey wrench into this as we move forward, of course, is Brexit. How is that going to play out? How do we come to terms with, and it's not really up to us to drive that, it's up to the British and the European Union to decide on when they do, if they do, that the divorce becomes final, what parts of CETA aspire to the British side, or do they start renegotiating all over again? Are they still part of the common market? So the work is not done. We've got the initial stages on CETA. It's a good agreement. It's a world-class agreement. It's a progressive agreement. We agree with all of that. But the work is never done, and that's what's going to keep guys like Steve Rahul in business for a few more years.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think the takeaway from that exchange is the Liberals can't find anything good to talk about in CETA. So they want to talk about other trade. I'd like to commend my colleague on his speech. We sit on the Trade Committee together. We don't always agree. I'm sure that's no surprise to this House, but I do respect him greatly in the work that he does on the committee. So my question, under the previous government, there was a compensation program for the losses that will be incurred under fish processing in Newfoundland and Labrador. And I can't imagine, Mr. Speaker, how Liberals from Newfoundland and Labrador are not standing up and explaining to Canadians and people in their own province where this money is to compensate them for the real losses that they will incur in this deal. This deal is not all gold stars to be put all over, Mr. Speaker. There are serious concerns for sectors in Canada. So my question is, the member concerned that the Liberal government has not yet explained whether and how they will compensate Newfoundland and Labrador for expected fish processing losses.
The Honourable Member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Well, that is a bit of a fly in the ointment again, too, Mr. Speaker, not knowing that. The member opposite and I were on the Trade Committee as we traveled throughout Atlantic Canada, and the underlying theme was they're not against trade, but they want to make sure that compensation package. We weren't there on CETA, we were there on TPP, but still there was discussion around that compensation package, and there seemed to be a little bit of buyer's remorse that they had sent 32 Liberals alone, nobody out there, and all the provincial governments have fallen in line too, because if they step outside, then all of a sudden there's no infrastructure money, there's no flood mitigation money, there's a little bit of political hanky-panky blackmail, if you want to go that far, going on out there. So certainly they need to see what that compensation package is and how it's going to actually underscore the processing that is required and will be needed moving forward, because the European Union is a large fish buying market, so they'll actually look at increases in their ability to supply that market, not decreases. The other one that's still out there for discussion, and I'm sure her colleague will get up on this question, is the cheese distribution. It's one thing to talk about compensation for dairy farmers, but the real money is in the distribution of that cheese coming in. Now, we had stipulated as part of the agreement that of that 17,000 tons, 30% of it had to be allocated to new entrants. So that means the small cheeseries throughout Atlantic Canada and Quebec could actually take on the distribution of a similar cheese to their own, so they could compare when they sold it out through their distribution network. So there's still some fine-tuning to be done. Not enough for us to say no to the deal, but just enough to point out that these little hiccups still have to be addressed.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires? Questions and comments? La députée de Berthier.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech in the House today. He briefly talked about the downside for dairy and processing and fine cheeses, specialty cheeses. The Conservative government had announced a transitional support mechanism, a multi-million-dollar compensation package. The Liberals announced a $350 million program, so that's peanuts. So the dairy farmers I represent are very concerned because they see a Liberal government that isn't supporting supply management strenuously enough. So I'd like to know, how important is it to have a transition support package? And there are going to be problems with diafiltered milk as well, so I'd like him to comment on both of those things.
Lloydminster.
Well, thank the member for her question. She's absolutely right. You know, it's stability and predictability, both in trade and in the actual farm gate, that allows people to make investments and carry on. And farmers, dairy farmers, are going to have to know exactly what the package is going to be. It's one thing to offer the $250 million to the dairy farmers and $100 million to processors. That's fine. That's all well and good. But at the end of the day, how's the cheese going to be distributed? Is it going to come in rushes that will be problematic in the market? Is it going to come in, you know, certain valuable cheeses over the years? Is it all going to come in at Christmas time? At the same time, we see our own dairy farmers not being able to fill the market, if you will. We've seen supplementary quotas all year long on butter coming in from other. The first one was 4,000 tons, almost, you know, a quarter, and butter's a valuable commodity. So a quarter of the CETA is coming in because our dairy guys can't produce, can't keep up. So, excuse me, there's work to be done on both ends. Our own dairy farmers and processors deciding between them what they need to do to maintain the Canadian market, but at the same time making allocations for these cheeses that are coming in here. At the end of the day, the growth rate in Canadian content or Canadian consumption of cheese will more than offset that amount coming in from Europe as it works its way through the system and gets here over a staged period. So we looked at all of that before we decided to allow that amount of tonnage to come in. Of course, when we were negotiating, the Europeans started out wanting 60,000 tons, if I remember the numbers correctly. It was just an astronomical number. I mean, they were basically going to transfer, they always talk about milk lakes and butter mountains in Europe because of what their subsidies did. We've never hit that level. So they were just basically wanting to transfer their largesse and their problems to Canada. We said none of that. We were able to negotiate a deal that gave us the beef and pork access, as well as letting in that small amount of cheese that will be distributed across Canada. Again, as I say, there are some hiccups, some other lines that the Liberals need to continue working on to make sure that this deal transitions in smoothly and doesn't affect our industries negatively.
We have time for one more short question and response. Questions and comments. Resuming debate. Please the débat. The honourable member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today as we debate Bill C-30, the Canadian-European Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement Implementation Act. This agreement, which we refer to as CETA, is indeed comprehensive. It includes 33 chapters ranging from traditional trade topics such as trade remedies, tariffs, and trade facilitation to less traditional areas such as investor court provisions, intellectual property, financial services, and government procurement. I will begin my remarks by discussing the deal and how Canada got to this point. Next, I will discuss some of the outstanding concerns with the agreement and how the Liberal government has neglected to listen to these concerns. Finally, I will conclude by talking about how the New Democratic Party thinks that the government should proceed. CETA faces a long road ahead before its full ratification, with likely opportunities for improvement. Trade with Europe is deeply important to Canada's economic prosperity. By addressing outstanding concerns with this comprehensive agreement, Canada can forge deeper trading relations with our friends in the European Union while ensuring Canada's interests and sovereignty are protected. Canada and the European Union first entered into negotiations back in 2009 under Stephen Harper's Conservative government. In 2010, Canada signalled that negotiations could soon be finished, but concerns persisted. In 2013, Canada and the EU announced a deal in principle, and then Prime Minister Stephen Harper flew to Brussels for a signing ceremony. In 2014, another signing ceremony took place, this time in Ottawa. But behind the pomp and circumstance, concerns over CETA's controversial Investor Court Dispute Settlement Mechanism, or ISDS, continued to simmer both in Europe and in Canada. Investor state provisions empower companies to sue governments for regulating in the public interest. Under NAFTA Chapter 11, Canada is the most sued country. Critics point out that both Canada and the EU have sophisticated legal systems that are fully equipped to handle complaints from companies. Thus, it is not necessary to grant special privileges to foreign companies beyond those that exist for domestic companies. Despite continued opposition to ISDS, Canada insisted on the inclusion of ISDS in CETA. As CETA's legal scrubbing phase continued into 2016, the newly elected Liberal government announced the controversial Investor State Dispute Settlement Mechanism would be revamped as an Investor Court System, or ICS. But critics of ISDS, including the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, the Council of Canadians, and Canadian labour unions, clearly stated that replacing ISDS arbitration system with a new court system fails to address their concerns. In October, we saw more changes around CETA, but not to the actual text itself. Canada and the EU signed a joint interpretive declaration, now called a Joint Interpretive Instrument, which was intended to allay concerns that investor court provisions empower foreign companies to sue governments for regulating in the public interest. But the declaration, Mr. Speaker, is outside of the CETA agreement and therefore does not carry full legal weight. Canada's Trade Justice Network issued a strong rebuttal, stating, "In a display of arrogant condescension, the declaration simply reiterates and clarifies what is already in the agreement, as if the various legitimate concerns that it purports to respond to have neither merit nor substance." Later in October, the Belgian regional government of Wallonia blocked Belgium and therefore the EU Parliament from signing onto CETA. Eventually, Wallonia agreed to sign the treaty if they could maintain their right to refuse to give their consent to Belgium to ratify CETA, unless controversial investor state provisions are significantly changed or removed from the agreement, exactly what many Canadians are calling for. On October 30th, 2016, the Prime Minister signed CETA at an EU-Canada Leaders Summit. 2 days earlier, the Liberal government put implementing legislation, Bill C-30, on the notice paper, and they introduced the legislation on October 31st. This rushed process violated the government's own policy on the tabling of treaties in Parliament, which requires the government to table a copy of the treaty along with an explanatory memorandum outlining key components of the treaty at least 21 sitting days before legislation is presented. The Liberals also neglected to table a mandatory final environmental assessment of the FTA, as per the 1999 Cabinet Directive on the Environmental Assessment of Policy, Plan and Program Proposals. Mr. Speaker, where is the commitment to protecting the environment? I stood in this place on a question of privilege, challenging the government on its own omissions and failures to adhere to its own policies. I questioned the necessity of the government granting itself an exemption on the explanatory memorandum, given that CETA was first signed back in 2013. Between the Liberals and the Conservatives, they had 3 years to draft this memorandum, which is intended to assist parliamentarians in analyzing the treaty. Furthermore, given CETA's significant potential environmental impacts, the government must follow through on its requirement to complete a final environmental assessment. CETA is not yet a done deal, and Parliament should take its time in carefully considering the legislation before us today. We know that Canada and the EU intend to provisionally apply approximately 98% of the treaty in early 2017. The European Council decided that provisional application would not include investor-state dispute settlement, portfolio investment, and criminal sanctions for intellectual property crimes. These are the areas of member state jurisdiction. Before CETA can be ratified, each of the 28 EU member states will have to vote on the deal in their respective legislatures. This process could take between 2 and 5 years. It is just if just one of the 28 EU countries decides against ratifying CETA, as we saw with Belgium last month, the entire agreement could fall apart. Bill C-30, the legislation we are debating today, will enable the government to fully ratify CETA including investor state provisions that Wallonia has already stated they will refuse to accept. Bill C-30 provides the broad strokes for an investor court system, but leaves out key pieces of information, such as details on an appellate mechanism or how panelists will be selected. Going through the intellectual property provisions, we see that much of the patent law changes will be done through regulations. These changes will have significant impacts on the availability of generic drugs to Canadians and therefore the overall cost of prescription drugs. Greater parliamentary oversight is needed. The Liberal government is essentially asking parliamentarians to sign a blank check that they will fill in after. Over the past year, we've seen a series of actions intended to address Europeans' concerns with CETA. At every turn, I have risen in this place as the new Democratic critic for international trade and have called on the government to truly improve this deal. Yet every time, the government dismissed Canadians' concerns and focused on making CETA palatable to Europeans. I'd like to now discuss in greater detail Canadians' outstanding concerns with CETA. We've discussed the investor court system. The changes to ISDS provisions were supposed to improve transparency and strengthen measures to combat conflicts of interest of arbitrators. However, the new system still allows foreign investors to seek compensation from any level of government over policy decisions that they feel impact their profits. At the end of the day, foreign companies will have to access a special court system to challenge Canadian laws without going through domestic courts. As I have mentioned, Canada is already one of the most sued countries in the world under ISDS. Canadian companies have won only 3 of 39 cases against foreign governments, and the Canadian government has lost many NAFTA cases while continuing to be the subject of ongoing complaints seeking billions of dollars in damages. Existing ISDS measures have also contributed to a regulatory chill, where governments fail to take actions in the public interest that they fear may trigger an investor claim. The Liberals haven't explained how they would ensure environmental and health and safety regulations would be protected from foreign challenges. It is now clear that the deal will not pass Europe without the removal of or significant changes to investor state provisions. In trade deals, there are always winners and losers. With CETA, there's no doubt that some Canadian sectors will be negatively impacted by this agreement, including supply-managed sectors and Newfoundland and Labrador's fish processors. When the Conservatives were still in office, they acknowledged the significant losses dairy farmers would incur in both CETA and TPP. They promised a $4.3 billion compensation package intended to offset the long-term perpetual losses. For 1 year, the Liberal government refused to comment on whether they too would compensate dairy farmers. They've required an extraordinary level of patience from Canadian dairy farmers. On dye-filtered milk, the government continues to drag its heels, promising a solution but refusing to provide any sense of timeline. The Trade Committee heard from the Minister of Agriculture on this file, Mr. Speaker, and his lackadaisical attitude was incredibly frustrating to listen to. Dairy farmers are also frustrated with the government's inaction on tightening up the duty deferral program. These are serious trade issues that the government must address. In this context, let's look at the government's recent announcement to invest in Canadian dairy farms and producers. They never admit the funds are compensation, only an investment package. The Liberals announced $350 million package for Canada's dairy sector, which indeed is a welcome investment. However, the sector anticipates CETA will cost them $116 million per year in perpetual lost profits. The Liberals' funding announcement is for $350 million over 5 years. This falls far short of compensating dairy for the losses they will incur under CETA. The Liberals also haven't explained whether and how they will compensate Newfoundland and Labrador for giving up its minimum processing requirements. In 2013, the Conservatives included a $400 million fisheries renewal fund, with the federal government contributing $280 million and the provincial government contributing $120 million. But in 2014, Newfoundland and Labrador believed the Conservative government was signaling its intention to renege on the deal. The leader of the Liberal Party made clear commitments that he would follow through on compensating Newfoundland and Labrador. How can the government consider CETA a done deal without addressing their commitment to Newfoundland and Labrador? I'm also deeply concerned under CETA about changes to intellectual property rules for pharmaceuticals, which will increase drug costs by more than $850 million every year. The Canadian Federation of Nurses Unions has also warned that CETA could make it more difficult to bring down prices through a national pharmacare program. Mr. Speaker, I find this deeply disturbing. Canadians already pay some of the highest drug costs in the OECD. CETA's patent provisions aren't a concern to the EU. They already grant brand-name pharmaceutical companies longer patent protections, but Europeans also pay much less for their prescription drugs than we do in Canada. People in my riding of Essex already struggle with the high cost of prescription medications. Yet the Liberal government is cutting health care transfers to the provinces, and they have given no indication that they will take action on a national pharmacare program. Under CETA, Canadians will pay even higher drug costs, while the federal government shows no concern or even acknowledgement of this reality. When the Liberals were in opposition, they demanded that the Conservatives present a study on the financial impacts on provincial and territorial healthcare systems and prescription drug costs. In government, they're telling the provinces they'll cut healthcare transfers while pursuing agreements that risk increasing drug costs for the provinces. Mr. Speaker, at every opportunity, it would seem the Liberal government has refused to provide greater analysis of CETA. In June, the world watched as the United Kingdom voted in a referendum to leave the European Union. This raised immediate concerns about the impact of Brexit on CETA. In fact, the UK is Canada's biggest trading partner in the EU. 42% of Canadian exports to the EU go to the UK. And Canadian concessions in CETA were based on the premise that the UK would be part of CETA. Yet the Liberal government has provided, again, no analysis reevaluating the net benefit of a CETA without the UK. On consultations with Indigenous people, the Liberal government made a clear commitment to nation-to-nation relationship, which includes a commitment to consulting on international trade deals. The Liberals have given no indication that they have fulfilled their duty to consult, and we know they have not fulfilled this duty with the TPP. Also in CETA, there are provisions stating that above a certain threshold, minimum local content policies will be outlawed, even in municipal and provincial government procurement. We also see provisions granting companies an expanded ability to use temporary workers without a study of impacts on Canadians. I have also heard significant concerns over the ability of all levels of Canadian governments to protect public services. These are all important issues that warrant greater study than what this government has offered. Many of the concerns we are discussing today were consistently raised in two studies conducted by the Standing Committee on International Trade. The studies, undertaken in 2012 and 2014, were deemed by the Liberals and the New Democratic Party as interim or pre-studies, as both took place before the final text of CETA was made available to parliamentarians. In the Liberals' 2012 dissenting report, they called for further consultation with Canadians on CETA. They highlighted that while the committee's work was a good start, further consultation was required. But now that the Liberals are in government, they've completely changed their tune. They are no longer concerned by the lack of consultation, the inclusion of investor state provisions, or the impact of increased drug prices for Canadians. Today, the Liberal-dominated Trade Committee has made it clear that they only want to hear from groups that will benefit from CETA. They have gone to extraordinary lengths to restrict their brief study of CETA from receiving input by Canadians by passing a motion that restricts the committee from accepting written submissions, except for those from the handful of witnesses that are selected to appear. On the other hand, the committee held dozens of meetings on the TPP, traveling to every province in Canada and holding video conferences with witnesses from the territories. We heard from over 400 witnesses and received written submissions from approximately 60,000 Canadians. With 95% of submissions critical of the TPP, it's no wonder the government doesn't want to hear from Canadians on CETA. After spending $500,000 on this study, Not to mention the time and money spent by the minister and her parliamentary secretary on their own consultations, the Liberal government still has no position on the TPP. As a first-time MP, I find the Liberals' disregard for due process on CETA deeply disturbing. It makes me wonder what they're trying to hide by pushing through this comprehensive agreement without proper memorandums, consultations, compensation, or analysis. I referenced the 2 previous committee studies, and in both studies, the NDP made it clear its concerns, but also its hopes that these concerns would be addressed and CETA would be fixed.
That's right.
The NDP has long argued for better trade with Europe. This will help diversify our markets, particularly as we face the uncertainties raised by the election of Mr. Trump. However, Canada should not ratify the biggest trade deal since NAFTA as merely a reactionary or symbolic gesture. As I have outlined, significant concerns and unanswered questions remain about the proposed deal for many Canadians. Mr. Speaker, trade with Europe is too important to get wrong. The government should work to fix problems with the current deal rather than settling for a flawed agreement. New Democrats support trade deals that reduce tariffs and boost exports, while remaining firm that components like investor state provisions that threaten sovereignty have no place in a trade deal. In our view, the job of the government is to pursue better trade, trade that boosts human rights and labour standards, protects the environment, and protects Canadian jobs. I am deeply suspicious of the Liberals' claim of having a progressive trade agenda. This is a party that supported free trade agreements with Honduras and the controversial FIPA with China. A final trade deal must be judged on its net costs and benefits. New Democrats have always been clear on this, and we have opposed deals in the past that would have a net negative impact on Canadians, including Honduras and the China FIPA. Furthermore, better trade must also involve a better process. Far too often, Canadians have been kept in the dark during backroom talks by successive Liberal and Conservative governments. We saw this with the TPP, and Canadians rejected this. In 2014, the Honourable Minister for International Trade made the following statement in this place. Mr. Speaker, on CETA, we in the Liberal Party are adults, and we understand and respect the fact that if trade agreements are going to be done, they need to be done behind closed doors. That's a quote. The Liberals promised greater transparency, but given the minister's own attitudes, it's clear they have no intention on delivering in this position, on this promise. New Democrats cannot accept this position. We will continue pushing for greater transparency in trade negotiations, meaningful, honest discussions with Canadians on all the potential impacts of any trade deal. Europe is an ideal trade partner, and deepening trade relations with the EU has always been an aim that New Democrats support. Today, we have an agreement before it, and there are specific measures that raise significant concerns. As the progressive opposition, it's the job of New Democrats to uphold Canada's interest in this process. The Liberals have missed key opportunities to fix CETA, but the deal is still not done. It faces a lengthy, complex ratification process in the European Union. Wallonia has said that they will not accept a CETA that includes investor court provisions. Right. I call on the Liberal government to remove investor court provisions from CETA and this legislation, address the increased drug costs, and give Bill C-30 due process at the committee. Without these key elements, I cannot in good conscience advise my caucus colleagues to support this agreement. New Democrats will vote no to Bill C-30, and we will continue pushing the government for an agreement that provides a stronger net benefit for all Canadians.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for the presentation. Very clearly a lot of homework went into that and a lot of well thought out issues. I wanted, though, Mr. Speaker, to explore the investor protection provisions, because it occurs to me that if I go to some place and I invest my money to build a plant, to hire people, and then all of a sudden that jurisdiction changes the rules on me after I've made the commitment, there should be, I would think, and I would ask the honourable member if she doesn't agree, that there should be some provisions to protect me and the investment that I've made that could have gone someplace else in the world against somebody changing the rules in the middle of the game. And If she agrees with that, what kind of mechanism would she prefer to see rather than the one that's in place?
The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague across for his question. And it is an important question because in NAFTA, for the very first time, we have investor-state dispute settlement mechanism between two developed countries. We're talking in CETA about the EU. They have developed progressive court systems that exist, the same as ours here in Canada. And I would challenge the member to say that our court system here in Canada is completely capable of fulfilling any need that any investor would have if they felt that they'd been infringed upon. Why are we not hearing these cases in our domestic court system? This is exactly why Wallonia stood up. This is exactly why European countries are standing up and saying that we have our own progressive court systems and a mechanism and a state-to-state resolution to be able to have these disputes heard. We do not need a separate court system. And I want to be clear, Mr. Speaker, that in CETA, we are being asked to sign a blank check. We are being asked to sign a court system that is not defined, that is not laid out. We will not see legislation before this House again outlining what the investor court system will look like. We are being asked in CETA to sign off on essentially a few lines that exist. That's not acceptable to Canadians. We have a progressive court system here in Canada. If investors feel that they need to use it, it is there for them to do so. And I believe firmly that we do not and should not engage in any investor-state dispute settlement mechanism in any trade deal that we engage in. India, Mr. Speaker, has refused to sign trade agreements with these provisions. Around the world, there are many conversations about these provisions and the fact that they are hurting countries. In NAFTA, Chapter 11, these are the exact same provisions we're talking about. We're the most sued country in the world under these provisions. This hasn't worked well for us as a country, Mr. Speaker. And it's not just the monetary. We've paid out $190 million. It's not just the money that we've paid out. It's the impact that it's had on our ability to regulate and legislate for public good, public safety, public health in our own country and protect our environment, which is a key pillar of what this government is promising to do for Canadians. And Mr. Speaker, we could come under threat of being sued. And again, this court system that has absolutely no definition around it. The appellate mechanism, we don't know what that is going to look like. Who's going to be appointed, Mr. Speaker?
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Essex for a fantastic speech. One of the things that really struck me from her speech was the fact that she outlined that the approval process in European legislatures is going to take between 2 to 5 years. And yet here we are in Canada's Parliament. The Prime Minister signed the agreement on October 30th. The legislation was brought in on October 31st. That violated the memorandum that sort of outlined that 21 sitting days needed to pass before legislation is tabled in the House. Furthermore, we learned that the Trade Committee is restricting witnesses from, like, the submissions provided to the committee only for witnesses who provide. From all perceptions of these actions, the ramming through of this legislation without the proper notification period, the fact that the committee is restricting the witnesses and the submissions, it gives the entirety the perception that the government's trying to ram this through without proper oversight. And I asked my colleague, where's the rush? When it's going to take European legislatures 2 to 5 years, why is Canada giving a blank check to the government and not doing due oversight?
For Essex.
Thank my colleague for his important question. And it is something that I've asked myself. We certainly have enough time. We're going to be provisionally applied in CETA that will mirror what happens in the EU. But my concern is we're not taking the time here at home. The minister has spent a great deal of time this year in Europe trying to make this deal palatable to the European member states that have had pushback, issues around the court system, issues around their agricultural sectors, and we haven't seen that at home. We haven't seen a consultation. Mr. Speaker, we've seen over 400 witnesses around the Trans-Pacific Partnership at committee, and now we're likely to see less than 20 around CETA. So this is the largest deal that we will be signing ourselves onto since NAFTA. It's very important that we get this deal right. The trade with Europe is so important to our country. They are our second largest trading partner. And as I said, there's absolutely no conversation around the UK leaving in Brexit and what the implication will be. I'm not sure, Mr. Speaker, what the rush is from this government to push it through, other than to have some form of success on the books. But that success comes at an expense for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. It comes at an expense of every single Canadian who will pay higher drug costs from the day that that deal is ratified in this House going on. And I challenge every member in this House to tell me that they have spoke about this issue to people in their own riding. The people in their own communities aren't already calling their constituency offices on a daily basis because they can't afford medication, and yet here we are with a provision in this deal to increase drug costs in Canada. Mr. Speaker, we need this deal to be done right. We need provisions in here to protect Canadians, and increasing pharmaceutical costs in Canada will hurt many, many people in communities, including seniors, who have largely been left out by this government in previous legislation. I'm urging, Mr. Speaker, all members of this House to take their time. And it's unfortunate that there isn't the
Order. Time for questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And time again, whenever it's trade, whenever we're talking about trade, surprise, surprise, there's one group, one party that always stands up against us, maybe two that stand up against trade, against jobs, against providing our Canadian producers and Canadian businesses more opportunity, more markets to sell their product, but promotes jobs, Mr. Speaker. Canada is a trading nation. 1 in 5 jobs tied to trade. Why, Mr. Speaker, through you, especially to the honourable colleague in her riding, which has probably been a massive, massive benefit to her riding, that the trade agreements that our government had signed, and indeed what CETA is going to bring to our country. Why is she so against trade? Mr. Speaker, why?
Honourable member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his question. And for a moment there, I thought he was going to say that we, of course, in the New Democratic Party, we're fighting for Canadians, that we want trade to be right for Canadians. Here, here. We want trade that's going to benefit Canadians in their everyday lives. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, through you, that this trade agreement with these particular provisions can be fixed. It can end up with a trade deal that works for Europeans, that works for Canadians, but unfortunately we're not going to be taking the time to ensure that that's the case here in this House, Mr. Speaker. And I would say that trade is critical to my riding, and everyone in my riding supports trade. New Democrats support trade, but we have to support trade in a way that benefits all Canadians. Increasing the cost of drugs should never be part of a trade deal. It is 25% of the legislative changes inside of this implementing legislation. That is wrong. Canadians do not support that, Mr. Speaker. I challenge, again, these members, and the member from Prince George Caribou, I believe, to go and speak to members in his own riding and ask if they would support increased drug costs in Canada going forward, Mr. Speaker.
Here, here. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member for Oakville. Mr. Speaker, I'll first address free trade in general by way of introduction, and then address the comprehensive economic trade agreement in particular. In properly managed economies, free trade regimes result in increased prosperity for all partners. This is uncontroversial economic theory and practice. This increased shared prosperity results from efficient economic specialization. Each partner does what they do best, Mr. Speaker. This results in more efficient production within partner economies. More efficient production means increased net wealth for free trading partnerships. Properly devised free trade results in a net increase in jobs and decreased prices for consumers. More employment and lower prices combine to increase the wealth available for free trading societies. This legislation implements such a properly devised, progressive free trade agreement. However, we have seen skepticism about free trade around the world lately. Why is there legitimate worldwide concern with free trade? There is such concern because governments have not always properly addressed the broader implications of free trade. With this fair and responsible agreement, Speaker, our government will do so.
What are the often ignored implications of free trade? They are basically twofold. Governments have not always properly recognized free trade hurts some citizens despite the general increase in prosperity. Governments have not always helped sufficiently those negatively impacted. Such assistance can include measures for retraining, assistance to shift to new sectors, markets or products, and measures to deal with unemployment and economic disruption. Our government will take the necessary measures to assist those negatively impacted by this agreement. A further legitimate concern is that governments have not always had the wisdom and willingness to ensure the general prosperity resulting from free trade is equitably shared throughout society. Many governments have been content to see the economic benefits flow disproportionately to the very few. Our government will take measures to ensure that any general increase in prosperity, including that flowing from increased free trade, will be shared in an inclusive manner, Speaker, including especially the middle class and those working hard to join it. After consulting, listening to Canadians, and guided by our principles, we're addressing these two areas. We're pursuing free trade in a fair and responsible way. Our free trade will reduce inequality and enhance inclusive growth. There are other less valid reasons to oppose free trade. Some opposition to free trade flows from a xenophobia, a fear of and unwillingness to deal with foreigners. When people struggle economically, they can become fearful and susceptible to calls for protectionist measures. The world saw this phenomenon in the years preceding World War II. Such inward turning contributed to the start of that horrific conflict. We reject xenophobia. We will keep Canada open to and engaged in the world. This is the right thing to do. It is also Canada's surest route to continuing inclusive prosperity. History has useful lessons to consider. What was world reaction to the Great Depression of the 1930s? There was a general protectionist response by the world's economies. Countries erected trade barriers, countries pulled back from free trade. Did these fear-based responses help these countries and the world, Speaker? No. The answer is no, they did not. In fact, these measures exacerbated the problem. They prolonged the depression and caused more economic disruption. These economic lessons were so clear that after World War II, the international community signed GATT, the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, in 1947, which is now the World Trade Organization. This reaction was specifically designed to combat self-destructive trade protectionism. The free trade effects of that regime were largely responsible for the unprecedented, prolonged post-war prosperity. How should we respond to our Great Recession of 2008, under which shadow we still live, Speaker? Should we make the same mistakes our ancestors made in the 1930s? Should we retreat from free trade? Should we become more protectionist? Will becoming less open to international trade help us? The clear answer is no. No, Mr. Speaker. Now I wish to deal specifically with the free trade agreement before us, the Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement, CETA. CETA is an ideal complement to our current trading arrangements with the world's largest market, the United States, with Mexico, we are now linked in the North American Free Trade Agreement. We came to this agreement only after extensive consultation, Speaker, with stakeholders and only after listening to interested Canadians. CETA will now link us to the world's second largest market, the European Union, acknowledging the long-standing, mutually beneficial effects of NAFTA does not prevent us from duplicating those benefits in this arrangement with other countries, Speaker. We can now forge a new and exciting free trade relationship with Europe. Canadians can only benefit from diversifying our trading markets and supply sources to the broadest possible number of countries in the world. Free trade links with broad range of countries, grows our economy, and protects us from the inevitable ups and downs of different countries and different regions' economic and political cycles. In addition to the benefits of the size of Europe's markets, Europe has the further advantage of sharing with Canada much history and culture. There is a natural affinity between Europe and Canada. While free trade does not require a similarity of outlook, such similarities make all relationships, including economic relationships, that much easier. We have much in common with Europe. We share approaches to rule of law, democratic government, workers' rights, investment, research, and even government regulation. All these linkages will ease our interactions with Europe on multiple levels. Examples of these similar views in CETA are its provisions recognizing labor protections and priorities. In addition, each partner has the right to set distinct environmental priorities. Many Canadians can trace their roots back to Europe. Many Canadians still have links with Europe. Canada and Europe can use those linkages for our mutual benefit. Canadians of Dutch heritage will help us sell to the Netherlands. Canadians of Portuguese ancestry can help us invest in Portugal. And Polish Canadians can help forge economic links with Poland. Let us consider snapshots of some likely effects of CETA. Bombardier will be able to strengthen and grow its European market, keeping good jobs here in Ontario and in Quebec. Clearwater Seafoods in Atlantic Canada is well positioned to take advantage of this trade agreement to provide Canada more exports and Atlantic Canada more jobs. The Canadian Agri-Food Trade Alliance applauds this government for signing CETA. Its members, including cattle producers, soy and canola farmers, many in Canada's prairie provinces, are eager for this agreement because they will sell more products to Europe, bringing back profits and keeping jobs in Canada. Canada's forest products companies will be able to sell more to Europe, where we're currently only 11th as the supplier of such products to Europe. Tariffs on forestry products will drop from 10 to 2 to 0%, Mr. Speaker. This means more jobs and prosperity in British Columbia and elsewhere across Canada. For these reasons, this agreement has extensive support from our business community. They see the opportunity. CETA will provide direct benefits to Canadians who will find temporary access to Europe enhanced under its provisions for the increasingly important services sector. Not only will they take Canadian ideas and approaches to Europe, they will bring back European ideas and approaches to Canada. This will vastly increase the ability of the Canadian organizations to which they belong to compete and innovate and thrive around the world, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement is one of those rare golden opportunities for Canada to both live up to its progressive principles and for Canada, along with its European partners, to reap economic benefits by an increase in generally inclusive prosperity. We are standing by our ideas of openness and engagement. We're also pursuing an inclusive and enduring prosperity for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Here. Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague on the Trade Committee for his presentation. It's nice to see the Liberal government embracing trade and actually doing so in such a fashion that's going to benefit all Canadians. I'm just kind of curious. We've had different testimony on ISDS and the provisions on ISDS. Can you highlight this committee or the House on exactly ISDS, what's in the committee or what's in the agreement and how it will come into effect?
The honourable member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for his work on the International Trade Committee and for the work he has done for many years on this agreement. I know he is in full support. He sees the benefits that will come from this agreement when he speaks to ISDS and looking at that provision in terms of the investor protections. Mr. Speaker, I know the member has heard from the parliamentary secretary as well as from the minister in terms of the work that is ongoing as they look to those investor protections and to make sure that they are there for the investors. But also, on the other hand, Mr. Speaker, understanding the sovereignty of all the countries that are involved in this agreement and making sure that the environmental protections, the labor protections, all of those are addressed. It is a well-balanced agreement, Mr. Speaker. It's a progressive agreement, and this is the type of standards that we want going forward. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. La députée.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Salaberry-Suroît. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks. He's promoting CETA, and the government's racing ahead with a bill which, in our view, has a number of shortcomings, both procedural and content-based. The dairy industry in Quebec and in my riding is going to pay for this. The Conservatives had created a $4.3 billion compensation package over 10 years, but the Liberals are offering $250 million over 5 years. That's a lot less. There will be huge losses for dairy farmers in my riding. And this is an industry that is responsible for 1 in 8 jobs in Canada. And just to take a quote from dairy farmers who feel really swindled here, they say this could be 2% of the dairy industry that is lost, which is equivalent to the entire production of Nova Scotia every year. $116 million could be the losses. That's according to the Dairy Farmers of Canada. What does my colleague have to say to respond to those concerns of dairy farmers here in Canada? And to reassure us, because at committee, there's no requirement for accountability. And so there's a real lack of transparency here. Unfortunately, there's only 5 minutes for questions and comments. Now, a member for Mississauga, East Cooksville.
I'd like to thank the member for the question and just bring some clarity to the member. I think the member is confusing two agreements, the TPP and CETA, Mr. Speaker. When you look at CETA, there's been a great deal of consultation, and especially with the agriculture sector. And I could say that our agriculture minister is working hard on that transition phase and doing his job correctly. Over 7 years, Mr. Speaker, with the buy-in from provinces, Quebec included, Quebec actually championing this agreement, the municipalities, stakeholders, Mr. Speaker, to be able to put this together and see it come to fruition, Mr. Speaker, this will be an agreement that I will be voting in favor of, because I know it's good for Canadians from coast to coast to coast, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for just one more short questions. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the honourable member, I'm thanking him for the speech on CETA. Mr. Speaker, member mentioned the importance of being bold in the current climate of protectionism. Maybe he could comment further on the opportunity that this presents Canada to be seen as a leader in trade in the world. Something started under the previous government. The talks stalled, unfortunately. We picked them up and we carried the ball across the line. Now we have a comprehensive agreement that should show us as a great trading partner within the world. Maybe you could comment on that, please, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member who often talks about our trade agreements around the world, and the leadership that we have seen from Prime Minister Trudeau here at APAC, but from the get-go, and understanding that Canada is a trading nation. We are open to the world, and to be able to take that leadership approach and that understanding that we are all better if we are trading with each other. In my comments, Mr. Speaker, I spoke to the Great Depression and the Great Recession, and how at those times there has been a feeling of protectionism, and that protectionism we can see now with history has just brought poor results. What we have to do is have open, progressive trade agreements like CETA, Mr. Speaker, to move everybody forward. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Oakville.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise today and speak in favour of Bill C-30 and the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement between Canada and the European Union. Canada is a trading nation. A trade agreement with the European Union is good business for Canada. The European Union market opens incredible opportunity for Canadian businesses. The EU is the world's second largest economy and is Canada's second largest trading partner after the United States. It's also the world's second largest importing market for goods. CETA is a comprehensive trade agreement which will cover virtually all sectors and aspects of Canada-EU trade. Once implemented, approximately 98% of EU tariff lines on Canadian goods will be duty-free. Canadian service providers will benefit from greater access to the EU, the world's largest importer of services. CETA will also provide investors with greater stability, transparency, and protection for investments in the EU, while significantly expanding Canadian access to EU government procurement contracts. Mr. Speaker, to make a specific case for CETA, I would like to reflect on the advantages of CETA to my community of Oakville. Oakville is home to many advanced manufacturing companies. They form a dynamic cluster of businesses supporting innovation and growth. Our manufacturing standouts include Ford Motor Company of Canada, UTC Aerospace Systems, GE Water and Process Technologies, and Dana Corporation, an auto parts manufacturer. With respect to the aerospace industry, CETA offers tariff elimination, opening of government contracts, and regulatory cooperation. With respect to automotive parts, given the integrated nature of Canada's automotive supply chain, it is important that there are rules of origin that accommodate significant levels of foreign value added. CETA will allow Canadian passenger vehicles that meet a minimum percentage of domestic content to qualify for duty-free exchange. For other manufacturers, the EU represents an unprecedented opportunity for Canadian businesses. Pre-Brexit, with its $20 trillion economy and more than 500 million consumers, the EU is the world's largest integrated market. The potential value of access to the EU was quantified in a 2008 study, which estimated that CETA could lead to a $12 billion increase to Canadian GDP and an increase in bilateral trade of over 20%. A growing cluster of financial and professional service companies are taking advantage of Oakville's workforce capabilities to drive innovation and build sector leadership. In Oakville, there are 13,000 highly skilled and experienced knowledge workers. Also, Oakville is home to Sheridan College, one of the world's leading animation centers. Oakville has the people, the partners, and the business knowledge to bring new technology to the world. For ICT workers, professionals, and businesses, CETA allows for tariff elimination, regulatory cooperation, temporary entry permits, and access to government procurement contracts. CETA also has provisions for recognition of professional certifications, including legal, accounting, and architectural designations. Ford Canada, located in my riding of Oakville, is very supportive of CETA. The EU market represents a significant global market for vehicles. In 2015, total vehicle sales in the EU countries was 15.5 million vehicles, ranking the EU as the third largest vehicle market in the world, behind number 1 China with over 24 million units sold, and number 2 the US with over 17 million sales. Access to this large new vehicle market for Canadian-produced vehicles will help diversify and grow Canadian exports of vehicles and our auto parts. Diane Craig, President and CEO of Ford Motor Company of Canada, states that Ford is a global company built on free trade. Ford has supported trade deals with trading partners that result in the opportunity to increase the two-way flow of trade. That's what CETA does, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, Ford of Canada began exporting the Ford Edge, built in Oakville, to the EU. This includes building vehicles in Canada with right-hand drive and diesel engines designed for that market. Canada's decision to sign CETA contributed to Ford's decision to expand production of the Ford Edge in Oakville for export to the EU market. Carolyn Hughes, Director of Government Relations at Ford, states, "We support a manufacturing-driven trade strategy that starts with the belief that Canadian manufacturing truly matters and that Canadian manufacturing can compete on a level playing field against the best competition from around the world." Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Chamber of Commerce has spoken out quite clearly in favour of this agreement. Locally, the Oakville Chamber of Commerce has supported the ratification of CETA. John Sawyer, President of the Oakville Chamber, recently stated that CETA is an important agreement that would benefit Oakville businesses by reducing trade barriers with the world's largest economy. It will offer more opportunities for exporters and lower prices for consumers. Mr. Speaker, I do need to say that several people and groups in Oakville have raised concerns with me. They say that some of our recent free trade agreements have surrendered the state's ability to regulate and to act in public interest in favor of multinational corporations' interests. This has been the result of complex investor-state conflict resolution processes. I want to reassure residents of Oakville that CETA represents a significant break with the past in two different levels. First, it includes an explicit reference to the right of governments to regulate in the public interest. CETA makes clear from the outset that the EU and Canada preserve their right to regulate and to achieve legitimate policy objectives such as public health, safety, environment, public morals, social or consumer protection, and the promotion and protection of cultural diversity. There is a clear instruction to the Tribunal for the interpretation of investment provisions. Secondly, CETA creates an independent investment court system consisting of a permanent tribunal. Dispute settlement proceedings will be conducted in a transparent and impartial manner. And contrary to the traditional investment dispute settlement agreements, the tribunal will be composed of 15 members nominated by the European Union and Canada and not by the arbitrators, nominated by the investor and defending state. It is also explicitly foreseen that governments can change their laws, including in a way that affects investors' expectations of profit, and that the application of law does not constitute a breach of investment protection standards. It's worth repeating that CETA explicitly safeguards health, safety, and environmental protections, and that nothing in CETA prevents governments from providing preferences to Aboriginal peoples or adopting measures to protect or promote Canadian culture. Mr. Speaker, as Vice President of the Canadian-European Parliamentary Association, I've recently had the opportunity to speak about the advantages of CETA to our European parliamentary counterparts at meetings in Canada and in Europe. There was general agreement that there were advantages to European countries to participate in this trade agreement, just as there are advantages for Canada. I was part of a panel that met with business owners in Bratislava, Slovakia, who were very excited about the opportunities opened up by the trade agreement with Canada. I also have had the opportunity to tour auto parts manufacturing plants in Europe and to see a Volkswagen assembly plant creating VW Touaregs, Porsche Cayennes, and other luxury SUVs, many of which are destined for my community of Oakville. Just as Oakville currently imports the Ford Edge to Europe, we are importing European automobiles to Canada. Mr. Speaker, this trade already exists. CETA will simplify the rules and make the products more affordable to consumers in both jurisdictions. Like many communities across Canada, Oakville depends on free trade and open global trade to maintain our high standard of living. This is a modern agreement, an extremely positive one for the Canadian economy, which relies on open markets and trade. Mr. Speaker, I have relatives in Germany, Poland, and Sweden. Many Canadians like me have family and friends that live in the European Union. This is a good trade relationship for people. This is a good trade agreement for Oakville and my town's businesses. This is a good trade deal for Canada. I hope every member of Parliament gets behind CETA and supports Bill C-30. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to hear my colleague across talking about his care for family and friends. I share that, of course, in my own riding of Essex, and I'm deeply concerned for my riding of Essex and his of Oakville on the impact of increased cost of prescription drugs for Canadians. I can't understand, Mr. Speaker, how the member opposite will explain to the many people of Oakville. I have many friends who live in Oakville and work in Oakville, Mr. Speaker, and they do not support increased drug costs in a trade deal like we see in CETA. Mr. Speaker, increasing drug costs for Canadians, changing our patent legislation, 25% of CETA, implementing legislation, our changes to the Patent Act have absolutely no place in a trade agreement in 2016, Mr. Speaker. This will hurt Canadians, and I can't comprehend in a working community like Oakville, where the member is from across, how he will explain to everyone there that he will now sign a trade agreement and stand up proudly and happily to saddle them with increased drug costs from that moment that they sign on, the moment that the member votes, going forward. I'd like an explanation, Mr. Speaker, on how he will explain this, the increased drug costs, to the people of his riding of Oakville.
Honourable member for Oakville.
So, Mr. Speaker, I was very careful in my remarks to outline in great detail the benefits of CETA to multiple business sectors and people and professionals working in Oakville. CETA is a good deal. The member can take one small aspect of it and focus on it. I don't know why the NDP does not get behind and support trade deals. 1 in 5 Canadian jobs depend on trade. Mr. CETA, we need to work on drug prices in Canada. We also need to make sure that our pharma companies can make reasonable profits and have reasonable protection for the work that they've put into research and development. I think this is a good trade deal for Canada.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his speech. It seems like he indeed does understand the importance of trade and the importance of this deal. I do want to ask him, though, on the issue of international trade. I think he acknowledges that we're going into a time internationally where there may be protectionist sentiments out there. And I think it's very important in that environment for Canada to be taking the lead, speaking up strongly about the importance of international trade, especially about the benefits of our historic trade agreements. Why then did the Prime Minister, right away after the U.S. election, completely throw NAFTA under the bus by saying we'd be prepared to renegotiate it? Why isn't the government actually prepared to stand up for our historic trade deals which are working and which have served us and have served all of North America well in the midst of pursuing this new trade deal as well?
Honourable member for Oakville.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. Our Prime Minister has been incredibly vocal and personally out there meeting with multinational corporations, leaders of other countries to promote trade. In a period of time when protectionism seems to be growing in certain parts of the world, it is great to see Canada at the leading edge, fighting for free trade and promoting trade. We all prosper when trade happens. This government has been open and transparent, unlike the TPP deal, which was negotiated by the members, by a previous member's government, that was hidden and behind doors. All of this has been open and transparent. This government continues to promote open and transparent trade dialogue.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Labrador. The honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise, Mr. Speaker, to speak about the over 1,000 former employees of Wabush Mines in Labrador and Quebec who lost 20 to 24% of their hard-earned pension benefits when Cliffs Natural Resources walked away from their iron ore operations in Wabush. They also walked away from their unfunded pension liabilities that was owed to workers. Cliffs in Canada, under the CCAA process, is liquidating assets for its creditors and being allowed to pass over workers' pensions, medical benefits, and deferred salaries that workers have already earned. These workers spent decades of building the company and the town that they live in. Cliffs Canada may have become unprofitable with low commodity prices in Canada, but their resources in the USA remain profitable. Mr. Speaker, I find it unacceptable that profits and assets can be shuffled across the border for years before a company can be assessed, yet CCAA can only look back through 1 year of a company's operations, and it provides no mechanism to fully protect the workers. Mr. Speaker, when you work for a pension and benefits, you deserve to collect them.
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honour a well-recognized hockey softball community volunteer, neighbour and friend, Mike Landucci. Prior to his passing last spring following a short battle with cancer, Mike was a dedicated Fort St. John minor hockey referee and softball umpire who was highly regarded as the referee committee member for Northeastern BC Yukon District. Further was instrumental in training the next generation of young referees in the BCPs. The Fort St. John Flyers Hockey Club recently honoured his memory at a preseason North Peace Hockey League game against Dawson Creek Canucks. North Beach referees are honoring Mike this year by wearing the ML patch I'm wearing today. Michael Joseph Landucci is survived by his fiancée, Faye, his son Chris, his sister Kathy, and her husband Michael and their children. As one of our community volunteers, as a neighbor and as a friend, to all you encountered, not to mention the Christmas Eve visits to our house of Santa Claus, you will be missed. May you rest in peace, Mike.
The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, as you undoubtedly know, the environment is a top priority for our government. The main reason that I came back to politics was the quality of the water in the two lakes sharing a boundary with the U.S., Champlain and Memphremagog. Last week, I called a meeting of the International Joint Council, the Minister of Quebec, municipalities, etc., the Quebec government, to make people aware of all types of bacteria. And the mayors all agree that the water quality there is deteriorating. Thousands of people are seeing their drinking water affected. Action is required quickly. That's why it's of the utmost importance for the mandate of the International Joint Committee for this jointly shared waters to take action on this bacteria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, many Canadians voted for change. Unfortunately, the change they have so far from this government is nothing but chump change. How else can you explain the huge mistake the Liberals made in their bill to change the Canada Pension Plan? And how do you explain their refusal to answer a simple question? Will they fix their flawed bill? 10 times I stood in this House last week and asked if the government would fix this flawed bill. 10 times I received non-answers. No one on the government side wants to take responsibility for their mistake. And more frightening, no one on the government side has stood up to say they will fix it. The Liberals' plan singles out women and the disabled for exclusion. We have been calling on the government to recognize their mistake and acknowledge the problem. Seeing nothing from the Liberals, we were proposing to fix the bill ourselves. I hope all members will support my amendment at committee. The supposed feminist Prime Minister is failing Canadian women and disabled. Shame on him, and please fix the bill.
Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank about 3 individuals who have excelled in their field and have made us all proud. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Manny Baya, one of BC's 50 most influential, a young entrepreneur who created Vancity Buzz and Daily Hive, 2 sites that have some of the largest Canadian audiences, all while working out of his basement, but now employs dozens and millions in revenue. The second is Dr. Kamal Masri of SFU Surrey, who has inspired his business class to raise thousands for cancer research. And finally, I want to recognize Charn Paul Gill, a man who has fought for workers' rights, helped build PICS, a settlement agency that helps immigrants integrate and settle to become great Canadians, and Guru Nanak Niwas, a 77-unit assisted living facility in Surrey. Canada is better because of the commitments to research, technology, and charity because of these individuals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Rose grows prolifically across my province, its delicate beauty often belying its resiliency to flourish after harsh winters. I can't think of a better metaphor to liken the women of Alberta to. This year they're being tested, and they and their families are out of work, many for over a year. They bear a burden of their families' lost income and lost pride. They do this while making hard choices that are necessary to keep a roof over their heads. And in the midst of their own struggles, their shoulders are cried on by those who don't want handouts, they just want to work. I thank them for their strength and for their sacrifice. The women of Alberta watch as this government ignores us, calls the work that we do dirty, raise our taxes, and prioritize everything and everywhere else except for us. Well, Mr. Speaker, if you try to uproot a wild rose, you end up with a fistful of thorns. So the women of Alberta will not be silent. We demand action, and we demand it now. We will ensure a strong Alberta, and in doing so, a strong Canada.
The Honourable Member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, as chair of the Canada-Moldavia Parliamentary Friendship Group, I'd like to congratulate the Moldavian people on the first presidential elections by universal suffrage in more than 20 years. In this year, the year marking the 25th anniversary of independence.
We need support and encouragement from the more established ones. Canada has a great deal to offer this country, striving to attain ambitious goals of good governance, prosperity, and multilateral relationships. La position géopolitique de la Moldavie.
Moldavia's geopolitical position makes it an important ally for Canada in Eastern Europe. In addition, Moldavia has made considerable efforts to join the EU.
It comes without saying that the success of one country on the road to reforms and to European integration will have a huge impact and mobilizing effect on others. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the people of Moldova on the 25th anniversary of independence. Merci.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, 84 years ago, the horror of the Holodomor, the genocide of Ukraine's rural population, began. Stalin decreed food illegal for Ukrainian farmers. The Kremlin's Red Brigade scoured the countryside, confiscating grain and livestock. Farmers who were caught hiding food, as little as 5 stalks of wheat, were shot on sight. Ukraine's lush countryside was transformed into a denuded and silent darkness as people ate grasses and anything living. The eerie silence that engulfed villages only broken by the sound of death wagons transporting starvation-bloated bodies. Let us also contemplate how was it possible that in the West, with the exception of a few brave journalists and politicians, so many chose to look away. 84 years hence, once again, we confront the darkest of evils, genocide. Collectively, let this House have the moral strength of conviction to give meaning to the solemn pledge of never again. Vічна їм пам'ять.
Honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
The President Minister of Public Safety, then in opposition, presented a private member's motion, number 446, calling for defibrillators to be installed in all 5,600 RCMP cruisers. Then, as now, this would cost only $10 million. Statistics from other police forces show that each year 1 life is saved for every 17 defibrillators installed in police vehicles. So following through on motion 446 a year ago, when the Liberals took office, would have resulted in 5,600 installed defibrillators and 320 saved lives. But a year has gone by, and even though the very same member who introduced motion 446 is now minister in charge of the RCMP, nothing has happened. In consequence, 320 Canadians who would otherwise be alive today are now dead. Why has the minister failed to follow through? What does he say to the families of all the Canadians whose lives would have been saved if he had followed through on his own proposal?
Honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commend one of my outstanding constituents from Dartmouth Cole Harbour, Planet Paws business owner and internationally known pet nutrition blogger, Rodney Habib. Rodney's life changed forever after his own dog was harmed during the melamine-tainted pet food crisis. At that moment, he devoted his entire life to changing the way we feed our pets. Rodney continues to give back to our community through improvements at Shuby Park in Dartmouth and by donating a percentage of his business's sales to local schools. Now Rodney has reached a huge milestone. He's reached over 1.3 million likes on Facebook. That makes him one of the largest brand followings on Facebook in Canada. His work on pet nutrition is known and respected worldwide. They say that a dog is a human's best friend, but I'd say that for dogs, Rodney is their best friend. On behalf of pet owners everywhere and my dog Toby, I congratulate and wish Rodney Habib continued success.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, this past week I toured the Bombardier plant in Thunder Bay, a site that has a rich place in Canadian history. Founded by the Canadian Car and Foundry Company in 1912, this facility was first made to produce railway boxcars. During World War II, the plant began construction of the famous Hawker Hurricane fighter for the Royal Canadian Air Force, led by Chief Engineer Elsie McGill, the first woman in Canada to earn a degree in aeronautical engineering. Since Bombardier acquired the plant in 1992, the facility has been responsible for delivering a number of notable railcar designs distributed across North America, including the Toronto Rocket subway cars for the TTC, bi-level cars for GO Transit. These cars carry thousands of Canadians daily, but the site is only as good as its workforce. Production was and still undertaken by hardworking and skilled men and women to produce a top-quality product. I'm extremely proud to have this facility in my riding of Thunder Bay Rainy River. It continues to serve as a hub of innovation.
Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, a bit of snow couldn't stop Ottawa Redblacks from emerging yesterday as the CFL's Eastern Division champions. The Redblacks came ready to play in front of more than 24,000 loyal fans. So when the snow came, in typical Canadian fashion, it was shoveled away. And when the shovels scraped away the lines, again, in typical Canadian fashion, they repainted them by hand. Finishing 35-23, thanks to the leadership of quarterback Henry Burris and a great coaching and support staff, the Red Blacks are off to play the Calgary Stampeders for the Grey Cup next Sunday. And next year, Mr. Speaker, when Ottawa hosts the Grey Cup, I am confident they will do so as reigning champions. Go Red Blacks!
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan.
Monsieur le Président, le 20 novembre marque...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. November 20th marks Universal Children's Day. To highlight this day, I went to visit children in Alfred Pellan as part of a UNICEF initiative in Canada called Invite Your MP to School. The event provided an opportunity to discuss with young people issues that are very important to them. By listening to them, Parliament will be more inclusive and we will be able to enact policies that guarantee their rights are respected. Yesterday, I went and joined with the Maison de la Famille in Saint-François, and I attended a meeting on the Convention of the Rights for Children, which discussed their universal rights.
Fight against child poverty, and we must continue to do everything we can so that all children have the same opportunities to succeed in life. Thank you, Mr. President.
A member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, in the month of November, Canadians remember our men and women in uniform who have stood on guard for all Canadians. Today I want to pay special tribute to one of those men, Fred Gendron, one of my constituents in Powell River. Fred served our country as a soldier from 1942 until 1946. He fought in France and Germany, and he was part of the Liberation Force in Holland, for which he was awarded a medal. Fred stayed on after the war ended to serve Canada as a member of the occupation force in Germany. For the past 12 years, Fred has laid the wreath for his Member of Parliament at Remembrance Day ceremonies. This year, Fred was too ill, and his wife Shirley and I laid the wreath in recognition of the man she loves so much. I am so grateful for the courage, dignity, and service that Fred offered to our country, as so many others have done and continue to do so. I know that this House will join me in offering our gratitude to a remarkably humble Fred Gendron, my constituent and friend in Powell River.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, this Sunday, the 104th Grey Cup game will be played in Toronto. Canadian football remains a distinct game, a unique part of our Canadian heritage. Our game is played on a bigger field with a shorter play clock, only 3 downs, and of course, in Canadian football, we have bigger balls. Canadians can be proud knowing that our game is an exciting, high-scoring, and fast-paced game, a game worthy of the annual celebration that is the Grey Cup, a game that will be watched by millions of Canadians from coast to coast to coast. This year also promises the continuation of a tradition begun in 1948 of bringing Western-style hospitality to Toronto, so watch out for road apples in front of the Royal York Hotel. We expect a great game, and although I enjoy my time here in Ottawa, let there be no doubt where my allegiance will be as Calgary goes for its 8th Grey Cup. On behalf of my constituents and all Stampeders fans, go Stamps, go! Go Stamps, go!
Honourable Member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, 175 years ago yesterday, in what is now Saint-Louis-Laurentide, Quebec, Henri Charles Wilfrid Laurier was born, and Canadian history was inexorably changed as a result. I rise today to join all Canadians in celebrating a Canadian icon and statesman. Sir Laurier willed into being the open, tolerant, and diverse Canada we know and cherish today. 142 years since first being elected to federal office, and 120 years since being named Prime Minister, Sir Laurier's sunny ways continues to resonate in these halls, albeit sporadically, but fortunately considerably more often across our land. Considered by many Canada's greatest Prime Minister, Laurier is, on a personal level, my favourite Prime Minister, with one obvious exception. His ringing pronouncement, Canada is free and freedom is its nationality, remains as true today as when...
Oral questions. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals, even though they weren't under the snow like we were in Ottawa yesterday at the football game, well, they've almost fumbled away the ball. In the last year, they've signed no new free trade agreements with our partners, Mr. Speaker. And now the Prime Minister is showing that he's not a good negotiator. How can Canadians trust that they will negotiate good treaties to create jobs here in Canada? The Honourable Minister of International Trade. Mr. Speaker, CETA is clearly in the national interest. It's important for all members of this House to set aside partisan politics. We supported CETA when we were in the opposition, and I would have expected the Conservatives to do the same now that they are in opposition. CETA is a progressive agreement, very important for the middle class, and we are proud to have put it in place. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean.
Sir, but for the wrong question, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals almost dropped the ball on CETA, which was initiated under our government. Then the Liberals have just lost a year without signing any important trade agreements. No one. Mr. Speaker, since the Prime Minister reveals himself as an inefficient negotiator, how can Canadians have confidence in negotiating good treaties and creating jobs here in Canada?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I am a bit confused as to how the member opposite can claim that our government has failed to sign trade agreements. The most significant trade agreement signed by a government of Canada since the signing of NAFTA is CETA. And I would like to remind the member opposite that that agreement was signed by our Prime Minister. And that signature was made possible only by the hard work of our government.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Well, Mr. Speaker, we all remember Mr. Barroso's visit. We won't go back to that, but let's go back to softwood lumber, Mr. Speaker. We seem clearly to be heading towards a legal dispute with our American partners. And as 75% of Canadian products are exported to the United States, this means that we have a lot of concerns. How can this government, how can this minister put in place a softwood lumber agreement that will protect the 300,000 jobs?
Jobs here in Canada.
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I am once again surprised that the Honourable Member has spoken about Mr. Barroso's visit. That was a visit that was very, very costly for Canadians, and the visit was done before the conclusion of the agreement. It was a festival without a final agreement. That's not what our government does. We believe in getting the work done, and that is why we signed the agreement.
The member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Well, Mr. Speaker, they signed the deal into the next stage, but it was already done when we left in 2014. This has been a lost year for Canada with regard to trade opportunities. Last spring, I called on this Liberal government to be ready to forge ahead with the progressive TPP signatories in the event the Americans got cold feet, like they have. Reports coming out of the APEC summit in Lima, Peru, indicate that 6 countries, Mexico, Japan, Australia, Malaysia, New Zealand, and Singapore, have committed to pursuing the TPP trade agreement with or without the United States. Why are our Prime Minister and Trade Minister MIA and allowing Canada to be left out of this important deal?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, as the member opposite began with CETA, that's where I'm going to start. And I think it is very important to point out that the finalization of the legal scrub of CETA was delayed for almost 2 years because of the failure of the previous government to make the progressive changes that were necessary. We understood what needed to be done, and we got this historic deal done. When it comes to the TPP, we committed to consulting with Canadians, and that is what we are proud to be doing.
Honourable member for Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, the 2 years was budgeted early on for the legal scrub and the translation that was going to be required. The minister finds herself in the unenviable position of being on the podium but not even playing in the game. For the last year, the Liberals' continued indecision on the TPP has put Canada at a further disadvantage. The Prime Minister has sidelined Canada's economic interests and future prosperity while 6 countries forge ahead with the TPP agreement. Why won't they work with these progressive countries to implement this specific trade agreement? Get it done.
Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I am really saddened to need to point out that the honourable member is as ill-informed about the TPP as he is about CETA. The reality is CETA was stalled until we formed government and until we made the necessary changes. As for the TPP, as the honourable member ought to know, and he could consult with one of his colleagues who is well informed about this agreement, that agreement was signed last year. There are 2 years, a 2-year period for all the TPP countries to consult on it. That's what we're...
The honourable member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are trying to push through legislation to implement CETA while ignoring Canadians' outstanding concerns with this deal. When the Liberals were in opposition, they agreed with New Democrats that on CETA, more consultations and analysis were needed. But the minister has ignored calls for the removal of investor state rules, refused to address rising costs of prescription drugs, and neglected to consult Canadians. Trade with Europe is too important to get wrong. Why is the minister pushing through this flawed agreement instead of taking the time to get it right?
Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, as usual, we're in a position where the Conservatives claim we are doing one thing wrong and the NDP claim we are doing exactly the same thing wrong. That's where we like to be because it shows we're working hard for Canadians. When it comes to CETA, I am extremely happy to be working energetically to get this progressive trade deal done. This is a deal supported by all the provinces, including Quebec. It is supported by all the socialist parties of Europe. Are there any trade deals the NDP can support?
Honourable member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, as usual, the Liberals are full of hypocrisy. And around CETA, it's astonishing. In the Liberals' 2014 committee report, even they called on the government to assess the impact of CETA's IP protections on the cost of prescription drugs in Canada. Canadians already pay some of the highest costs for prescription drugs. Under CETA, they could rise by $850 million every year. Now that the Liberals are in government, they are in complete denial about this reality. When will the government be honest with Canadians about the impact of CETA on prescription drug costs?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to CETA, we are being absolutely transparent and absolutely consistent with the positions we took in opposition. In opposition, I was our party's trade critic, and I was proud then to support this progressive deal. We have made this deal even better. What astonishes me is that the NDP, which was able to support a trade agreement with South Korea, finds itself in 2016 to be unable to support the world's most progressive trade agreement. We are living in a time of a nativist...
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government says that it's listened to dairy producers concerning a plan for compensation for losses linked to CETA. And yet, since their announcement, no one is satisfied. No producers. Last week, Quebec's dairy producers asked the Liberals to increase the amount for producers by $750 million and that they extend the program over 15 years instead of 5 years. Will the government continue to pretend that they're listening to producers, or will they finally give them their due? The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
And I appreciate my honourable colleague's question and concern, but I think he's fully aware that this government supports dairy farmers and supply management. CETA is certainly an important deal for farmers, and it will provide additional export opportunities up to $1.5 billion. And my honourable colleague is well aware that we announced $350 million, $250 million for the dairy farmers to innovate, $100 million to make sure that our processors are in a position to work when CETA comes into play. Through this, Mr. Speaker, this government has done more for supply management than has been done for the last 10 years.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Mr. Speaker, that's peanuts. I don't understand how the government can say that it's proud of a transition plan of $250 million over 5 years when annual losses to producers could be as high as $150 million. According to the president of Quebec's Milk Producers Association, the Liberal plan represents barely $5,000 per farm, and producers will need to invest their own money to access that. $5,000, Mr. Speaker, that barely covers electricity costs for one machine. Mr. Speaker, will the government stop pretending that they're listening to our producers?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Merci, Mr. President, and my honourable colleague is well aware that we've sat down with dairy producers and processors for the last number of months, and this is a program that came in place. Well, Ontario dairy farmers are quite pleased, my honourable friend. And the fact is, what we will do is make sure that the dairy farmers and supply management and our processors in this sector will be able to deal with CETA when it comes into play and will be competitive for many years to come. That is why this government sat down with the dairy farmers and put a program in place that will innovate the dairy.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Donald Trump's election could mean an increase in interest rates. And the U.S. Federal Reserve President Janet Yellen has said that an increase could be possible as soon as December. And this, Mr. Speaker, is very bad news for Canadian taxpayers because we know that interests already represent $20 billion of the current budget. And what is the Minister of Finance doing right now, Mr. Speaker? Well, he's still spending as if nothing is going to happen and increasing the deficit. So for the 10th time, I ask the government, when will we return to balanced budgets? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague from Louis Saint Laurent. The Government of Canada is doing exactly what Canadians are expecting. When interest rates are low, we are investing, Mr. Speaker. That's exactly what Canadians understand. So what we've done, Mr. Speaker, in our budget for 2016 is invest in families, invest in communities, invest in young people, invest in seniors. We have reiterated the plan that we announced in the fall, Mr. Speaker, and what's most unfortunate is that every time the members from across the way voted against Canada's middle class. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, that's 10 times now that they've refused to tell us when we're going to get back to balanced budgets. And in the meantime, Mr. Speaker, there's no plan for economic growth. The Prime Minister had the opportunity recently to meet with major economic deciders, but he didn't talk about softwood lumber. He didn't talk about Keystone XL. He didn't talk about the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Mr. Speaker, that's this government's record. No plan for economic growth and no plan to get back to balanced budgets. Is there a pilot in a plane over there? The Honourable Minister
has a very clear plan when it comes to economic growth. We've been very clear we're going to use fiscal policy to stimulate growth and invest in the economy. That is why we made historic investments in infrastructure, $180 billion, which will create jobs across the country and position our companies to be more productive, more competitive, and more export-oriented, Mr. Speaker. We have a plan that's investing in middle-class Canadians by providing tax relief to them. Unfortunately, the party opposite has not supported our efforts in helping the middle class and helping grow the economy, Mr. Speaker, and that's very unfortunate.
The member for South Surrey White Rock.
Conservatives delivered a balanced budget, completed over 7,200 infrastructure projects, created over 1.2 million
jobs set up P3 Canada to leverage private sector dollars, which delivered over $6.6 billion in additional infrastructure. The Liberals gave us a $30 billion deficit, 0 new full-time jobs, and they're taking $15 billion away from communities for their bank. Mr. Speaker, with this record, how can they call Canadians stupid and irresponsible for questioning their methods?
Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, our government, along with industry, has created an environment which has created 139,600 jobs since we took office. To illustrate that point, Mr. Speaker, we've invested in small businesses as well. For example, new equipment to improve process for GPAC technology in British Columbia, the same province that the member represents. That created 65 jobs in South Surrey, White Rock, a conservative-held riding. We are making investments, regardless of which riding it is, to make sure we have growth and opportunities for our small and large businesses, Mr. Speaker. We are creating jobs.
Member for South Surrey, White Rock.
0 net new jobs. Over 99% of announced infrastructure projects by the Liberals are not yet under construction. 99%. And 0 new full-time jobs have been created since the Liberals took office. Mr. Speaker, announcing projects in a community does not equal breaking ground, starting construction, or job creation. Getting infrastructure projects built is what creates jobs. Mr. Speaker, does the minister understand that simply announcing and re-announcing infrastructure projects in communities do not create jobs?
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, our government's priority is to create jobs and create growth, and that's why, since taking office, we have approved 980 projects with a combined value of $12 billion from coast to coast to coast, including a project that is currently underway, along with 70% of the other projects in Surrey, British Columbia, in members' own riding that she represented when she was as a mayor of their city, asking for the same project to be funded by the federal government that we are funding now, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honourable Member for Richmond, North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, all that we know about the creation of this new infrastructure bank is that the Liberals are considering selling off and privatizing Canadian assets, that they want to increase fees and prices, and that they'll take $15 billion that was going to be for municipalities, and they're going to spend it in this bank, which will be inaccessible to smaller municipalities. So I have a very simple for the infrastructure minister. Can he name just one municipality of fewer than 50,000 inhabitants that will be able to have access to this infrastructure bank? The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we understand that we need to invest in Canadian communities of all sizes, large urban centres, small communities and mid-sized communities. And it was our government that made historic $2 billion commitment to invest in smaller communities that we made as part of the fall economic update. Only $15 billion out of $180 billion is being allocated to build new projects, transformed projects in all kind of communities from coast to coast to coast, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, North Athabasca. Well, Mr. Speaker, he's unable to answer a very simple question because it won't happen. There is no municipality of fewer than 50,000 people that's going to put in place projects of over $100 million. And we know that the investors they met with want returns of 7 to 9%. So what are the Liberals and their buddies going to do? Well, they're going to raise user fees at Canadian ports and airports and put more tolls on highways. What I see are more new taxes from the Liberals. And after a year in power, more taxes and no new jobs. Mr. Speaker, does this government realize that the only thing that they've been able to create in the last year are taxes?
The Minister of Infrastructure.
Well, Mr. Speaker, while we are focused on creating jobs for the middle class and growing the economy for hardworking Canadians, what are the opposition focused on? They're focused on opposing taxes for the wealthiest 1% of Canadians. They're focused on opposing increased enhancements to CPP. They're opposing tax breaks for the middle class. As I said earlier, out of $180 billion for infrastructure, vast majority of that money will be delivered to municipalities of all sizes, the way we have done in the past, creating jobs.
Member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, last week we learned the Liberals have hired a corporation who is in the business of buying infrastructure to study the benefits of privatizing our infrastructure. I wonder what they'll discover. This after a report from private sector recs recommending an infrastructure bank to create tolls and user fees to pay off the private sector. What's next? Stacking an NEB panel with oil industry insiders? Oh wait, that's been done. This government was elected to invest in infrastructure. Why are they so determined to sell it off?
Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would be interested in about knowing the plan of the member and her party to grow the economy and invest in the infrastructure. We are making historic investments, $180 billion over the 12 years. That will help grow the economy, create jobs for the middle class, as well as help municipalities and communities of all sizes to be more socially inclusive and environmentally sustainable. That's the commitment we made to Canadians, and that's the commitment we are delivering upon, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basques.
Was to actually have small deficits to invest in infrastructure and not to privatize them. Voilà.
As Michael Sabia, an advisor to the government, has already said, investors in this infrastructure bank will want to see returns of 7 to 9%. This is 4 times higher than if the government invested themselves at current interest levels. This infrastructure bank, well, it's like a P3 on steroids. The Auditor General of Ontario recently concluded that P3s had cost about $1 billion more a year in infrastructure than if the government of Ontario had invested itself. Does the minister understand that the definition of insanity is...
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we were elected on a platform to invest in historic plan in infrastructure, including the creation of the infrastructure bank. The role of the bank is to build more infrastructure, not less infrastructure. $180 billion of historic investment and leveraging of the private sector will help Canadian municipalities to build the public transit they need, to build more recreational facilities they need, help us grow our economy and create jobs for the middle class and those who are working so hard to join that middle class.
Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, the minister's edict to close the Vegreville Immigration Centre and move it to a Liberal-held city centre riding is just the start. Jobs and families are at risk. Removing 280 jobs from Vegreville is comparable to cutting 55,000 jobs from Edmonton. The Liberal plan failed to create one single new full-time job in all of Canada in the past year, and now they're charging ahead to cut 280 from a small rural town. When will the Liberals reverse this edict and save rural jobs?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I definitely understand this is an issue, which is why my staff has spoken to the Mayor of Vegreville, and I've offered to meet the member to discuss these issues. But the fact of the matter is that our fundamental responsibility is to improve levels of service and reduce processing time in immigration, and as a consequence of this move, there will be a net increase in jobs in Alberta, and all those currently working in Vegreville will have an opportunity to remain employed.
Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, this is even bigger than 280 jobs. 250 spousal jobs will be impacted. Small businesses will shut their doors. Struggling farm families will lose the only stable income they have. Schools will lose 1/4 of their students and then teachers. The Liberals' so-called business case doesn't include a cost study or an economic impact assessment. So how can the minister claim anything about job gains when he has actually no idea about the full scope of devastation he's causing?
Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
The member opposite is talking about jobs in Alberta, so I want to take this opportunity again to highlight what our government is doing to create jobs across Alberta in all the regions. And I'm honored to work.
Order. Members have strong feelings on many subjects that come before us, but we still have to listen to the question and the answer. The Honourable Minister of Economic Development has the floor. Order.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the Minister of Immigration, so eloquently has responded to her question, and I want to take this opportunity to talk about what we're doing to create jobs in Alberta. For example, we invested in commercialization of new technology to improve efficiency in O4D systems, a company in Alberta that will create 12 jobs. Again, these are small businesses that will benefit from those investments. To develop a new product line for use of airline industry, Dakota Supplies, in Alberta, for example, that will create 9 jobs, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, as Christmas approaches, the Canada Revenue Agency has decided to play the Grinch with its employees, using typical Liberal math. An announced expansion of 70 jobs at the Tax Processing Centre in Summerside, PAI, means 182 people are being told they must move to another community or face losing their jobs. This Liberal attack on another rural area will cause unnecessary pain to all the affected families. Why is the minister playing with people's lives and livelihoods?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government has stopped the decline of labour movement in the regions. We are continuing to offer good jobs for the middle class. Canadians are using online services more and more, and we understand that this means that the CRA has to modernize and to ensure that they can meet their needs. The government has committed to ensuring that Canadians from across the country have access to the best services when they deal with the CRA.
That is, Mr. Speaker, that is not good enough. That is an attack on the middle class. The Liberal plan to devastate rural communities is getting worse. These are real jobs in jeopardy because the Liberals are taking Atlantic Canada for granted. Rural communities need jobs like this to survive. So when are the Liberals going to stop their attack on rural areas and allow people to continue to work in their home and communities?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, the announcement today confirms that the agency will hire more staff and ensure strong presence in rural areas from one ocean to another. We will continue to work with unions and with local stakeholders to accompany them in this transition. Canadians expect that the CRA will take good decisions and make good investments to deliver world-class services.
James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, Parliament ordered this government to stop fighting First Nation children in court and to comply with the Human Rights Tribunal. 2 days later, the government was back in court, fighting against medical treatment for a First Nation child. And tomorrow, Cindy Blackstock will be back in court because of their stonewalling. When it comes to broken promises to First Nation people, government talk is really cheap, but their lawyers are expensive. We find out that since the ruling in January, this government spent over $500,000 fighting Cindy Blackstock with lawyers, even though she won. So simple question, how can they justify that?
Parliamentary Secretary for Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government welcomes the tribunal's ruling, and we've been taking concrete steps to address its order. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we've committed more than $635 million to address the child funding welfare gap in this country, and we've provided services to more than 900 kids since July, with an additional $382 million in investments under Jordan's principle, and explained and expanded the definition. It is, Mr. Speaker, this government prefers reconciliation with Indigenous people, and we know.
Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
And why are you fighting them in court? A humpback whale was found dead, entangled in an empty net near a salmon farm near Campbell River. This is the second time a whale has been entangled in this fish farm in 3 months. Last time, a juvenile humpback was trapped and needed to be rescued at this same site. Open-net salmon farms are clearly a risk to marine mammals. Will the government eliminate this problem by supporting my bill to transition this industry to safe close containment and protect marine mammals?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, we obviously share our colleagues' concern with respect to the protection of marine mammals. The circumstances around this humpback whale's mishap are obviously of huge concern to the government. Mr. Speaker, that's why 2 weeks ago the Prime Minister, in a historic investment of $1.5 billion for ocean protections, put in place a series of measures that will not only ensure better protection of marine mammals, but also make the scientific and operational investments to ensure that this kind of horrible incident does not happen again.
Honourable Member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, infrastructure investments we make today have the potential to lock in future greenhouse gas emissions, in many cases for years. That's why I brought my private member's motion M45 to this House, because we know we must reduce infrastructure-related GHGs now in order to combat climate change over the long term. Can the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities update this House on what the government is doing to reduce the GHG footprint of Canada's infrastructure today and in the future?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member for Halifax for his strong advocacy on environmental sustainability. We are delivering on our historic commitment to grow the economy, increase productivity, mitigate and adapt to climate change, and build socially inclusive communities. Once in place, M45 would be part of our existing approval process for infrastructure projects. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Foothills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First Nations people across Canada, in fact, all Canadians deserve financial transparency from their communities. The lack of action from this government and the empty words from the Minister of Indigenous Affairs are completely unacceptable. The minister seems keen to making it almost impossible for First Nations people to have access to the financial audits for their community. Mr. Speaker, this minister is not enforcing the First Nations Financial Transparency Act. Why is she endorsing and allowing First Nations leadership to break the law?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. But I think it's quite obvious that on this side of the House, we don't believe in a process that's top-down. We believe in working with First Nations and all Indigenous people across the country. We see transparency, openness, and accountability, one of the hallmarks of doing that. But we're not going to implement something that the Conservatives tried to shove down the throats of Indigenous people. We are going to work with them to develop a transparency process that works for all Indigenous people.
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Mr. Speaker, the First Nations Transparency Act was put in place because grassroots First Nations, like the Blood Tribe, requested increased transparency from their elected leaders. Some First Nations bands continue to file the Transparency Act disclosures despite refusal by the Liberals to enforce the law because they too recognize its benefit to their members. This minister is harming First Nations people by restricting easy access to financial information. Mr. Speaker, when will she begin to start enforcing the law?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government and First Nations government want more transparency. They want it increased and they want more accountability. But, Mr. Speaker, they do not want made-in-Ottawa solutions that are going to be forced upon them. What I say to the member opposite is that we are not prepared to enforce the top-down regulatory process that they had in place, but rather we will work with First Nations to ensure full transparency, full accountability for the work they do, and we will not penalize them in the meantime.
Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, the epitome of top-down is the process that they've undertaken. We are talking about grassroots band members who are facing critical information, and the positive path forward is transparency as they look at how they move ahead. The reality, band members from Semiahmoo asked for financial information hundreds of times over 18 years. When the Transparency Act finally revealed that things were not as comfortable as they should have been, the Council didn't like it. So they have stopped filing, and now the information is no longer available. When will how will the Minister justify that this information is not available to the membership?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have to be clear because the member knows that that is wrong. All First Nations governments and individuals have access to information. There is a process by which I have to go to do that. But, Mr. Speaker, what the minister decided last winter is that she would not use her discretionary power to unfairly punish the members of First Nations by withholding important program funding from them, something the Conservatives wanted to do, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, the Financial Transparency Act also provides insight into successful band management practices. And I think there's a great example that was reported in the province where the Osoyoos First Nations is one of the most business-minded in Canada. Virtually no unemployment. The chief's salary has been frozen for 2 years and is at a reasonable level. Thanks to the Transparency Act, other people can look at the financial statements, see how they're structured, and perhaps look at some of the best practice. Does the minister not realize that shared information is a benefit to one and all?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I have said before, there is a process whereby all members can access the information and transparency around our budget. After any allegation of misuse of public funds, we take that very seriously as a government. We have also conducted forensic audits when we felt that it was necessary to do so, and we ensure that the funds that are allocated are used for what they are intended. We'll continue to work with First Nations to implement a process that is fair and accountable and transparent that they are a part of, Mr. Speaker, not something dictated by the former government.
Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
The government promised gender parity for its senior appointments, and that means 50-50. But only a quarter of federal, Crown Corporation and agency directors are women. 1 in 4 is not gender parity. It's not even close. According to the Canadian Board Diversity Council, the government's approach is insufficient, and quotas may be necessary to bring about the desired change, they say. Will the government support my bill to ensure equal representation? Simple question, yes or no.
Honourable Minister for the Status of Women.
Mr. Speaker, we know that when women are involved in every aspect of our democratic society, that in fact Canada does better as a whole. And that's why we're so focused on ensuring that women have the same opportunities for economic success, for leadership, and to contribute to our country. So I look forward to continuing this work with all members of the House.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, the Heritage Minister may take the liberty of profoundly changing the rules governing our cultural distinctiveness, but she should at least come clean about her so-called public consultations. For the sake of transparency, will the Minister release the briefs submitted in connection with those consultations? Because one thing is sure to come up. Can our ecosystem count on her to step up and do the obvious, i.e. make foreign companies like Google, Facebook, and Netflix pay their fair share? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his important question. I'd like to remind him that, of course, we are in an open and transparent process, and we will, of course, release all of the briefs from various stakeholders. I'd like to thank him. I know that he specifically made that request, and I, of course, agree with him. So there's a nice example of cooperation, Mr. Speaker.
For Lake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government will be foolishly putting billions of taxpayer money at risk when they announce very soon that they'll be sole sourcing Super Hornet fighter jets. Respected Professor Eleanor Sloan said the government's plan to sole source Super Hornet fighter jets is wrong. The Super Hornet may or may not be the right aircraft for Canada, but we won't know that until there's a full competition for the contract. So why won't the Liberals hold an open, fair, and transparent competition that ensures we get the best value for the Canadian taxpayer, the best job for Canadians, and the best aircraft for the Royal Canadian Air Force?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I find it quite ironic considering the previous government was into sole sourcing the F-35, and they should have looked at this problem a long time ago. They should have replaced our aging fleet. But over the summer, we've done a considerable amount of work with my colleagues in the various departments. The officials have done a lot of work. We're getting all the necessary information, and we will make a decision on replacing the fighters, and we'll pick a process that's going to meet the needs of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, we need to do a reality check here. So while the Prime Minister and the Defence Minister claim that there's a CF-18 capability gap, the fact is the Liberals have a credibility gap on this issue. Just last week, when asked about the supposed capability gap in committee, the Chief of Defence Staff said, this is a false deduction. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's office has manipulated the Liberal cabinet to force a sole source contract. The only solution to fix this mess by the Prime Minister is to do the right thing. Will the Liberals hold a fair and open competition to get the best fighter jets for the brave men and women in uniform?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, there is a capability gap with our fighters, and there also a capability gap with our Navy. And if they had looked at and focused on the military, we would actually have joint supply ships right now and not having to look at fixing things in the interim. So we are focused on replacing our fighters. We will be making a decision on the process going forward because we are committed to replacing our fighters.
Member for Barrie. Order. The member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, the Veterans Affairs Committee has heard personal testimony from veterans about the impact of the anti-malaria drug mefloquine. Many of our veterans have testified about suffering long-lasting and life-altering side effects after using this drug. In fact, after hearing these stories, the Veterans Affairs Committee has unanimously agreed that action is needed. Mr. Speaker, why is the Defence Minister continuing to support the use of mefloquine, despite the mounting evidence of its harmful consequences?
Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as I stated earlier, when our troops deploy into areas where there is malaria, we need to make sure that they are fully covered. We are looking at all aspects of these issues. The Chief of Defence Staff has asked the Surgeon General to look at this, and we will make sure that we make all the right decisions so that our troops are well looked after on operations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Mr. Speaker, supply-managed sectors are vitally important for the Canadian economy, contributing over $34 billion in overall economic benefit. La gestion de...
Under supply management, farmers and their families get a fair income, processors get stability, and consumers get high-quality products. Can the Minister of Agriculture tell us how the government is supporting our supply-managed industries?
Mr. President, and I thank my colleague from Glengarry Prescott Russell for his question and concern. Our government fully supports the supply management sector, and we will be meeting with the industry over potential changes to duty relief to improve the predictability of these imports, and we are looking at options on certification for spent fowl. We will continue to work with industry to ensure supply management is strong and competitive for many generations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Southeastern Alberta and Saskatchewan ranch families are languishing from a single case of bovine tuberculosis. These families are in the dark and are extremely stressed about their financial situations. The herds have been quarantined by CFIA. They've been stopped from selling their calves. They've lost their one payday a year. Testing herds is taking months. Help is needed now. Will the Liberals implement an emergency relief program for the ranchers whose herds have been quarantined by CFIA?
Good question.
Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my honourable colleague's question and concern. Our government is committed to protecting human and animal health and has launched a full disease investigation into this case. We understand the difficulties some ranchers may be facing as a result of bovine TB. That is why we are ensuring that CFIA does their job as quickly as possible in conducting their investigations. And we also need to ensure the industry is cleared of all this disease. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No, member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, during the election campaign, the Liberal Party promised to respect the federal public service. And yet, without any consultation whatsoever, nor any transparency, the government has decided to restructure the Shawinigan Tax Centre. Several workers, already saddled with the Phoenix pay system fiasco, now fear for their jobs. Mr. Speaker, can the minister reassure these workers by assuring them their jobs will be protected? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, my colleague opposite knows full well that the members involved were met with, and the member for Jonquière has congratulated us on our action.
Centre.
Mr. Speaker, residents of my riding of Scarborough Centre are working harder than ever, but many are worried that they won't have put away enough money for their retirement. Fewer Canadians have workplace pensions to rely on, and 1 in 4 families approaching retirement, 1.1 million families are at risk of not saving enough. Could the minister please inform the House what the government is doing to help ensure Canadians can retire in dignity?
Honourable Minister of Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to our colleague for her advocacy on behalf of seniors. Our government is engaged to help hardworking Canadians achieve a safe and dignified retirement. Earlier this year, we reached, with 9 provinces, a historic agreement to make important improvements to the Canadian pension plan. Une fois pleinement implanté,
once fully implemented, this will increase Canadian pensions from 1/4 to 1/3 of their income, and will lower the rate of financial vulnerability from 24% to 18%.
Speaker, there are dozens of Alberta ranchers that have been ordered not to sell their cattle that are under CFIA quarantine. These ranchers do not have the facilities, the feed, or the financial resources to feed their cattle over the winter. They're being forced to pay thousands of dollars to feed cattle that normally would have been sold by now so that they could meet their bills. Will this Liberal government commit to an emergency relief program to help pay the feed costs for the herds that have been quarantined by the CFIA?
Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my honourable colleague's question and concern. CFIA will bring in additional staff to make sure the testing is done as quickly as possible. CFIA will pay for compensation for any animals with bovine TB when they're destroyed. And we are discussing options for financial assistance for producers. You'll have to listen if you want. We are discussing options for financial assistance for producers whose animals are quarantined, but will not be destroyed because they test negative for bovine TB. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, according to the very federalist, very liberal Premier of Quebec, the so-called aid package for cheese producers will be paid out equally to all 10 provinces. Not only is $100 million over 4 years not enough, in fact, it's far too little, Quebec will get less than 25% when we produce 60% of the specialty cheeses. Will the minister boost the aid package to meet the needs of cheese producers? And will he solemnly commit to give Quebec producers their fair share, at least 60%?
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable colleague's question and concern. As my colleague is fully aware, we have sat down and consulted with the dairy industry and the processors, and the package that was put in place because of these discussions. We will be putting $250 million to make sure that the dairy sector is innovative and ready for CETA. We will be putting $100 million to make sure that our processing sector is ready, and I'm sure they will be ready. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, cheese producers say that this is obviously an insufficient aid package. Ottawa obviously doesn't care about Quebec's specialty cheeses. Big cheddar producers are as eligible for compensation as fine specialty cheese producers. Will the minister improve the aid package to help small cheese producers out, or is it just going to be more government bullshit? I call on the member to withdraw that remark. Or the member will not be heard from again for some period of time. The honourable member for Bécancour-Nicolas Sorel. Mr. Speaker, this government appears to be kowtowing to the big banks. C-29 will allow the banks to ignore Quebec's consumer protection and commercial practices legislation. It's a 45-year setback for Quebec consumers. The banks will be able to charge whatever they like with the government's consent. This from the same government that voted in favour of their using tax havens. I ask the 40 Quebec Liberal members, who do you work for the people or for the big banks? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the question is, it's self-evident, the answer. Perhaps he's the only member who doesn't understand that. What I can say is that we will continue to work on behalf of consumers in Canada. From the very outset, we've looked at all of our tax legislation and all of our legislation governing the banks, and we will always act in the interests of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent on a point of order.
The Minister talked about the job in Canada. So just to be sure that all Canadians have the right numbers, I would like to table this document, Labour Market Assessment 2016, produced by the Office of the Parliamentary Budget Officer in
The honourable member have the consent of the unanimous consent of the House to table the document. There does not appear to be unanimous consent. The
honourable member for Montcalm on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, point of order. Did you take into account the fact that the member for Mirabel did withdraw his remarks? No, because when I asked him to withdraw that remark, he shook his head. If he does wish to withdraw his remarks, I will give him the floor. I'll give him the opportunity to do so. The honourable member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, now that everyone knows what I think, I withdraw my remark. That's not the ideal way to withdraw one's remarks. We will continue now.
Dépôt de document.
Tabling of documents.
Here. There's more here. I encourage colleagues to take their conversations into the hallways. Order. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to table in both official languages a charter statement on Bill C-32, an act to repeal Section 159 of the Criminal Code.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the President of the Treasury Board, I have the honour to table in both official languages on behalf of 83 departments and agencies the departmental performance reports for 2015-16. Monsieur le Président, au nom du
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the President of the Treasury Board and the departments, I have the honour to table in both official languages the departmental performance reports for 2015-2016.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 23 of the Public Service Employment Act, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 2015-2016 Public Service Commission 2015-2016 Annual Report. Thank you.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading, Senate Public Bills. Motions.
The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Historical societies across Canada are concerned about this Liberal government's war on history and are calling on the government to include Confederation as a theme for the 150th anniversary of Confederation in 2017. Today, I'm presenting a petition from the members of the London and Middlesex Historical Society. The society, founded in 1901, is over 100 years old itself. London is, of course, home to Sir John A. Macdonald Public School, named after the man who gave us Confederation, and at the time of Confederation was represented by Sir John Carling in Parliament. He was actually an important person in facilitating the negotiations for Confederation, including that temporary unique partnership between George Brown and John A. Macdonald. As a result of his work, while he was not deemed a father of Confederation, he's often described as an uncle of Confederation. The petitioners are following in his footsteps and call on the government to reverse the decision not to have Confederation as a theme of the 150th anniversary of Confederation, but to pay respect to Canada's history and make Confederation a theme of the 150th anniversary of Confederation.
Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House and table another petition in support of my bill to help save wild salmon. The petitioners, mostly from Chilliwack, British Columbia, know that West Coast wild salmon are under threat from sea lice, pollution, and diseases originating from open-net cage farms. They're calling on the government to support my bill so Canada can become a world leader in closed containment technology. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Foothills.
Speaker, I'm presenting a petition from thousands of residents in southern Alberta who are very concerned about the Liberal government changing a fundamental part of our democracy with electoral form without having a referendum. The signees of this petition are asking the government before any changes to our electoral system are done so through a referendum, so each and every Canadian has a voice in what that will look like. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Speaker, I wish to present a petition from Waterloo, Wellington, Ontario branch from the Ethiopian Canadian Community Coalition for Social Justice and Human Rights in Ethiopia. The petition contains hundreds of signatures from the Waterloo and Wellington and draws on the attention of the House to serious violations of human rights, deaths and violence arising in the recent unrest in Ethiopia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Burnaby South.
And thousands and thousands of people marched in Vancouver opposed to the Kinder Morgan pipeline, and I had the honor of speaking at a rally held at the end of the march. I'm here to present a petition today signed by dozens and dozens of British Columbians who are opposed to the Kinder Morgan pipeline expansion. They're calling on the government to reject this pipeline, and I urge the government to pay careful attention to this petition before they make the decision on this pipeline before December 19th. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased to present petitions signed from Canadians from across the country. The petitioners are concerned about the accessibility and the impacts of violent and degrading sexually explicit material online and the impacts on public health, especially the well-being of women and girls. As such, these petitioners are calling on the House to adopt motion M47. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to submit this petition. Hundreds of people, 518 people from Saint-Hubert signed this petition urging the Minister of Transport to consider the extension and building of an airport in their area, and that measures complying with high environmental standards to be complied with. This petition is very important for the people there, their confidence and social acceptability of this issue for this undertaking in their community. And I hope that the Minister of Transport will listen to them to prevent another incident like the one that took in Mascouche and Terrebonne.
In West.
Very proud to present a petition calling upon Parliament to appoint a Minister for Seniors and develop a national strategy for seniors. Thank you.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present two petitions today. The first is from residents throughout my riding, as well as a number of signatories from Montreal, calling for Even after the years that have gone by since the 2011 election, a full investigation of the use of robocalls to attempt to defraud voters. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is primarily from residents in and around the areas in Temiskaming near Lake Kippawa, and the petitioners call on this government to protect the unique ecological and cultural historic values of Kippawa Lakes and protect them from the proposed rare earth mining of Metamec explorations. Thank you.
Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've got two sets of petitions. One, the first, is the ultrasounds have been used in Canada to tell the sex of an unborn child so that expectant mothers can choose to terminate the pregnancy if the unborn child is a girl. Polls have suggested that 92% of Canada believe sex-selective pregnancy termination should be illegal. As we know, there's some 200 million girls missing worldwide, and this gendercide has created a global gender imbalance, plus violence against girls and human trafficking of girls. The undersigned are asking members of Parliament to condemn the discrimination against girls occurred through sex-selective pregnancy termination. And then secondly, Mr. Speaker, citizens of Canada acknowledge the current impaired driving laws are really too lenient. Interest of the public safety, as citizens of Canada want to see tougher laws and the implementation of new mandatory minimum sentences for those persons convicted of impaired driving causing death. Criminal law of Canada could be changed to redefine the offence of impaired driving causing death as vehicular manslaughter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to present. The first is regarding impaired driving causing death. Families for Justice is a group of Canadians who have had a loved one killed by an impaired driver. They believe that Canada's impaired driving laws are much too lenient. They want the crime called what it is, vehicular homicide. It's the number1 cause of criminal death in Canada. Over 1,200 Canadians are killed every year by a drunk driver. Canadians are calling for mandatory sentencing for vehicular homicide, and they want this Parliament to support C-226, the Impaired Driving Act, and C-247, Cassandra's Law. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is in relationship to the passage of the assisted suicide legislation by this Parliament. They're saying that the issue of Canadians being forced to participate in assisted suicide or euthanasia against their will, that protection and clarity needs to be addressed by this Parliament. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that the following questions will be answered today. Question 530 and question 532. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, that I would ask if the government's response to questions numbers question 531, question 533, question 535, and question 536 could be made orders for return, they would be tabled immediately.
It is the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and they be tabled immediately. Agreed and so ordered. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yeah, and then finally, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, Commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-30. Canada-European Union Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement Implementation Act.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to what is truly an historic trade agreement between Canada and the European Union. I do want to begin by extending congratulations because these kinds of negotiations, free trade agreements, at the best of times are difficult. But when you have an agreement like CETA, which is the acronym that we describe this trade agreement by, when you have an agreement that complex, it is very difficult to get it to the finish line. And I did want to extend congratulations to the Prime Minister and also to his International Trade Minister for doggedly pushing this file forward. It's this close to the finish line. It's not quite there yet, but it's oh so close. And then I also want to thank former Prime Minister Stephen Harper, who had the foresight and courage to move ahead with negotiations at a time when many naysayers said this couldn't be done. In fact, I recall during these negotiations, which I led for 4.5 years, the many times when people would come up and say, you know what, there's no way you're going to be able to address that issue. There's no way you're going to be able to open up agricultural access in the European Union. And you know, each step along the way, Prime Minister Stephen Harper had our back, had the back of our team, making sure we got this done. And so our country owes Stephen Harper a tremendous debt of gratitude for his remarkable achievement. I also want to thank my former cabinet colleagues for enthusiastically supporting this agreement every single step of the way and for providing helpful advice in their areas of expertise. I especially want to congratulate and thank my colleague, the member for Battleford's Lloydsminster, who was the Minister of Agriculture as our previous Conservative government was negotiating this agreement. He worked on one of the most difficult provisions of this agreement, which is agricultural access into the European Union, also addressing some of our sensitivities on the Canadian side. And he was able to get it done in a way that our stakeholders strongly ended up supporting this agreement. And I'm pleased to see that he is now the official opposition's trade critic, holding the Liberal government's feet to the fire as they try to defend and promote Canada's trade interests around the world. I also wanted to thank Chief Negotiator Steve Verhoeven and his large team of sectoral negotiators for a job very well done. These are Canadian, Mr. Speaker, these are some of our best Canadian negotiators. They represent the very best that Canada has to offer. And their advice is not only sought by us as governments here in Canada, their advice is sought around the world because Canada is a kinder, gentler, more flexible negotiating partner, but we are firm. We have resolve when we negotiate, and the standard we've set is that we will not negotiate a trade agreement unless it's in Canada's national interest. And then I want to also thank my friend, the former Premier of Quebec, Jean Charest, for first imagining what was possible and then inspiring us to take the first step in broadening our economic partnership with the European Union. And Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what this trade agreement achieves. It represents a broadening of our economic partnership with the European Union in a way that many of us could not have imagined, say, a decade ago. So I wanted to just walk through this agreement. First of all, I want to talk about the agreement itself, the deal, then the beneficiaries of this agreement. I wanted to talk about the opportunity that this represents for Canadians, and then also the challenge or challenges that we still face in getting this agreement over the line. This agreement is the most comprehensive the world has ever seen, and I say that without reservation. It delves into areas that were never considered before as being possible within a trade agreement. This agreement has been compared to the North American Free Trade Agreement, and I would admit that NAFTA is still the definitive trade agreement between Canada and its two North American partners. And because of the scope and size of that relationship, it also dwarfs all of the other trade relationships we have around the world. But CETA is much more comprehensive. It is a complex agreement. It means that it took longer to negotiate that because of the complexities and because we needed to have this agreement to be in Canada's national interest. And I recall on a number of occasions when we as Canadian negotiators, as our Canadian team, had to leave the table and say the deal that's there is not in Canada's interest. And then a month or two later, we would go back, the other side would come back, we'd come up with new approaches to some of the obstacles that faced us, and we'd find ways through those obstacles. And this agreement is complex because of the novel and bold approaches which the two sides agreed to take. For example, negotiating expanded services access, services like engineering and digital technology, information technology. We want to make sure Canadians have an expanded marketplace in the world to sell high-quality services into. And what we did is, for the first time ever, Canada and the EU agreed to use a negative list approach to negotiating services. What that means is, if a service is not included on the list of approved services for additional market access, or if it's not specifically excluded, any future services that might be developed in a rapidly evolving global marketplace will be captured by this agreement and will be provided full access into the EU and into Canada. So that is unique in this agreement. What else is unique is, for the first time ever, Canada had its provinces and territories at the negotiating table when it came to areas of their sole or shared jurisdiction. And what this allowed us to do was to secure outcomes that none of our trade agreements before have ever secured. That was, for example, an outcome on government procurement. When a government goes out and solicits contracts for services or for properties or for goods and services, whenever that happens, typically governments protect their home market. What we have done is expanded government procurement access for Canadian companies to start bidding on projects within the European Union, which is the world's largest service market. And so again, we were able to come up with a highly ambitious outcome on government procurement. And we know that trade, when done right, benefits all partners and has the potential to raise living standards and prosperity all around the world. And that's also, Mr. Speaker, why we took great care in negotiating outcomes in things such as goods trade, services trade, technical barriers to trade, labor mobility, on the environment, which Canadians care very much about, intellectual property, protecting our innovators, geographical indications, and as I mentioned, government procurement. For example, in the area of trade of goods, which includes things such as agricultural products, automobiles, fish and seafood. We have some of the best fish and seafood quality products in the world. When it comes to forestry products, when it comes to equipment and machinery, we have opened up the marketplace in the EU for these products. We are eliminating 98% of all tariffs that presently face Canadian exporters within the European marketplace, including the 10% tariff on Canadian cars when they're sold in that market. That's good news for our auto industry. And what we've also done, this agreement is very special because it provides Canada with a unique global market access to both the European Union and the United States, because we already have a free trade agreement, NAFTA, with the United States and Mexico. But we are the first major economy in the world to also have a free trade agreement with the European Union, which is a marketplace of over 500 million consumers. This is a huge advantage for Canada. We also negotiated services. And the question we had to ask was, where does Canada's comparative advantage lie? Where does Canada, as a highly developed, highly educated, highly innovative country, have an advantage? It's not in manually sitting on a production line putting together widgets. That is not the future for Canada. The future for Canada is in the knowledge economy. That's where our future prosperity lies. Areas such as engineering, digital animation, gaming, health services, education, cybersecurity, information technology, and so many other areas that have high-paying jobs and are the economy of the future. Let me give you an example. Engineering. Did you know that Canada is the third largest exporter of engineering services in the world? Third largest. A country of small population, 35 million people, in a global marketplace of 7 billion people, up against giants like Germany and the United Kingdom and Japan and the United States. Guess what? We rank third, Mr. Speaker. And these are high-paying jobs. Canadians carving out a reputation for their innovation and their excellence and the quality of the services they provide. So this trade agreement dramatically improves our export potential for these services. Now, let me talk a little bit about the beneficiaries of this agreement. Of course, there are the manufacturers, the exporters, that want to access the European marketplace, but for so many years have been unable to do so because of high tariffs and because of very high non-tariff barriers. All the rules and regulations and standards behind the borders that frustrate our exporters and provide protectionism for European companies. In large part, we are addressing those challenges, both on the tariff and non-tariff side. So it's good news for manufacturers and for exporters. It also means greater mobility for the workforce that our manufacturers have. The ability to move professionals back and forth between our two trading partners. The ability to move senior management personnel back and forth seamlessly. That's been improved in this agreement. Investors will be very happy because if, in fact, the investor-state dispute settlement measures are actually brought into force, our investors will have greater protection against discrimination and expropriation without compensation within the European Union. I've already mentioned our service providers, what a huge market they'll now have available to them. They're going to be very happy. And then there are those that sometimes slip through the crack, and those are Canada's consumers. When we remove tariff barriers on the European side, what happens? We get access to their marketplace. We're also removing tariff barriers on the Canadian side, which means Canadian consumers will have access to better quality products at better prices, improving their value proposition. This is excellent news for Canada's consumers who are trying to make the buck stretch a little longer. And that's what we're accommodating here. So, Mr. Speaker, some people have said, well, you know, there are going to be winners and losers. And certainly there are going to be a lot of winners under this agreement. Clearly, when you witness the hundreds of industry stakeholders and the thousands of companies across Canada that have voiced support for this trade agreement with the European Union, clearly there are many, many winners under this agreement. But you know, we live in a rapidly changing world where creative disruption is becoming the norm. And you know, Canadians must be ready and willing to adapt. So I know there are going to be many winners under this agreement. There will also be some that are adapters, that will have to adapt. And let me give you an example why I believe that Canadians are up to this challenge. Think about when the Canada-US Free Trade Agreement was being negotiated, back some 25 years ago. And the wine industry in Canada said, you can't open up the border to US wines. It's going to cause us to go bankrupt. We'll lose our industry. It'll be over. And you know, the government of the day, Brian Mulroney's Conservative government, at least they had the vision and the understanding of what Canadians were capable of. And the agreement came into force, and the industry looked at itself and said, you know what? We're going to reinvest in who we are as a wine industry. We're going to invest in technology, in knowledge, and we're simply going to get better at what we do here in Canada when it comes to the wine industry. Today, 25 years later, we have a world-ranking wine industry. Not because we're protecting them with artificial barriers, because they are simply good at what they do. They're among the very best in the world, winning awards all over the world. So to those Canadians that maybe find themselves adapting to this agreement, take courage. We are innovative as Canadians. We can address changes in the evolving global marketplace, and this agreement will certainly achieve that. So let me talk about the opportunity, Mr. Speaker. As with all other trade negotiations, CETA was a very difficult one. In fact, it was among our most difficult negotiations because of the high level of ambition both the European Union and Canada wanted to achieve. It was a highly complex negotiation, one that involved new and novel approaches. And so we now have this agreement almost in place, and it puts Canada in the enviable position, as I mentioned earlier, of having a free trade agreement with both the European Union and the United States. But think of the advantage that Canadian companies now have over the United States. The United States being our fiercest competitors. The United States does not have a free trade agreement with the European Union. They started negotiating one. That is badly stalled, and now with the election of President-elect Donald Trump, we expect that there will be very little, if any, further movement on negotiating this trade agreement between the United States and the EU, which they call TTIP. It means that Canadian companies now have a once-in-a-lifetime advantage over their American competitors to access the European market. That's why we're encouraging them to get out there, be proactive, start exploring the European marketplace. And it's a huge opportunity for us to attract investment from parts of the world that traditionally have not looked at Canada, because we now have a truly competitive investment advantage over other countries around the world, having access to a consumer market, including the US and EU, of 800 million consumers. So are there still challenges, Mr. Speaker? Of course there are. CETA has not yet passed the European Parliament. And so we expect that will happen this December, and I'm hoping it will, in fact, pass. And it's also now generally acknowledged that the CETA that our Conservative government negotiated is actually a lesser agreement than what we had originally negotiated. For whatever reason, the Liberal government agreed to reopen discussions. I fear that investor-state dispute settlement is going to end up falling by the wayside because it's no longer part of provisional coming into force. The regional governments throughout Europe will now have a say in whether they approve of that. My concern is that it will never see the light of day. So I believe this may be a lesser agreement that we had bargained for. I also note that the European Union agreed to provide its regional governments with agricultural safeguards to protect against import surges, something we didn't expect was going to happen. And it's not clear what that provision is going to have, what the impact will be on our agricultural producers like the beef and the pork exporters in Canada. There's also further work required to address some of the behind-the-borders issues, the sanitary and the phytosanitary standards that concern our producers. And of course, I also note that the compensation package that our government had announced for the dairy producers is now being abandoned by this Liberal government. It is a lesser package that they are offering to the dairy industry. We're very disappointed in that. And finally, of course, we also have to inspire our small and medium-sized businesses to take advantage of this agreement. Canadians are notoriously cautious when it comes to expanding their export and trade horizons. And I would just encourage Canadian companies, if they're going to go to one source, go to the point source for information on trade in Canada, and that is our Trade Commissioner Service. I got to know these folks well. They are some of the very best professionals, most knowledgeable trade experts in the world. And what they do, there's about 1,000 of them across Canada and around the world in 150 offices. One goal, to promote Canadian businesses and Canadian business interests all around the world. So go to the Trade Commissioner Service if you're looking for opportunities. So you know, Mr. Speaker, this free trade agreement is about a bold, new future for Canada. And let me be clear, trade is not for the weak-kneed or the faint of heart. It is not for the timid or for those who cower in the face of adversity. It is not for the skeptics and scoffers, and I note that there are some in the corner of this House today, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, there is a tinfoil hat brigade in the corner of this House that doesn't understand trade and the opportunities to use trade to grow our national prosperity. Trade is for champions. It's for people who measure and take calculated risks, who venture beyond the status quo and beyond the same old, same old. It's for visionaries who seize opportunity when it comes knocking and achieve extraordinary results for the people they serve, their companies, their employees, and their country. So, Mr. Speaker, let me say I'm honored to be surrounded today by many of my colleagues who actually do share that vision of trade, who are champions in their own right, and are prepared to do the heavy lifting to ensure that CETA lifts Canada to unprecedented prosperity. So let's get to work. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the Canadians we represent. Let's not squander that advantage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his speech, as well as for his work on this file. It is truly a pleasure on our part to have taken up this torch and brought it home, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to ask him, tapping in on his wealth of experience. He mentioned the NAFTA agreement way back when it was negotiated. I can't admit to being that old to remember it, Mr. Speaker, as well as he does. But perhaps he could help us. Perhaps he could give us suggestions in terms of the implementation of CETA and how we could make it benefit our small and medium-sized enterprises.
Honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, I thank the member for that question, also for his hard work in finally moving this agreement close to the finish line. I mentioned the Trade Commissioner Service, but we also have industry organizations across the country representing the different industrial sectors who have been highly engaged in the negotiations of this free trade agreement. And many of our companies across Canada are members of those associations, whether it's the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, the CFIB, whether it's the Canadian Exporters and Importers. These are all organizations that have really engaged in raising the awareness amongst our small and medium-sized businesses of the opportunities this trade agreement presents. But I would also note, Mr. Speaker, since the member mentioned NAFTA, back when the North American Free Trade Agreement was being negotiated, guess who was actually against it? The Liberal Party of Canada. They fought against that agreement every step along the way. They said we were going to lose our health care system, our pension system, we were going to hollow out our economy, our culture would be gone. And of course, none of that happened. There's one party in this House that understands trade and the opportunities that trade represents for Canadians, and that's this Conservative Party.
Yeah. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, as a proud member from the party in this corner of the House, I will unapologetically stand up for those Canadians who do have concerns with these trade deals. And I think out of respect for all the views that all Canadians have, I think that while we may disagree, we should at least try and bring some respect to this place about those different viewpoints. However, in an effort to turn this conversation to a more collegial route, I just wanted to ask the member, because I know he has a lot of experience on this file, I wanted to bring his attention to the specifics of one country, and that's the United Kingdom. As he may very well be aware, 42% of Canada's exports to the EU go to that one country, to the UK, and a large part of the CETA negotiations were based on the premise that the UK would still be a part of CETA. And I don't think the Liberal government has properly evaluated CETA without the UK. So I'd like to ask the member, if the UK triggers its exit from the EU and leaves CETA, is he comfortable with the concessions that Canada has made in CETA, given that the UK represents nearly half of Canada's exports to the EU?
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me first of all commend that member for his good understanding of what CETA entails and what the possible consequences of Brexit are on this agreement. I've actually been involved in some public fora where I've expressed my concern over what Brexit means for the Canada-EU Free Trade Agreement. If they exit, what happens to the market access that we had expected to get? It is our largest export market in the European Union. In fact, Canada's trade relationship with the United Kingdom is one of its most significant trade relationships. And so the Brexit puts us into uncharted waters. This agreement had essentially been negotiated before Brexit happened. Not a lot of people expected Brexit to happen, but it did happen. So the member is asking me a question, what are the impacts? Do I believe that this Liberal government has actually undertaken the due diligence to understand what this means? I don't know. I'm skeptical whether they've done that work. When we were dealing with the carbon pricing, the carbon tax announcement that the Prime Minister made, it's very clear they did no economic impact analysis on that. I expect that the announcement they made about abandoning coal-fired electricity had no economic impact analysis, and I expect that the Brexit impact on this trade negotiation with the EU has also not been well understood by the Liberal government. So I share his concerns, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague for his great speech with some great information, and thank him as well on behalf of the residents of Southern Alberta for how hard he worked on affecting this deal. My riding of Foothills is, the heart of cattle country, the home of Alberta beef, some of the best malting barley in the world, metallurgic coal. Some of these things are and my stakeholders in my riding are very excited about the opportunity that CETA and the new markets that this will bring. And I realize how hard they worked to bring this, but I also understand how close this came to collapsing because of the meddling, let's say, of the Liberal government. I'm having residents of my riding very concerned that almost losing CETA, despite us doing all the work getting it almost to the finish line, they're now very legitimate concerns of they will do much the same with the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which ranchers, farmers, miners, energy workers are very excited to see that also come to fruition. I would like to ask my colleague, does he share those same concerns that meddling with a TPP agreement, which is also been agreed upon in principle, does he share those concerns of what may happen to TPP?
And the honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, unlike the Canada-Europe Free Trade Agreement, the Liberals actually haven't come out and said they support the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Boy, that would be sad if we weren't part of that agreement if and when it gets ratified. We're talking about 12 countries representing forward-looking trading partners, countries like Australia and New Zealand. Why wouldn't we want to have a trade agreement with those countries? Japan, third largest economy in the world. Why wouldn't we want to have a trade agreement with Japan to open up new markets for Canadian exporters, especially agricultural producers? And unfortunately, there's been deafening silence on the Liberal side. Now, when it comes to agriculture, of course, there are some challenges that our producers face, our agricultural producers face under CETA. We haven't yet fully negotiated some of the behind-the-border standards and rules and regulations, the sanitary and phytosanitary issues that bedevil our agricultural exporters. And unfortunately, as part of this negotiation, the Liberal government opened up the door to the EU actually applying safeguards for import surges, as I mentioned in my speech. We don't know what impact that will have on our producers like the beef and the pork exporters in Canada. So we're still looking to see what that looks like. And it's unfortunate that that agreement was opened up as much as it is. But it is important for us to focus today on the fact that legislation is before us, and if it is passed and this agreement is ratified, it will still be of remarkable benefit to Canadians and our long-term prosperity.
Yeah. Questions and comments. Question commentaire, the honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his contribution to the debate today. It's great to hear him speak about it. Have the pleasure of serving on the Trade Committee with some of his colleagues as well, and they can attest to the fact that I actually credited that member for his great work getting the agreement to where we are today. As well as his colleague from Battleford's Lloydminster. I also gave him some credit for his work to do. So I do thank the member for his mostly magnanimous speech today. And I just want to ask him, or give him the opportunity maybe, to comment on some of the opponents of CETA, and perhaps opponents in free trade in general, and how perhaps maybe some of their fears aren't founded, and how we can work together to make sure we can alleviate some of those fears and let them know that this agreement will work for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I did refer to some of the naysayers in this House as being skeptics and scoffers, and they are exactly that. I don't apologize for that comment at all. These are people that do not understand the role that trade plays in Canada's national prosperity. When I think of the fact that they have continued to opine that Canada is going to lose its cultural identity, that we're going to lose our healthcare system, that we're going to lose our pension system, that our economy will be hollowed out, millions of jobs would be lost. You know, over the last 25 years since we've had the Canada-US Free Trade Agreement and NAFTA, none of that has happened. History has shown that when trade is done right, it has the capacity to enhance the standard of living for millions and millions of people, not only in Canada, but around the world. So I'm encouraging the NDP in this House, for once, sit down and come up with a coherent trade policy. They supported trade agreements with Jordan and South Korea, and yet one of the most like-minded trading partners, the European Union, they're now saying no. You know, no one can make sense of their trade policy, so I'm asking them to go back to the drawing boards and see if they can get this right.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a great pleasure to rise in the House today in support of the legislation before us. Honourable members will know that CETA is the most progressive trade agreement that Canada has ever negotiated. It will help to further our economy, create good-paying jobs in Canada as well as in Europe, and support our efforts to strengthen the middle class, all the while ensuring that trade benefits everyone. Mr. Speaker, Canada's great friendship with the European Union goes back many years. In fact, Canada's formal relationship is the EU's oldest with any industrialized country, dating back to 1959 when we signed the Agreement for Cooperation in the Peaceful Uses of Atomic Energy. Of course, there are many cultural and people-to-people ties which date back for centuries and serve to underline our common history and our many partnerships. We have always been close partners, and not only because millions of Canadians like myself, Mr. Speaker, trace their family roots back to Europe, but also because there is a palpable buzz amongst these communities. Mr. Speaker, I was in Toronto Friday evening at an Italian-Canadian Chamber of Commerce event, and it was a room full of importers and exporters, people who have business ties with Europe, and they were clearly very, very positive about the opportunities that this agreement presented. Canada and Europe are united because our societies, economies, and systems of governance are founded on the same set of values. Values such as equality, freedom, and respect for all individuals in society, not to mention democracy. Canada and the EU cooperate on many crucial international issues, including climate change, democratic governance, and human rights, as well as international peace and security. In a world of shifting global power, the Canada-EU relationship and our common efforts are more important than ever. This is something I heard a great deal of while traveling in Europe to promote CETA. The EU is also a very important economic partner, representing the world's second-largest economy and Canada's second-largest trading partner after the United States. It is also the world's second-largest importing market for goods, with its annual imports alone worth more than all of Canada's GDP. As well, the EU is a key market for global supply chains. It has more Fortune 500 companies than anywhere else in the world, including the United States. This significant access to global supply chains is an important avenue of opportunity for the global ambitions of many of Canada's small and medium-sized enterprises. CETA will help Canadian businesses better access the EU market. It will deepen our long-standing relations. It will help to generate much-needed growth and jobs while fully upholding Canada and Europe's high standards in areas like food safety, environmental protection, and workers' rights. CETA will deliver benefits for consumers through lower prices and more choice, for workers through more and better jobs related to exports, for businesses through reduced costs and tariffs.
Experts expect that once CETA enters into force, bilateral trade in goods and services will increase by over 22%, which will promote job growth on both sides of the Atlantic. In addition, Canadian companies will have the advantage of being first come, first served in comparison to other markets like the U.S., which still has no trade deal with the EU. As a matter of fact, the combination of CETA and NAFTA will give Canada preferential access to about half of the global market. Once implemented, CETA will cover all industries related to trade between Canada and the EU. Around 98% of tariff lines, of the EU's tariff lines on Canadian goods, will be duty-free once the deal enters into force, and 1% will be phased out over a 7-year period. Eliminating duties under CETA will create thousands of opportunities for many Canadian exports to the EU. Currently, the duties are quite high. For example, Canadian fish and seafood exporters have to pay duties up to 25%. EU duties on lumber are around 8%, And on wood products and information technologies and communications technologies, the duties may reach 14%. Machines and equipment are subject to European Union duties of up to 8%. These duties will disappear under CETA. In addition, Mr. Speaker, suppliers of Canadian services will have greater access. The largest service importer in the world is the EU. And under a trade deal, more ambitious commitments will, in terms of temporary entry, that the EU has agreed to the most ambitious commitments ever. Canada is one of the greatest service exporters in the world. Our exports amounted to some $16 billion to the EU in 2015. CETA will enable service exporters from Canada to compete on an equal footing with European service providers, and will be able to get preferential treatment as compared to our competitors that are not part of the EU. In addition, CETA has a number of other important features. This is the first bilateral trade deal in which Canada has included a separate chapter on regulatory cooperation. And those provisions are very forward-looking and will promote early cooperation. A protocol on conformity assessment will enable Canadian producers in a number of industries to test and certify their products right here in Canada before they're sold in European countries. This is an important innovation which will enable companies to save time and money and will be particularly beneficial to small and medium-sized businesses. CETA also includes a detailed framework for the mutual recognition of foreign qualifications, and that's a crucial aspect of labor mobility. And I'd like to salute the provinces here that took part in the negotiations, because this comes under their jurisdiction, and I'd like to salute former professor, Professor Johnson, who was the head negotiator for Quebec. The provisions of CETA dealing with labor mobility will enable Canadian entrepreneurs and European entrepreneurs to travel abroad more easily. What's more, business people on short-term visits, people who are transferred within their company, investors, contractors, and self-employed professionals will be able to conduct business within the EU more easily. In addition, Mr. Speaker, CETA will provide Canadian companies other opportunities when it comes to European Union government procurement, which is worth some $3.3 billion. $3.3 trillion. When CETA comes into force, Canadian companies will be able to sell goods and services to all orders of government in the EU, including the 28 member states of the EU and the thousands of government agencies that are regional or local. CETA creates a framework under which Canada and the EU will be able to take advantage of their already significant investment links, which are an important part of the economic relationship. In 2015, direct investment by Canadian companies in the EU zone was worth $210 billion, which was over 21% of all direct investments by Canada abroad. In the same year, the amount of direct European investment in Canada reached $242 billion, or 31% of direct foreign investment, of total direct foreign investment in Canada. The chapter of CETA dealing with investment will give investors certainty, stability, and increased protection of their investments, in addition to ensuring access to respective markets. CETA includes provisions to facilitate investment, to protect investors against discriminatory treatment, expropriation without compensation, and arbitrary or abusive conduct. And the provisions will also provide for free flow of capital. The requirements under CETA are supported by a dispute resolution mechanism, which includes an appellate court. When an investor makes a complaint, the tribunal, which is a permanent, independent tribunal, and eventually possibly the appeal court, if there's an appeal, they will be able to decide any complaint if an investor suffers any kind of loss.
Respective territories. And that's why our government has been working extremely hard to bring CETA into force as soon as possible. While negotiations concluded in August 2014, our government has made enhancements to the agreement in order to strengthen and introduce progressive elements related to environmental protection, workers' rights, consumers' health and safety, and a government's right to regulate. Prior to our making these changes, support for CETA in the centre-left in Europe, which is essential to have CETA ratification in the European Parliament, as well as the support of member states, such as Germany and France, was uncertain. Indeed, it was in jeopardy. Now, we've made those changes. The progressive leadership of those countries, as well as the progressive leadership in our country, is squarely behind it. One of the most important things our government did right after taking office was to listen to the critics of CETA, both in Canada and in Europe, and to understand some of the legitimate concerns people had. We have worked with Canadians, including industry and civil society alike, and with our European Union partners to prove, with CETA, that a progressive trade policy is possible. Mr. Speaker, CETA will set the bar for trade agreements in the future, and it forms the cornerstone of our government's progressive trade agenda. This is an agenda that is linked to the government's domestic policy focus on reducing inequality and enhancing inclusive growth. The idea is to ensure that trade policy makes a more meaningful contribution to this overall agenda and to ensure that trade is done in a way that Canadians can see and feel and believe works for them. This agreement clearly provides the advantages that our industries are seeking in expanding their footprint internationally, and does so in a fair and responsible manner that will benefit Canadian society as a whole. This is why it is important for Canada to implement CETA as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Alors, la députée de Salaberry.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We need to sign agreements that are in the best interest of all Canadians. And this is a treaty with the EU, so we can't allow ourselves to sign an agreement that's been botched. In the process with respect to investor states, well, the government is asking to sign a blank check. We don't even know on what basis these tribunals will be created, what they'll look like, what the appeal system will look like. And we're being led to believe that it's very safe, that Canadian interests will be taken into account, that there won't be any damage to government procurement or public markets. So what can the member opposite say to Canadians to ensure us that our local jobs, for example, will be protected under this type of agreement? Because we know that local jobs come after jobs that are foreign jobs from abroad, and so this is very concerning, of grave concern for people who are on welfare, on EI, who aren't working. There's a lack of transparency. This agreement, since 2012, has been the subject of consultations. The Liberals stopped. So we need more answers, more details. We don't have that information from the Liberals. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable colleague for her question. As regards the sections or clauses on employment, the text of the agreement has been ready in a temporary form since 2012. The most recent version of the text dates back to 2015, and then, in February rather, of 2016. So the text of the agreement was studied by committee in the previous Parliament. So on that point, there has already been a great deal of clarification. As regards the investor program, we have the framework. We've reached an agreement with the EU on the framework. There is a transparent process which is neutral and will be working in good faith to iron out the details in the future.
It's the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend, the Parliamentary Secretary. I want to ask a very specific question. He will know that I oppose CETA and many aspects of it, including pharmaceutical prices going up, intellectual property implications, that our auto sector isn't fairly treated. But my main concern is the investor state provisions. And those were the ones that raised the sticking point with the state of Walloon. I'm wondering whether what appears to have happened, if he can clarify, it appears that individual nations or provinces or states within nations in the EU can opt out of investor state, but that Canada is saying we opt in, which means that foreign corporations will have the ability to challenge Canada for damages for decisions we make domestically, but we will not necessarily have reciprocal Canadian corporation ability to sue those states if they opt out. It strikes me that a very bad deal just got worse.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the honourable leader of the Green Party for her question. Indeed, let me clarify. First of all, as regards the investor state mechanism, we have known since the beginning of the summer that this fell under the competence of European member states, and in the case of Belgium, therefore, it devolves down to their provinces. And we knew from the outset we would be working to elaborate the details of that investor state dispute mechanism with the 28 member states. We have also agreed with our European partners that nothing would be imposed non-reciprocally. So whatever does or does not get negotiated will be equally treated on all sides.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the Parliamentary Secretary's speech today, and I find it curious that now, once again, we're hearing that there is, in fact, a way for this agreement to change, that this is not the final version. What the Parliamentary Secretary just said was that essentially we could not sign on to investor state provisions, which is exactly what the NDP and I believe other parties in this House are asking for. So I find it curious today to hear that from the Parliamentary Secretary. I look forward to following up with him. But my question really is around the cost of pharmaceuticals. So recently at the Health Committee, our critic spoke to the Assistant Deputy Minister for Health about the cost implications inside of CETA. And she admitted in front of the committee that there would be a rising cost in drugs. So my question to the Parliamentary Secretary is, where is our analysis on what this will cost Canadians when they advocated for that in the previous Parliament, Mr. Speaker? Where is that analysis, and where is the information and the honesty with Canadians about the fact that drug costs will increase if we sign CETA?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
I thank the honourable member for her question. It is one that concerns me, having taught intellectual property for 20 years in Canada's best law faculty. There are, Mr. Speaker, a number of different factors that go into the pricing of pharmaceuticals. There is the potential for an increase in the length of the protection period of up to 2 years under the agreement. It is not automatic. It has to be it compensates for a regulatory regime in Canada, a good regulatory regime that sometimes delays the entry into the market for certain pharmaceuticals. So in that sense, yes, the protection period will be longer, and therefore the price of patented medicines, which is higher than the price of generic medicines, could be extended for 2 years. But in Canada, we do have a pricing mechanism for patents, for patented medicines. We have provincial provincial pricing, and therefore a lot of different factors go into the actual pricing of pharmaceuticals that aren't necessarily tied to the length of patent protection. Europe has had these agreements for this kind of patent protection for a long time, and yet their prices are lower, and they even have pharmacare regimes. So there isn't a necessary direct link between the price of patents and these other factors.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I represent a riding in Niagara, an area the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is quite familiar with. And there's a lot of apprehension about free trade from past free trade agreements. And it's the same in many blue-collar areas of Ontario and beyond. I was wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary could advise this House and my constituents how CETA will benefit the good people of Niagara.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member from St. Catharines as one of the other members of the House that can spell St. Catharines the way he has to spell it. I'm pleased to get that question. Mr. Speaker, there will be a great deal of benefit to manufacturing industries in Ontario. I know the auto industry is in Niagara, and this is an agreement that should benefit the auto industry. With the reduction of tariffs, I know that at least one automaker is already planning to produce automobiles for the European market. Other manufacturers, agriculture in Niagara, it should help Ontario wines expand their markets even further. So there's plenty of good in here for Niagara, Mr. Speaker.
Time for one more short question and response. The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. I wonder if I could ask my colleague or the Parliamentary Secretary, the process, once Canada approves CETA, as it goes through the process here and it's approved, and the European Union approves CETA, what's the process from there? I understand it has provisional approval, and then how does it unfold from there as each country in Europe goes through the process of applying CETA to their country, and what gets into process right now, what's tariff-free right now, and what waits until each country approves?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the honourable member for his question and his work on the committee. I'll talk about the European process because I believe that's what he's referring to. With passage in the European Parliament, which we expect by the end of this calendar year, and with our ratification in Canada, once that is in place, 98% of the agreement, everything falling under the competence, the negotiating competence of the European Parliament, will be provisionally in force. And that's virtually the whole agreement, with the exception of the investor-state dispute mechanism and a few other provisions which we feel are only a very small percentage of the agreement. Those fall under the competence of the European member states, and in each case, the member states will have to ratify those parts of the agreement on their own. When all 28 do, we will have to sit down again to ratify the agreement in a permanent fashion. Mr. Speaker, for the 2%, this government is committed to working with European member states over the next number of years in order to make sure that the agreement gets ratified.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, I thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's great to reach this state in the House to see CETA coming to through fruition into the House here now, and hopefully go into committee and passage in committee and then move forward. Conservatives will be supporting this legislation. It's good for Canadians all across Canada from coast to coast to coast. You know, whether you look at the agriculture sector or the small and medium enterprises, whether it looks at the union jobs, and you look at the service industry jobs, this is a great agreement for Canadians. You know, I want to also compliment or pay my gratitude to people like Steve Verhoeven and his team for all the work that they've done in this agreement in the backgrounds. The hours and hours of painstaking combination of flights and meetings that they had to go through to get to the detail that we have here today to get this agreement, which is a good agreement for all Canadians. It's encouraging to see the Liberal government embracing what was done in the previous government and carrying it past the finish line. This is important for all Canadians, especially when you look at our sectors here in Canada. We are an exporting country. We're a country that builds more and produces more than we could ever consume, so it's very important that we export. I also want to make sure, Mr. Speaker, that I inform you that I will be sharing my time with the member from Mégantic, L'Arabe, and he has some great comments he wants to make on this agreement also. You know, the EU represents 500 million people. It boasts an economy activity of $20 trillion annually, world's largest economy. You know, I can remember, Mr. Speaker, when I worked for Flexico in Case New Holland, I was the market manager for seating equipment into Europe, and we're looking at different componentry going into Europe, because of course the stuff we built in Saskatchewan was way too big for European Union's usage. I can remember going through the homologation process, going through the tariff process, and trying to understand how this all works, and then also being very frustrated when we had some components and some products we wanted to sell into Europe. And the frustration was not only the tariff that would be applied, but the rules that would be applied, the non-tariff trade barriers that would be applied. All those things were sitting there as hurdles that we had to face, that in a lot of cases, European-made products didn't face the same hurdles. And to me, I found that very unfair and very frustrating. So as a plant in Saskatoon, you know, we're developing and building stuff, building it cheaper than anywhere else in the world. But if we built that same product in Europe, it actually had an easier process of being reaching the marketplace, where if we built it in Saskatoon, exact same product, it had a tough time getting into the European market. So to see this come into fruition is so important, because it has a mechanism in it to get rid of those non-tariff trade barriers. It removes those barriers. It gives you ability to actually take this product that you make here in Canada and sell it into Europe hassle-free. And I think that's very important. I think as we start to exercise the products that we make here in Canada and sell into Europe, we're going to find our small and medium enterprises growing and be stronger. And actually we'll be diversifying ourselves from other markets, which I think is always a healthy thing, to have 2 or 3 customers instead of one just big customer. You know, bilateral trade would increase by 20%, or $12 billion annually. It's equivalent to adding $1,000 to the average Canadian family, or adding 80,000 new jobs. Now I say that, and I also put a condition on that. Now we bring in a carbon tax, we bring in new taxes for families, taxes for small and medium enterprises. You lose the benefit. And that's the concern I have when we start seeing things like carbon taxes come to Canadian businesses here, is all the work we've done to create markets for them, we lose the benefit because we've made their cost of production so high they can't compete by producing in this country. And that really concerns me, and it hasn't sunk in over on the other side, that when they raise a tax, it costs somebody money. It brings our costs up higher. We compete on a global stage, so we have to make sure that we have the lowest production costs so that we can compete fairly on that stage. So I just put a word of warning out to our colleagues across the aisle that understand, as you start bringing in all these taxes and all this spending and all these deficits, the people are going to pay our families because they won't have jobs, because the companies that they want to work for can't build the product that they're making cheap enough and compete in the global stage because of carbon taxes, because of other things that they put on there. So we have to be very, very careful with that. You know, in Saskatchewan, CETA will be very, very important. You know, whether we ship agriculture goods, chemicals, or plastics. You know, the service sector accounts for 57% of Saskatchewan's GDP and employs close to 390,000 people. This is very important to all those people. You know, I look at the pulse production, when I look at the farmers in the field, you know, having that market access into Europe, a very wealthy market, one might say, people that want the products we grow, not only grow, the products that we take and produce, is so important to have that access to that market that actually can pay for stuff. Again, going back to my experience at Flexicoil, you know, there was markets that we could actually sell stuff into but could never get paid. There's always a problem when we went to Eastern Europe and places like that. We had the product, they wanted the stuff we built, but because they couldn't pay us, they couldn't buy it. Well, in Europe, that's not a problem. They can pay. They have the cash, they have the ability to finance, they have the ability to take the products that we make and buy it. But when you put tariffs on them, when you put restrictions on them, well, then they can't get access to it. This will remove that restrictions and the tariffs, and I think you'll see a lot of componentry here in Canada going into Europe. And you know, that's good for the environment, because I look at no tillage, and I'll use the example, we had a zero-till opener called the Barton opener, very low disturbance. So in Europe right now, if you understand plowing habits, what they do is they go in with a plow, they turn the soil over, release all the carbon that they sequestered that year by working that ground till it's black, and then losing all the advantage from the organic matter and everything else that's built up throughout the year. Well, what we did is we took this Barton opener, which is a disc opener, a no-till opener, and we wouldn't do that. In fact, they'd save that one operation of plowing. They'd actually just direct seed right into that stubble like we do here in Manitoba and Saskatchewan and Alberta. We'd save that carbon in the ground, plant that seed precisely where it needed to be planted, and it would grow. And it grows in the stubble. And that seedling is actually protected by the stubble that's there. It's protected from the environment. You've kept the organic matter in the soil, and that's also good for the environment. And the Europeans were embracing that technology. Now, one of the issues they had is we put it on machines that are 40 and 50 and 60 feet wide, where they wanted 3, 4, and 6 meters. So when you started looking at the sizes, we had to take that componentry and build it for that size. Well, we could do that. That was something that we could work on and do that, and actually we could could get into the 3-meter road widths that they wanted us to be into, and actually get into 12 meters and widths beyond that, which as their farms are getting bigger in France and in Eastern Germany or former Eastern Germany, they wanted those types of componentry, but they needed to get through the roads and the small towns, so we could do that. We had the technology. But we do all that work, and then they'd bring in homologations, and then bring in non-tariff trade barriers. They bring in all these reasons on why you couldn't sell that in Europe. Well, the reality is if we would have built that same product in Europe, we wouldn't have faced any of those issues. But now, with, again, CETA coming into play, we can build those products here in Canada, and our small and medium enterprises can actually sell them into Europe and capitalize on the componentry that we've spent so many dollars researching and developing. And that componentry, in this case, will reduce our carbon footprint globally. So again, we're helping the environment by improving the CETA deal. You know, one thing that I think we have to be very careful about is, like I said, talking about diversifying markets. You know, it's good to see that we're going to go into the Canada-Ukraine free trade agreement. I think that's very important. I'm very disappointed to see that Trudeau offered up the NAFTA agreement basically on a silver platter. You know, that really is a major blunder, and we heard President candidate Santorum say it was a major blunder by our Prime Minister to do that, and then to have him double down on that is just even worse. Yeah. The reality is U.S. market's very important. It has always been an important and will continue to be an important market. And until we see exactly what happens in the U.S., I don't think anybody should overreact. I think we should all just take a step back and wait and see what happens. But you know, one thing we can do, Mr. Speaker, I think is prudent, no matter who's in power in the U.S., is diversify into markets other than the U.S. And that's something that the Conservative government did before by signing, I think it was close to 35 trade deals across the globe so that our Canadian companies had options other than the U.S. to sell their products and goods into. And that's why TPP, I think, is very important. You know, to hear that the other countries are willing to go it alone without the U.S. on TPP, and then hear Canada sitting there on the sidelines, what a mistake. Just the fact that Japan's involved in TPP in that group of 6, that's a major, major client for Canadian businesses. That's the 3rd largest economy in the world. Just think now we've got CETA on the east, and if we had the TPP on the west, what that would mean for the Canada's position in the global economy. The markets that we'd have access to sell and build products here in Canada and ship out of. Nobody else in the world would have that advantage. That was such a good thought process that I give former Trade Minister and our former Agriculture Minister credit for thinking through that, and former Prime Minister Harper for thinking through that. You know, 2/3 of Canada's GDP, or 1 in 5 Canadian jobs, are tied to trade. CETA is an excellent step in the right direction, but the Prime Minister must pursue these steps even more aggressively. We don't ever want to be at a disadvantage. We don't ever want to be in a scenario where we're tied to one country or one region. You know, that's why I try to make the point, CETA is good for moving forward. TPP is good for moving forward. We've got the trade agreements with other countries, which is also good. You know, our companies are going to be positioned very well to move into the future as far as market access and non-tariff trade barriers. Let's not hang them with carbon taxes and other taxes that makes it so impossible for them to produce the products that they make and design here in Canada. We want them built here so we have Canadian jobs. So let's make sure that we have the environment for them to do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his speech. Wondering if he could highlight some of the potential benefits of CETA that it might have for people in his riding.
It's Albert.
Well, for sure. You know, I just look at the agriculture sector in my riding. You know, that's a sector, you know, peas, lentils, pulses, those will go into Europe as we speak, tariff-free. When we look at the wheat sector, grain growers, you know, again, their products are going to go into Europe, tariff-free. When we look at the forestry sector, a sector that's really hurting right now, that's really feeling the pain of uncertainty because they don't know what's happening with their major market in the U.S., they can pivot into other markets like Asia under TPP or like CETA. You know, that gives another option to take the products they make, 2x4s, 2x6s, 2x8s, and go to other regions of the world. So they're not tied to one specific region. So when you look at CETA and you look at TPP and other trade agreements that we do in the future, even Canada-Ukraine, that's what we're doing, is we're actually giving our small and medium enterprises as many options to sell the goods they make to as many people as possible who really want Canadian-built products.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He said we we shouldn't. We don't want to be hindered by this treaty, and yet this is a treaty that was negotiated by both the previous Conservative government and this Liberal government. It was predicated on the belief that the United Kingdom would be part of this treaty, would be part of the European Union. And now, through Brexit, we see that that's not going to, may well not happen. And I'm just wondering if he has any concerns that the government doesn't seem to have done the analysis of what this means for the treaty. Here was a treaty that we thought we were getting into because almost half of our trade with Europe was through Britain, and now that may not be covered. I just wanted to know if he could comment on that and the fact that the government doesn't seem to have done that analysis.
Well, member for Prince Albert.
Well, I thank the member for his question. You know, regardless of the analysis, we still have to move forward. We don't know, and I don't think it's fair to ask the government to know exactly what Britain leaving the Brexit will mean for this deal, because nobody knows. Even the British people don't understand what that means for them, nor do the Europeans understand. That hasn't been negotiated. In fact, I don't even think there's been a proposal put in place between the British and the European Union on what this separation is going to look like and how deeply it will actually encompass that relationship. You know, will it keep trade deals in place? It may or may not. Having said that, if one was to speculate, which is always dangerous in politics, let's say that there's a scenario where Britain leaves the EU and all of a sudden doesn't have a trade agreement with Canada, I'd encourage this government to hurry up and get one done with Britain. I think that's very important. It is a big customer of ours. It's a Commonwealth partner for sure. I wouldn't hesitate to the fact that we should be talking to the British as we speak today on looking at what options would be there if under CETA they're no longer part of that agreement. But again, anything that we say here today in regards to that is nothing but pure speculation. And that doesn't mean you hold up the jobs that are sitting there waiting for us with the signing of this agreement.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first off, if I may, because this is the first opportunity I had to address this piece of legislation, is just to comment in regards to the minister, who's done just a fantastic job in, I believe, getting an important agreement signed off to the degree in which we now are debating the legislation with the idea of ratifying it. I'm actually quite pleased that the official opposition, even when we were in third party, there seemed to be consensus that what's happening in terms of the trade agreement with CETA is something that's in Canada's best interest. But not all parties inside the House are of that same opinion. And I'm wondering if the member could just provide his thoughts as to why he believes that it's important that we pass this legislation in a relatively timely fashion. We now have the agreement; it's all signed off, and if he could share his thoughts in terms of how quickly he would like to see the bill pass.
Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Well, I thank you for the question. I will remind members in the previous government the amount of consultations that went on. In fact, the committee did a study across Canada, and at that point in time, the member of the committee, the NDP member of the committee, was actually in favor of CETA. In fact, when he talked to the unions, they were definitely looked at CETA and saying that was a good agreement, that we should be behind it. And that's why I'm surprised to see the NDP position they have here today. You know, you've got every province, whether they're Liberal, Conservative, or NDP managed, signing off on this agreement, saying yes, get it done. They're excited about it. They see the jobs and the growth that can happen with it. You look at the opportunities that would be waiting if the NDP had their way and we'd basically stall and stall and stall and do nothing. Reality is the European unions are going to move forward with this agreement. There's going to be a provisional agreement in place here by the new year. We should be in place also. The jobs will start to happen and be created. I think that's very important in our environment that we're sitting here in Canada today. Again, the North American insecurity right now with the change in presidency. Reality is if we can have that European market ready to roll, I think that's good. But we have to put in place the things that our small and medium enterprises need to take advantage of that market. So I'll be challenging the Liberal government to make sure they put those things in place so that we can take full benefit of this trade agreement.
In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to, I will inform the House of the questions to be debated this evening. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke, the Canada Revenue Agency, the Honourable Member for Salaberry-Surrey, Public Services and Procurement, and third, the honourable member for Hochelaga concerning Indigenous affairs. That's for the adjournment debate this evening. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, Mr. Speaker, allow me to highlight the excellent work done by my colleagues, the members for Abbotsford and Battlefords, New Lloydminster, in their speeches today. They gave a great overview of why we're all here today debating Bill C-30, which was tabled in the House by the Minister of International Trade. They spoke about the work that was done to implement and to bring before us today this Canada-EU Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement. I think that my colleagues did a great job talking about the challenges and all the work that was done under the leadership of our former Prime Minister Stephen Harper, who found the unanimity that was needed in Canada to put together an agreement with the European Union. So that was a government that showed vision that was transmitted to its team, and which, and today we see the fruits of that vision with the tabling of Bill C-30. Mr. Speaker, I would like to speak, if I may, to Bill C-30 by saying that we have the firm belief that this is a good agreement that will be good for all Canadians. And I'd like to bring up two subjects that are particularly interesting. First of all, the work that's been done where we are and how this will benefit our regions and our ridings, and also some things that were forgotten. And I'll explain how the government is trying to, well, as we say in French, have the butter and the butter money. It means something similar to having its cake and eating its too, but I'll explain that a bit more. Mr. Speaker, in tabling this bill, the government is giving itself a lot of credit for putting this agreement in place. And we know that this agreement was well advanced, that it was basically finished in 2014. And if there had been a will from governments to reopen this agreement, well, anyway, long story short, this could have been done sooner, and the government almost fumbled the ball away, but at the end of the day, we managed to get to a point where even if there are now some problems with the agreement, it's still an agreement that's in place and it's going to open a lot of doors for Canada. CETA, generally speaking, will harmonize standards between Europe and Canada and drop tariffs between the European Union and Canada. It will get rid of non-tariff barriers and facilitate trade. The previous Conservative government worked on this agreement, and it's going to open a market of 500 million consumers. CETA will help Canadian service providers who employ over 13.8 million Canadians, and which represents 70% of Canada's GDP. This agreement will lead to greater transparency in the services market of the European Union, and it will allow better access to the European Union. A study that was undertaken showed that CETA could lead to 20%, a 70% increase in bilateral exchanges and inject $12 billion a year into the Canadian economy. That that represents $1,000 a year for Canadian families, or the creation of 80,000 new jobs. And we Conservatives are very proud that the signing of this agreement will contribute to improving the economic record of this Liberal government, because if we improve the economic record of the Liberal government, well, it'll improve the economy for all Canadians. And certainly the Liberals seem to need some help in this area, and, well, if we can help move things forward, we're happy to do that. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me talk about a business in my riding, which on March 21st started a project to invest $35 million. It's called Fridor, and we inaugurated a new cranberry processing plant in my riding. And let me mention something that was brought up in the newspaper La Tribune. We will be producing 20% more quickly than before, and this investment will allow us to be better positioned for free trade with Europe and maintain our position of leadership in organic cranberries. Well, now this is leadership, Mr. Speaker. This is vision. This is a business that believed in the vision of the previous government. What is this going to mean? Well, it's going to mean employment in my riding, employment in this very important industry. And having visited this business when it was opened, well, I can say that the president of the business is very dynamic. He's determined to move forward. He's determined to see it succeed, and I'm persuaded that all Canadians will benefit from this new passion. But there is work that needs to be done. Like we've done with Fruits, there are other businesses that will need to invest. And those investments will help all of us tomorrow. The mayor of Plessisville, Mario Fortin, has said that this was the biggest investment in Plessisville in recent years. This is a concrete result of an agreement that wasn't even signed at the time, but which was heading towards a signature and which we believe would be signed. And we know that it's going to continue to produce results. Why? Because people have a vision. Mr. Speaker, there are people who are happy in my riding, but there are also those who are not satisfied, and those are the dairy producers, and they believe that the Liberals are trying to get the butter, but hang on to the butter money. And what I mean by that is that the transition funding announced by the Liberal government is insufficient, and it's ironic, Mr. Speaker, to see that our producers are being hurt by the compensation program. We had a better compensation program in place, which would have helped our dairy producers adapt to the opening of this new market. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me quote some words from a dairy producer in my riding who is quite concerned. In my riding, Michel Couture has said that the $250 million for dairy producers is not enough. Let me explain why he's saying that that's not enough. Well, in 2014, he modernized his farm. Do you know how much he had to invest to do that, Mr. Speaker? Well, he had to invest $1.4 million to modernize his farm, and that's just to stay competitive. So he invested $1.4 million because he believed in the future of his industry. And so when we say today that he's going to get $4,500 in compensation a year over 5 years to incite him to invest in modernizing his equipment, well, let me read what he said, because I think his words are very good. Well, what are you supposed to do with that money? What are you supposed to do with that? $4,500 in investments compared to $1.4 million, which is what it costs to modernize? Well, Mr. Speaker, that's absurd. The life of a dairy producer, the life of a farmer is not easy. It's a lot of work. They invest a lot of money, a lot of time. They have to invest thousands of dollars to buy equipment to stay competitive, and they never know if that will succeed, and they know that this government isn't listening to them. The government still hasn't dealt with the diafiltered milk issue after a year in office. So, Mr. Speaker, to give confidence to our dairy producers and to ensure that they truly will be able to invest and benefit from this free trade agreement, well, the thing we need to do is send them a clear sign that they will be adequately compensated. And I would invite the government to look at the compensation programs that we put in place for dairy producers in the same way as they took inspiration from the negotiations that we undertook to conclude this free trade agreement with Europe. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I'd like to say that I am very happy with the work done by the previous government, which brought this accord into being. I am very happy to know that today Canadian businesses, small businesses in Canada, will have access to a market of 500 million consumers, 300 million new consumers. This puts Canada in a very enviable position compared to other countries in the world. And Mr. Speaker, we will of course remain vigilant. We will continue to hold the government account to ensure that Canadians will truly benefit from the advantages of free trade, not only with the European Union, but also with other free trade agreements that are currently being discussed, including the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which is just as important as CETA. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Laurentide-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciated the comments from my colleague from Mégantic-L'Érable. This morning, we talked about the fact that we needed the agreement of all countries in Europe and the fact that it was important that we got support from left and right-leaning governments. And so I have a question more specifically linked to his speech. He talked about diafiltered milk, and we know that this is an important issue, and we certainly agree with that. I'd like to make sure that Conservatives truly support supply management, given that it was... do they really support it, given that they got rid of the Canadian Wheat Board? The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, Mr. Speaker, well, I will continue to speak about the advantages of CETA because, well, honestly, when I hear somebody from across the way say that they support our position on diafiltered milk, well, you know what? For a year, they have achieved absolutely nothing. And then they try to change subjects completely and talk about something that is completely unrelated with what we're talking about today, when they're completely unable to deal with diafiltered milk, when they're unable to put in place reasonable compensation and open and transparent compensation for our dairy producers. Because we did the exact opposite of that. Everything that they're saying they're doing, they're not doing it. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't get the impression that this member is in a position of teaching me a lesson, any kind of lesson when it comes to our dairy producers.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Salaberry-Sur-Loire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. We don't often agree on international treaties, but we do agree that the Liberals have not provided adequate compensation for dairy farmers. In my riding, there are an awful lot of dairy farmers that are going to have to depend on compensation to offset the effects of this deal. But there's another key point that I really don't understand about this trade deal, and that is that the Liberals moved a motion in camera at committee to prevent any briefs from experts or stakeholders being released. They decided to accept only briefs from witnesses who physically appeared before the committee. So there's no transparency. All kinds of experts won't be able to file certain information with the committee. It's really troubling, especially if we want all the available information to make an enlightened decision. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks of that. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, I'm not on that committee. It appears they're doing great work, and I have some colleagues who I'm sure will brief me. But one thing's for sure, once you wrap yourself up in transparency but then you limit who can appear and share their concerns, that is an indication of double talk. It's the exact same double talk we're seeing with dairy farmers over the past year, Mr. Speaker, as the member was saying. I think that's the government's problem. This is a government that's out of touch. They're totally out of touch with the regions. They don't understand the importance of dairy farms, of these small-scale producers in our regions. And that's what's important. In my riding, a farmer is more than just someone who produces milk. It's a small business. And they make it possible for other businesses to survive and thrive, like the grocery store, the gas station, and so on. They all depend on the farmer. So that's the kind of Canada that I love and want to continue to support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise in this chamber today to support the Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement. Before I begin, I want to extend my thanks to the Minister of International Trade for her diligent and tireless work on getting this agreement across the finish line. Congratulations to the Minister, her Parliamentary Secretary, her team, and the countless others who worked on this critical file, both here at home and across the Atlantic. And Mr. Speaker, before I continue, I'd like to let you know that I'm splitting my time with the member from Calgary, Skyview. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to say thank you to the previous Minister of International Trade, the member from Abbotsford, for his hard work on this deal as well. This chamber is rightly the place of robust debate, one where competing ideas are exchanged, defended, and challenged. However, one thing that all members on all sides of this House can agree on, Mr. Speaker, is the importance of trade as an economic driver. Canada is a trading nation. Fostering strong and productive trading relationships is how we open new markets, grow and strengthen Canadian businesses, and create good-paying middle-class jobs from coast to coast to coast. In negotiating CETA, the minister was very clear. This was not about getting just any deal, but it was about getting the right deal for Canada, one that would achieve our objectives of growing our economy and expanding opportunities for Canadian businesses while offering Canadian consumers more choice and often lower prices. I'm thrilled to see the final product achieve these goals. CETA sets the standard for modern, progressive trade deals. It fully reflects the values and priorities Canadians expect our international agreements to adhere to and embrace. CETA was negotiated to uphold environmental protections and respect signatories' rights to regulating standards that protect the public, including in the areas of health, safety, and labor. It is a deal that promotes good governance, consumer protection, environmental protection, and employee rights, all core values and guiding principles for Canada and for Canadians. Canadians can feel good about this deal, Mr. Speaker. What is more, Canadians can be proud that this deal serves as a model for other progressive countries to emanate. It represents Canada and has an opportunity to demonstrate leadership on an inclusive, progressive approach to global trade. Mr. Speaker, I also want to talk about the real-world impacts this agreement will have on Canada's trade with Europe, the opportunities it presents for Canadian businesses, and how it sets the stage for the growth of Canada as a destination for increased foreign investment. CETA gives Canadian companies preferred access to European Union's more than 500 million customers. Their combined economy generates more than $20 trillion in annual economic activity. A closer trading relationship with the EU gives Canadian firms access to more Fortune 500 companies than anywhere else in the world, including the United States. In short, CETA provides Canadian businesses with an unrivaled competitive advantage. Presently, about 25% of EU tariff lines on which Canadian goods are exported enter the EU duty-free. On day one of CETA's entry into force, 98% of EU tariff lines will be duty-free for goods that originate in Canada. Over the following 7 years, a further 1% of these tariffs will be eliminated. As such, CETA provides Canadian exporters with a massive advantage in a competitive European market. I would also like to speak more broadly about our government's approach to trade. Maximizing the benefits from international trade and ensuring that Canadian businesses are successful in world markets is part of a whole-of-government approach for us. We know that supporting and expanding trade does not start and end with negotiation of trade deals. For Canadian businesses to be successful competitors and maximize growth under these agreements, they need a government that will work with them to ensure success in the new markets. Such partnerships is how we use deals like CETA to create wealth and jobs for Canadians. trade is much more than imports and exports. It is also about attracting the skills and foreign investment to ensure that Canadian companies can excel. That is why I am thrilled with the announcements made by the Honourable Minister of Finance in his fall economic statement. Companies from around the world are looking for stable places to invest and grow their businesses, and we want to make sure that Canada is at the top of their list. The Invest in Canada Hub, announced by the Minister in this House earlier this month, is designed to do just that. A brand new federal body, the Invest in Canada Hub, is a high-impact sales force dedicated to promoting direct foreign investment in Canada. It will work in partnership with other federal and provincial trades and international affairs bodies to ensure Canada's success in attracting ongoing, impactful, and sustainable foreign investment. Similarly, the recently announced Global Skills Strategy will help ensure that Canadian companies have the talent they need to thrive. The initiative will look at reducing the red tape which can cause undue challenges to companies looking to attract the high-skilled employees they need. It also aims to make Canada more attractive to global companies that are making large investments, looking to relocate to Canada, expanding production, and creating new Canadian jobs. Mr. Speaker, with the strongest trading relationships in the world will not translate into economic growth in Canada if we do not have the infrastructure to support the movement of goods to market. That is why over the next 11 years, the government will invest $10.1 billion in trade and transportation projects. The projects will be focused on providing efficient routes to international markets and reducing congestion and bottlenecks along vital corridors. We all know how vital it is that Canadian businesses be able to get their goods to market efficiently. But we also have to do so in a safe, sustainable, and secure way. That is why, from our new National Oceans Protection Plan to the Minister of Transport's focus on improving rail safety, you are seeing a commitment to improving our trade infrastructure in a way that protects Canadians, their communities, and the environment. The announcements in the fall economic statement reflect a whole-of-government approach we are taking with regard to trade. Investments in our infrastructure, our ambitious innovation agenda, and our commitment to job skills training, for example, complement trade and reinforce our commitment to sustainable economic growth. Working together, these will help to ensure the Canadian economy is strong and growing. We are prioritizing inclusive, long-term growth with all sectors of the economy and all regions of the country. CETA is one of many exciting initiatives to help us get there, and I encourage all members to support its passage in this House. Last year, our government committed to delivering on CETA at the earliest possible opportunity, and I'm very proud to stand here today as we take another step towards implementation and once again extend my congratulations to the Minister of International Trade and her team for her excellent work in moving this agreement forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her presentation today on the Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement. She will know, as I think the government members know, that the Green Party has opposed this trade agreement for very specific reasons, particularly the investor-state provisions. We do believe that it's time that we sat back and looked at the history, starting with Chapter 11 of NAFTA, and had what this country has never had, a full opportunity for debate and discussion of whether the basic precept that foreign corporations should have superior rights to domestic corporations to bring arbitration cases against other countries. In this case, Canada has had more of the arbitration cases than many other industrialized countries and lost them under Chapter 11 of NAFTA. India is looking at this again and saying not going to go into any new ones. Australia is saying the same. I asked my honourable colleague if she would agree that it's time to open up a discussion of whether we should have been involved in investor-state agreements at all and whether we shouldn't have another look at the one within CETA.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for her question. And as I said in my speech, the CETA is a gold standard agreement, one in which many progressive countries will look to replicate in the years to come. Canada is taking a leadership in receiving the CETA agreement from the previous government, looking at that deal and making some changes to make it a little bit more reflective and progressive to ensure that Canadian businesses, Canadian companies are protected, but at the same time are allowed access to markets that will allow them to be a little bit more competitive, allow members and companies in my riding to compete on a global scale by reducing some of the tariffs that currently exist with our European markets.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to ask the honourable member a little bit about consultations because, back in 2012, when the Liberals were in opposition, they wrote in a dissenting opinion in a 2012 report that further consultation with Canadians was needed on CETA. And you compare the consultations that have been held with the TPP. We've had 400 witnesses before the Trade Committee and submissions from approximately 60,000 Canadians. Yet on this agreement, the implementation legislation is enacted a day after it's signed, brought right before Parliament, being rushed through. Furthermore, the Liberal-dominated Trade Committee has refused to hear any submissions except from witnesses who are appearing. Now, I can't believe that the Liberal members on that Trade Committee did that without the Cabinet leaning heavily on them. So my question to the member is, why is the Liberal-dominated Trade Committee forcing this through without allowing proper submissions from Canadians across the country, not just those who have the means to appear before the Trade Committee?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Unfortunately, I do not sit on that committee, so I cannot speak directly to that point. But I want to reinforce and underline and underscore the fact that this government has been very open, transparent, and engaged with Canadians. We have taken an opportunity to lead by example and have very robust dialogue with Canadians on all fronts across all ministries, and we find that very important. Mr. Speaker, let me reinforce the fact that this is the gold standard of progressive trade deals, and the minister has consulted widely. We have been open and transparent, and we are pursuing trade in a fair and responsible way, and we want to reduce inequality and have an inclusive, very inclusive growth in our economy. So, Mr. Speaker, I continue to invite our colleagues to stay involved in this discussion.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her comments, and I can't tell her how strongly this CETA agreement is supported in my riding, especially by the rural part of my riding. I have an urban-rural riding. But the impact that this will have on our agriculture industry is profound. And I want to thank the government for proceeding with CETA. The one question I have, Mr. Speaker, is will her government honor the commitment that our government made to the dairy sector and also to the fishing sector in terms of the Fisheries Investment Fund? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his question. As he pointed out, CETA will open new agriculture and agri-food markets to Europe, and we are very committed to ensuring that Canadian businesses thrive and succeed under this agreement. And as he is well aware, as the Minister of Agriculture has pointed out, the federal government has provided $350 million to our dairy farmers to innovate. $250 million for dairy farmers to innovate, $100 million to ensure that our processors are in a better position. So we are really listening and taking stock of what our dairy farmers are saying and ensuring that our agriculture sector is strong and thriving in Canada.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak in support of the government's implementation bill C-30 for Canada-European Union Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, CETA, and about the government's ongoing progressive trade agenda. Canada is a trading nation, and our government recognizes the importance of supporting free and open international trade for our collective prosperity. However, in many countries in the Western industrialized world, there is a growing populist backlash against immigration, international trade, and globalization in general. Beyond what we have seen in the recent months from political campaigns in the U.S., the most recent report from the World Trade Organization and other international institutions on trade barriers, published in June, noted that G20 economies introduced 145 new trade restrictive measures between mid-October 2015 and mid-May 2016. This is the highest monthly average, 21 a month, since 2009. This is an issue of global concern, but it is particularly worrisome for a trade-dependent country such as Canada. As a medium-sized economy competing in the global marketplace, Canada has long recognized free and open trade as critical for our economic prosperity. That's why CETA and the government's broader progressive trade agenda are so important for Canada's continued economic prosperity. People around the world are feeling powerless and anxious in the face of unceasing change. Globalization and technological change have created wealth and opportunities for many, but parts of the middle class and those working hard to join it feel they are falling behind. Their concerns are not entirely wrong, Mr. Speaker. Credit Suisse found that top 1% of the world's population owns 50% of its wealth. The bottom 50% combined owns less than 1%. People with a net worth of less than $10,000 accounts for 71% of the world's adult population. Trade, immigration, and international openness are increasingly blamed for economic hardship and inequality. But our government believes we cannot turn our backs on trade or turn back the clock on globalization. Done properly, increased trade can raise living standards, create more jobs, increase prosperity, and help to strengthen the middle class. Closing of borders will only lead us to less prosperous and more closed-off, insular, and fearful world. This is one of the reasons that our government is pursuing progressive trade agenda in concert with our like-minded partners around the world. The progressive trade agenda advances higher standard of living and fosters sustainable and inclusive economic growth. Includes emphasis on transparent and inclusive approaches. The government is committed to a consultative process on international trade that allows all segments of our society to continue to be heard. Ensure governments can continue to pursue broad societal objectives. The government firmly believes government should defend the best interests of their people, particularly the most vulnerable. Ensures government's continued right to regulate, support for strong rules on food safety, consumer protection, and environment, in addition to world-class publicly funded health care and other public services. Our trade agenda will continue to actively promote labor rights and strong environmental protections. It will also include more progressive approach to investment, dispute resolution that is recognized as fair, open, and impartial, including exploring and establishments of multilateral approach. We are still in the early stages of developing this new approach to trade for Canada, but we can already see some concrete results. The landmark example of progressive trade agenda so far is the Canada-EU CETA. CETA will create economic opportunities for Canadians across the country and will do so in a progressive way that is in keeping with inclusive values of Canada and the EU. CETA's progressive provisions include standalone chapters dedicated to labor and environment and sustainable development, a very clear recognition of the right of governments to regulate in the public interest. making process of the resolution of investment disputes more independent and fair, and further increasing its transparency. On the last point, Canada and the EU have truly innovated with their most progressive investment dispute resolution mechanism to date. In CETA, we have moved away from ad hoc arbitration and the establishment of permanent tribunals. CETA establishes a new process for the selection of permanent tribunal members, sets detailed commitment on ethics for all tribunal members, and introduced a appellate system which in some demonstrate Canada's leadership in promoting progressive 21st investment protection provisions. Beyond these progressive provisions, CETA will translate into real benefits for Canadians, contribute to Canada's long-term prosperity. CETA addresses the full range of conditions that shape modern international trade, including goods, services, investment, intellectual property, government procurement, non-tariff measures, regulatory cooperation, and more. It also covers issues never before included in any of Canada's previous trade agreements, including NAFTA. For example, CETA is the first to include a standalone chapter on cooperation in regulatory matters. Another unique feature of CETA is its protocol on conformity assessment, which will allow Canadian producers in a number of sectors to have their products tested and certified for EU market right here in Canada. In many areas, Canada and the EU have negotiated market access and improved conditions for trade that go beyond the NAFTA, for example, in the area of public procurement. CETA is the first to cover all levels of governments in Canada and the EU. Once implemented, CETA will set the stage for progressive trade agreement fit for the 21st century. So our government is proud of signing that agreement, Mr. Speaker. This government has been proactive from day one in placing emphasis on the importance of supporting the middle class, transparency, and broadening consultations on trade agreements. In other words, Canada saw the need for change in the area early on and put things into motion before most others and remains ahead of the pack. Going forward, the government will continue to advance progressive approaches and other trade initiatives, including bilateral and regional trade agreements at the World Trade Organization, and will be looking to cooperate to these issues with like-minded partners around the world. We welcome the views of all citizens and parliamentarians on how Canada can advance this more progressive approach to trade for our collective prosperity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I asked a question earlier of my colleague's colleague, and I don't think we got a clear answer. So, again, I want to just say how supportive I am of the agreement, and especially the benefits that it will bring to our agricultural sector, beef and pork, and grain and oilseeds. However, Mr. Speaker, I would like to know from this gentleman whether or not the Liberal government is committed to following through on the commitment that our government made to support the dairy sector, as well as to provide funding for the Newfoundland and Labrador Fisheries Investment Fund. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Calgary-Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for the question. And as we all know, the Minister of Agriculture, there's $350 million has been put aside for the agriculture. And this agreement, I think, literally covers everything we are trying to do. And with the CETA, it's going to open up a big market for our farmers, for our fishermen. Instead of having, say, 38 million consumer, we're going to have 350 million. So, our products, they're going to go to 28 nations. So here we are creating a big market. And I don't see any reason why our farmers or our fishermen we can't compete. And with trade, it's going to bring in more jobs. It's going to, it says, we know from NAFTA. When I moved to Calgary, the Calgary population was 390,000, and it's 1.4 million now. And if it wasn't for the trade, we will not be growing our economies in Alberta and in Canada. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? La députée de Berthier.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech in this House, and I'd like to add other comments with regard to the answer that we have just received. The dairy sector and the production of specialty cheeses in Canada will undergo tremendous losses because of CETA. These are yearly losses of $150 million. The plan that was announced by the Liberal government is not sufficient. So I think it's important to listen to the dairy producers, not just to listen even, but to act, to put in place a plan that will really mitigate the negative impact of CETA on these people. So can the member confirm, because the dairy producers in Canada have asked for additional aid of $750 million, so can the member confirm that this transitional assistance will be there for dairy farmers and the specialty cheese producers in Quebec?
Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for her question. And the Minister of Agriculture, he has been talking to the farmers. He has been consulting the farmers, and I think in the future, if there's need be, maybe like Canadians, we have always helped each other. So if there need be, maybe the government will look at it at that point in time. But right now, I think that $350 million the farmers are getting, that should be enough for now. Thank you.
Questions and commentaires? Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague has always been a very strong advocate for his constituents and the residents of Calgary, and I appreciate the many things that he raises. I'm wondering if he could provide some comment in terms of just how important it is for his constituents, indeed for the country, that we recognize that trade is what helps create those middle-class jobs, which are so important in terms of a healthier middle class means a healthier economy. And if he can just talk about the importance to his community in regards to creating those jobs that are so important for Canada's middle class.
Honourable Member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for that question. I think Canada, we have been a trading nation from day one. It was foreign fish. And then came along. I've been living in Calgary since 1970, and then came the Ford backs, the oil sands development. And if it wasn't for the trade, we couldn't have that big development today. And with the free trade, back then, even Alberta, it was like a country. We were not a global village back then, but now the world has become a global village, and we need the trade. With the trade, more competition, and it's going to create more jobs, and it's going to help the consumer because if we have if we build the walls around our country, then there will be no competition. And every consumer goods, they will be all so expensive. And I think it is the trade which has our country, all the other countries, they benefited from. Look at NAFTA. And when I was MLA, I always said let's go to India. And our senior Prime Minister, Mr. Trudeau, he used to say, let's go to Pacific Rim countries for trade. So we shouldn't be keeping all our eggs in one basket. By negotiating these more free trade deals, I think we are bringing more prosperity to the country, and more prosperity to Alberta, and more prosperity to the Calgary Skyview. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Chatham, Kent Leamington.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you for the opportunity to stand up and talk about CETA. And we've been discussing this all day here today, and it's quite a topic of discussion. I would suggest that. And before I make that suggestion, I really want to congratulate both the member for Battlefields Lloydminster and the member for Abbotsford, who both spoke. And if anybody missed those speeches, you really need to hear that again. And I also want to mention that my time will be split with the member from Cypress Hills Grassland as well, Mr. Speaker. Well, how did we swing this? I mean, somebody's got to be asking that question. How does a nation the size of Canada, and we all know as Canadians this is the greatest country on earth, but it's very possible that the rest of the world doesn't realize that fact. And we aren't the most populous by any stretch of the imagination. We don't have the largest GSP. How did we manage to swing this kind of a deal? Well, we heard from the two members I mentioned previously. We have a great negotiating team as well too. But I would suggest that one of the key reasons is the position that Canada is in, and that's the first point I want to talk about. The position that Canada positioned themselves in as they moved forward with this deal. I want to take you back to 2008 when there was a horrendous crash globally. The banking system was in disarray, and countries all over the world were scrambling. I remember having a conversation with the then Finance Minister, Jim Flaherty, and how he said how we were so close on the margin of a total collapse, and how it was so important for nations to come together and to do the right things. And Canada was part of that as well, too. And one of the commitments that nations had to make was to invest, to pour money into the economy. The banks were at a verge of collapse, and countries and businesses. So it was important that all nations participated, and we did as well too. But we took a different approach. We took an approach that wasn't one that continued in that direction, but had a clear direction so that within a period of time, we're going to come out of a deficit situation. And that was precisely the position that Canada was in at the end of 2014, when we had moved from deficit into a positive position, and our economy was such that it was the envy of the G7. And I would suggest as well too that it was that position, because being a small country and negotiating a trade with an organization like the European Union, 500 million people, with that type of an economy, the largest economy, it's somewhat of a fantastic thing. And I think we ought to be proud as Canadians. We've heard quite a bit of that today in many of the speeches, but we should be proud that we are able to do that. But I would also caution, and I would also warn, Mr. Speaker, that it's that very position that we are in that needs to be maintained, that we need to continue on that path. And we saw this weekend, the Prime Minister was in Argentina and talking about trade deals. Well, you know, I would like to say to the Prime Minister, they have a rather seedy reputation. They've been known to welch on some of their deals. We would never do that in this country. And other countries know that as well, too. And subsequently, countries that have that kind of a reputation don't get to come to the foreground and make deals like the one that we did here in Canada. So my message would be to the Liberal government, maintain the trajectory that this Conservative government set out in 2008 and hand it over to you in 2014. The second thing I'd like to consider is that we're the gateway to the United States, that there are many in the European Union that see this as an excellent opportunity to move products through Canada and into the United States. And in my riding of Chatham, Kent, Leamington, we lie next to Detroit, and we were able, as a government, to begin the process, and the process is well underway for the Gordie Howe Bridge, for the most important, the busiest crossing in North America. And it's important, more than important. It's detrimental that we make sure that project moves to fruition. And again, I would encourage and I would implore this Liberal government to keep your foot on the gas pedal. Don't stop that. It's hard work. We heard from both of our members that were responsible for initiating and working this deal. Our former Minister of Agriculture, former Minister of Trade, how much work was done, and how, you know, and it's probably for that reason that many other countries don't set out in this kind of endeavor, because it is hard work. And it was hard work to begin those negotiations with the Americans, to have that coreway to Windsor expanded, and to make the necessary deals with the Americans, to have that bridge put into place too. And we're not there at this point. And there has been some suggestion that those workings are going to be slowed down. So it's imperative to this government that they continue on as they did, and we give them credit for that, as they did with this particular deal with Europe, that they continue to make sure that corridor is finished. There's 28 countries. There's 28 countries with a myriad of languages. And we have in Canada, and I'm specifically talking about Chatham, Kent, Leamington again too, we have in Canada a number of cultures. Today we began the session by the suggestion that November become the German Heritage Month. And a good suggestion it is, and we have many fine German immigrants throughout the years that have helped make Canada the great country that it is. But we have a number of so many others from Europe that's in my riding. The Italians have done a marvelous job with the greenhouse industry. The Dutch have done an incredible job in the greenhouse industry and in farming as well too. We have the Scots, and we have the Portuguese that are involved in fishing, and all of those industries will be important to our European friends, and those industries as well. What they have to offer will be important, that they move through this corridor, and they'll be looking to us and looking for the diaspora in our regions to help them with that. And then I wanted to say, third, Mr. Speaker, that this agreement is good for all of Canada. And those of us, and I see some of the members are in the chamber today that are on the Trade Committee, have traveled across Canada. We've had the good opportunity to talk about another trade deal, but we know that the same principles are true with this trade deal, that whether we go to BC, whether we go to Alberta or Saskatchewan, BC with their lumber and their minerals, Saskatchewan with their oil and their minerals and mining, Manitoba, our former Ag Minister pointed out how important it was that we expand some of our positions of trade, and that we make sure that we have another opportunity, not to put all of our eggs into one basket, so that the farmers in Manitoba, the pork producers, have another opportunity for them, and they were excited about that as well too. And then in Ontario, where we've lost a manufacturing base, but we still have a very strong manufacturing base, and in a lot of segments, like Lombardier was spoke about a little bit earlier. It's as well as the service industries that are so big. And in Quebec, again, mining and the service industry, and then in the Maritimes and Newfoundland with seafood. Mr. Speaker, the opportunities are immense. And for Canadians, this deal is an excellent deal, and it will provide prosperity. But there are obligations by this government that are so necessary to ensure that this deal comes to fruition, and not only comes to fruition, but becomes a better deal, and will continue to make it something that'll help Canadians thrive in the future. So I would offer, as my time is coming to an end, that there's much work that has been done, but there's still much work to be done. And let's continue to be vigilant and to be sure that we here in this House provide the proper services so that this deal will make this country that much more of a great country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for his speech. You know, in the riding that I represent, North Island, Powell River, we have small businesses that work hard every day who are trading with different countries. And I also have a broad amount of seniors who are coming to live in my riding and have been in the riding in some cases for their whole lives. One of the concerns I have with this agreement is the fact that medicine will increase substantially. And, you know, as much as I want to see those benefits, and I think we need to fight for those benefits for small business, they are the backbone of our economy. They make jobs in our smaller communities especially. We need to support them. I'm really looking forward to seeing some of these opportunities benefit them. But at the same time, we have to make sure that the benefits don't punish substantial groups that really need that support. So what is the member's thoughts on pharmaceutical medication and making sure that people have affordable medicine in this country?
Member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Well, I want to thank the honourable member for the question. And that particular question was asked across the nation as well, too. We heard that from the west to the east. And we spent quite a amount of time in committee discussing that as well, too. Look, I think we have to understand that we are a small country, and that as such we have a smaller group that is sold to. Presently, we are one of the highest jurisdictions for pharmaceutical costs. I would suggest, and this was heard at committee as well too, that rather than causing medicine to become more expensive, that a trade agreement as such could in fact make the prices drop. And so I think that it's something we must continue to monitor. It's something that we must continue to make sure that we're watching. And I know that the government will do that. I know that the provincial governments will work on their behalf as well too. But I think there's good things in store for that for the pharmaceuticals as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
I listened to the member's speech with great interest and heard him specifically say that the stable banking system was something which this government deserved credit for, and knowing full well that it was Jim Flaherty and Conservatives and the big banks that wanted us to massively deregulate the banking system prior to 2008. A Liberal government refused to do that. I also heard that reneging on deals was not something that the government should do, keeping in mind that the previous government reneged on a deal with Newfoundland for about $289 million in compensation that was part of this negotiation. Again, advice given to us from the other side of what not to do, which is basically follow their advice. And I also note that the other thing they said was prior to 2008, when they already had gone into deficit prior to the meltdown, when they cashed out the surplus left to them by a Liberal government, that the government said it's very important in troubled economic times to invest heavily into infrastructure. Realizing, of course, you had to prorogue Parliament, collapse your previous budget, and do what the opposition said to achieve that. Is there any other advice you would not follow yourself, but you'd be free to give to us?
Just remind the Parliamentary Secretary to address the questions to the Chair. The Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Wow, thank you, Madam Speaker. Those were a lot of questions, and I'm trying to think which one should I address. The advice I would give is get your facts straight.
Member that I do have my facts straight, and I would just ask the member to address the chair and not individuals. And I know that both members have been in the House long enough to remember those. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Madam, and I apologize. Maybe I could ask, Madam Speaker, if I could have 20 minutes, and I would certainly be glad to. I have 1 minute left, so I won't have time to address all those, but it would be a great topic of debate, and I would love to get into them through you, Madam Speaker. I'd love to get into them with that debate at some point. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and we've got a good and enthusiastic debate going on here today. I have to compliment my colleague who just spoke, he talked about encouraging the Liberals to keep their foot on the gas, Madam Speaker, and with respect to this, but often watching the Liberals and the way they're doing things, it's like watching teenagers go joyriding. We see their hair blowing in the wind, but there doesn't seem to be any purpose in what they're doing. And sometimes we wonder, is anybody steering over there? They're racing all over the place, but we don't think anybody's steering. And it's certainly not about getting attention. Providing leadership in Canada is important. It is about giving direction, and we'd really encourage the members opposite to begin to do that for Canadians. But thankfully, they have us to depend on. We delivered a trade deal for them. We gave them a trade deal that was pretty much negotiated and signed, and it was all ready to be wrapped up and presented. And they did everything they could to mess it up by tinkering with it, but thankfully, they weren't able to wreck it, and now we're here today where they're actually supporting it. So we're excited about that, to see them actually supporting one good thing this year, and certainly CETA has been that. It's a trade deal, Madam Speaker, that gives increased access to the world's largest economic unit. So it gives us opportunity to begin to really mature our trade relationship with the European Union. And certainly any country that gets access to a market of 500 million people, almost 30 countries, we need to take that opportunity if we get it. This is the world's largest import market, and I didn't know this until today, but their imports are actually of a higher value than the entire GDP of our country. So it's a huge market that we're being able to access, and we look forward to being able to do that. They have economic activity every year of $20 trillion, so I'm certainly thinking that Canada can find a place somewhere in there to be able to really benefit from this agreement. Our side of the House here obviously has a history of pursuing trade agreements, and especially the Conservatives have been champions of that over the years. Less so on the other side of the House, and maybe we'll just go into that a little bit. The NAFTA in the 1980s has turned out to be probably the most successful trade agreement ever made. And certainly we do about $2 billion of trade a day now with the United States. It's an incredibly effective and efficient trading relationship. There's tens of thousands of jobs that are tied to the trade that goes back and forth, and probably has the strongest economic ties in the world, even given the European Union and its structure. It's probably the most positive trade relationship in the world, and we look forward to continuing that. We hope that's something that this government can't mess up. I guess we were surprised before the President-elect in the United States was even suggesting that he wanted to talk to Canada about NAFTA, that this government would get down on one knee and ask him if he would possibly renegotiate that with them. It seemed like a very strange position to take, and yet our government moved ahead with that. We think it was naive. It was far too premature to be able to make those suggestions, but this government has done that already. We hope that will not impact NAFTA in any negative way. Our government was also responsible for 46 trade agreements. I was here early in the 2000s when Doha was the big thing, and that was kind of the one, if you want to call it, one trade initiative that everyone seemed focused on. And I remember going to Geneva in 2003, representing our party, and seeing the negotiations that were going on there, and that gradually faded out. They were not able to get an agreement. But one of the things that really concerned me and others in our caucus at the time was to understand that the Liberal government had no trade capacity in terms of putting these deals together, and so they were not that interested in looking anywhere else for trade agreements, and they didn't get them done. They did not pursue them. I think they had two maybe over the entire time that they were in power. So trade was not an important thing to the Liberal government. We came in, it took a couple of years actually to build that trade capacity. It took a while to get it up and running so that we could actually do the negotiating. But I think in the 7 or 8 years after that, it's remarkable that we were able to get almost 4 dozen trade agreements done around the world. I don't know if there's been any record of success like that around the world. And so now we're sitting here with CETA, and thankfully the government is supporting that. Hopefully they won't do anything further that would hinder that, and move ahead as quickly as possible with that. We also want to encourage them on TPP. TPP has been a good initiative. It's something that we would hope the government would be supporting enthusiastically. I know the Trade Minister had said almost a year ago it's not her job to promote those kinds of things, and specifically the TPP, but we certainly hope that attitude has changed. We see an initiative on the weekend from 6 countries to try to put together an agreement, take the TPP and put it together and move ahead with it, even if the United States is not going to go. We don't know if they've made a decision on that or not yet. We've heard some rhetoric, but that trade agreement between countries would be phenomenal. whether the United States was in it or not. We need access to that part of the world, and this TPP, the arrangements that have been made so far, negotiations that have been done, would be only good for Canada, and so we would certainly look forward to seeing that move ahead as well. So we ask, I guess, the government that they keep their foot on the gas, and on this one they actually steer in the right direction and try to get that done as well. Trade is critical to my area. I've talked about this previously, but I think I probably need to highlight again for my constituents that we have a number of things going on in our riding that are very important and critical not only to our riding but to supporting the economy of this country. Agriculture is a big thing there. And so we have dryland grains and oilseeds. We have pulses, lentils. Pulses and lentils grown in my riding go around the world, and the majority of those pulses and lentils grown in Western Canada now are exported. We need an export market in order to continue to develop those agricultural industries. And these trade agreements, agriculture is always the biggest trade impediment, or the biggest trade barriers are set up around agriculture. And so we want to encourage the government to take that seriously and to try to remove those barriers so that our folks can trade around the world. We have beef and pork as well coming out of our area. Beef is always one that has a lot of trade barriers that are being put up around it, and we encourage the government to take a strong stand. The Minister of Agriculture, former Minister of Agriculture, who's my seatmate now, was one who was instrumental in pushing back the legislation in the United States. Worked on that for almost 10 years, and we were able to win those battles at WTO until finally we were able to begin moving our beef more easily into the United States. We hope that's an issue that's not going to rear its ugly head or any other part in the near future, Madam Speaker. Energy is obviously important to all of us too, particularly those of us who have oil and gas in our ridings. We like to see pipelines move that product, but we know that product needs to go to export markets, needs to go to the United States. We need some markets into Asia and then also into Europe, and certainly we would encourage the government to continue to develop those types of export markets. In our province, potash is important. We mine potash, and it goes around the world, grows food to feed the people around the globe, and again, that's an export-dependent product. We have a lot of manufacturing, particularly agricultural manufacturing, that we need to move around the world. There's lots of markets in the European Union that we would like to be able to develop and continue to access and grow there. So we look forward to CETA assisting with that as well. CETA has had an interesting history. It started really back in about 2007 with the negotiations, or the discussions rather, were started in 2007, and it's necessary to sit down. And it's interesting, isn't it? That's only a year after we came in. Already our cabinet saw the possibilities and the real benefits that would come out of an agreement like that, and so they started having those discussions. It took a couple of years to get the negotiations going. They started in 2009, and by 2014, so in 5 years, they were able to negotiate the agreement and basically signed it in principle in 2014. And then there was given 2 years to settle the legal issues, to get the translation done, and we're at that point now. And it's interesting to see the government opposite trying to take credit for that. When you look at the timeline, Madam Speaker, you understand who actually did the work and who got the work done on that issue. As I mentioned earlier, the Liberals insisted on starting to tinker with it, and they almost lost it, but thankfully we've got to the point where we see the beginning of ratification in Europe now. And we hope that the implementation will soon come from this. We need to see it come into effect fairly quickly. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about this, what the consequences of having this agreement are in terms of our economy. We're almost just about done, Madam Speaker. It could go on for hours. This agreement will bring a potential 20% boost in bilateral trade and a $12 billion annual increase to the Canadian economy. So, we encourage the government to remember that in their discussions and negotiations. We need to see this finished up as quickly as possible. The economic equivalent of this agreement is like adding the economic equivalent of $1,000 to the average Canadian family's income, up to 80,000 new jobs in the Canadian economy. So everyone in this House needs to get behind this agreement, see it as something that's really good for the future of our country, and we'll move ahead with CETA.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, one of the common things from the Conservatives as they stand up and speak is they like to assume that they have some credit that's owed to them when it comes to the issue of trade. You know, the Liberal Party traditionally has been a very strong advocate for trade. And it's been a long time since we've seen a Prime Minister as aggressive on this particular file. Now, when we take a look at CETA, and to the Conservative Party's credit, yes, they did do some of the preparatory work, but let's not kid anyone. If it was not for the current Prime Minister, in particular the minister responsible for this file, we would not be debating this bill today, Mr. Speaker. And that is the truth of the matter. On the overall issue of trade, we all recognize, only New Democrats don't recognize the value of trade, Madam Speaker, but I can tell you, we all recognize the importance of it. And our record will demonstrate where we have had trade surpluses, years and years of trade surpluses, whereas the Conservatives and the Harper government had nothing but years and years of trade deficits. The Korea deal, which they crow about, is something in which they were the laggers of all the countries. They were one of the last countries to sign on, was Canada, as the Conservatives resisted it. My question to the member is, would you agree, at least there's a consensus amongst the Conservatives and Liberals that that trade is important to our country. It's what generates our economy and good.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm excited to see him joining our bandwagon here. This is really good because we obviously they have a newfound enthusiasm for trade deals, and that's great because they can join with us at any time. There are two agreements, and that long focus on Doha are kind of their history, and that's okay because at least they were taking a look at it at the time, and they were trying a little bit here and there. But the fact is that we signed 46 agreements in less than 10 years. We were the ones in 07 and then 09 and 14 that put CETA together, brought it all the way to the point of where it was signed, and it was just a matter of finishing it off and signing the ratification part of it. And then the TPP, the establishment of the TPP, and the distance that we came on that relationship, I think, is a tribute to the commitment of the Conservatives on their focus on trade. So we welcome the Liberals, and particularly the Parliamentary Secretary across the way, to join with us and to celebrate trade and the history of trade in this country.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Courtenay Albany.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for his speech and breaking down the history, certainly of his party working on this deal. Before I move forward with my question, I want to ask him to join me in shouting out to the lighthouse keeper that saved a life off Denman Island this weekend. The importance of our life keepers on the West Coast is proven every time we have a life saved by a lighthouse keeper. We know the value of them. Madam Speaker, we've had people in my riding knocking on doors during the campaign. I've met women who've had to make a tough choice whether they're going to buy medicine or buy food. I've met people that have had to come out of retirement to pay for medicine and the cost that medicine's having on them with the limited pension money that they've got. And we know that the skyrocketing cost of prescription drugs is really affecting seniors and people in our communities. We understand the importance of trade as New Democrats. We want fair trade, we want good jobs, but we also want to make sure that medicine is going to be affordable. Is the member concerned that CETA will lead to increased costs of prescription drugs for Canadians, given that Canadians already pay more for prescription drugs than nearly every other OECD country?
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Before I get to this question, Madam Speaker, I don't know the incident on Denman Island this weekend or whatever, but I think we all need to recognize the sacrifices that emergency response personnel make. And I was fortunate enough before I was here to be able to service 7 years on a volunteer ambulance at home, and so I understand the commitment that people make. And thank you. On the weekend, I had a chance to go to the opening of an emergency response center in my riding, which is a small community, decided they needed to have a much better building than they had to put their ambulances, their fire trucks in or whatever, and they worked very hard to put that project together, and we were able to celebrate the opening of that. But these people do not do this for money. It doesn't matter what the money is. They do it because they want to make a commitment to their community and to serve their community well. So, and just on the other, quickly on the other issue, I know you want me to answer this and sit down here, but CETA does not change the length of the pharmaceutical patents in Canada. I understand there is a patent restoration mechanism in there if the regulatory delay has taken place on approval of drugs, but it's my understanding it will not necessitate a hike in pharmaceutical prices in Canada.
Resuming debate, reprise au débat, the honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member from Laurentide-Labelle. Madam Speaker, it is with pride that I rise today to speak in favour of Bill C-30, an act to implement the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement between Canada and the European Union, or CETA. Madam Speaker, I will frame my remarks by reminding the members of this House that our government has chosen an ambitious agenda to strengthen the middle class and those trying to join in. Job creation for Canadians depends on our domestic as well as our foreign trade policies. Our government promised to review the trade agreements which were in process when we took office 1 year ago. We reviewed the provisions of CETA, and through the extremely hard work of our Prime Minister and our very capable Minister of International Trade, we were able to get it done. Based on recent statistics, almost 1.7 million highly skilled Canadians are employed full-time in Canada's manufacturing sector. By eliminating all tariffs on manufactured goods and creating a mechanism to address non-tariff barriers to trade, this agreement will unlock opportunities for Canadian businesses and advance our government's commitment to grow our economy and strengthen the middle class. Madam Speaker, Bill C-30 will cover a wide breadth of economic sectors and issues. Under CETA, certain skilled professionals will find it easier to work temporarily in the EU. This aspect of CETA is welcome in my riding of Don Valley East, which is home to skilled professionals from across the globe. Working in the EU for these skilled professionals will not only boost their skill sets, but will provide cultural opportunities that they may have never considered before. We live in a world which is increasingly interconnected and where the free movement of people and goods, services and ideas is happening at a rapid speed. Progress and availability of opportunities for Canadians cannot increase unless we look beyond our borders. In 2014, Canada was the 12th largest trading partner of the EU 28. The EU is Canada's second largest partner after the United States. From 2013 to 15, Canada exported an annual average of almost $33 billion worth of manufactured goods to the EU. On average, these exports currently face tariffs of between 4% to 22%. Under CETA, 99% of Canadian manufactured goods will enter the EU market tariff-free. Within 7 years, 100% of Canadian manufactured goods, including autos, will benefit from the duty-free access. Canada stands to gain even more by way of investment, opening new markets for our goods and services, and creating more stable jobs for our workforce. Workers in Canada's multi-billion-dollar chemical and plastic industry will also benefit directly from CETA. Canadians are world leaders in research, innovation, and production in advanced manufacturing subsector. For example, scientific instruments, construction equipment, and aerospace products, to name a few. These goods, including robotics, are in high demand. In this area, Canada exports to EU a total of $9.2 billion. And the current tariffs are as high as 22%. Under CETA, these tariffs will be eliminated. In the field of agriculture, we will be well positioned to reap benefits to the new markets. This is a win-win for our agro-industry across Canada. CETA will not only open new markets for Canadian businesses and employees, CETA is also the first trade agreement which has a stand-alone chapter on regulatory cooperation. This very important provision will promote good regulatory practices and level the playing field. Our government is committed to creating opportunities for our businesses and our citizens. We want to expand the horizon, think outside the box, and ensure that Canadians are not disadvantaged through non-action. It is with this in mind that CETA also contains provisions under which dispute settlement will be more open, transparent, and institutionalized. Our government will always protect the interest of Canadians and Canadian businesses. My writing contains some of the most innovative and forward-looking technological small and medium-sized companies. Under CETA, companies such as Neuronic Works, Thales, Pearson Printing, Jensen, etc., will have access to European markets on a fair and even basis. Europeans and Canadians will benefit from a shared knowledge base and mutual higher standards of living. In this area of safety and environmental protection, CETA builds on previous trade agreements which have explicitly safeguarded health, safety, and environmental protection. These protections are critical for our government, and we will not abandon our principles. Under CETA, any EU producer interested in exporting goods to Canada will have to abide fully of the Canadian regulations on environmental protection. Canadian culture will continue to thrive as it will have new markets under CETA. I have spoken to many arts and cultural organizations who see this trade deal as an opportunity to expand into the global markets. Madam Speaker, CETA is a progressive way forward for Canada and the EU. This trade agreement will set a precedent for the way international agreements are negotiated and agreed upon. We are a country rich in technology and innovation. We know how to operate businesses, whether in the pharmaceutical or manufacturing or a family farm. Canadians have always been forward-looking. In this increasingly connected world, we cannot afford to be insular. This trade agreement will provide opportunities to all Canadians and ensure real protection of our environment, our Indigenous people, and our diversity of cultures. Madam Speaker, I hope all members of the House will support our collective effort in making Canada a highly competitive global player and a player that wishes to see Canadians benefit from growth and opportunities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for South Okanagan-West-Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I just want to know if she could comment on the fact that the Liberal-dominated Trade Committee, she talked about how this government likes transparency. We all know that this government loves consultation, but I just wondered if she could comment on the fact that the Trade Committee has ruled out any possibility for people to, Canadians, concerned Canadians, knowledgeable Canadians, ruled out any possibility for them to make written submissions to that committee, unless they're one of the few people who are already appearing before the committee, unlike in the TPP where the Trade Committee received thousands of submissions. And perhaps you could comment on this is because most of those submissions had negative things to say about TPP, and is that why they're afraid of this happening in this case?
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
I thank the honourable member for his question, and I have just finished consulting Canadians on the Canada Post. And I don't think anybody is afraid of negativity or input. There are certain rules that the committees follow. And it is my understanding that the Trade Committee did not rule out any input from any other witnesses So I am not sure whether his information or he's misinformed. But I think transparency is important, and that's why we have been extremely transparent in getting input from everyone. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's important to have the transition plan for the dairy industry and fine cheese producers. With the announcement of CETA, there will be enormous losses for those industries under supply management. Even just last week, the government of Quebec and many different players in the sector said that the $357 million is not sufficient. They need more assistance for the transition and to attenuate the negative effects of the Canada-Europe trade agreement. The Quebec industry is asking for over $750 million. Can the member confirm that the Minister of Agriculture not only is listening to these people, but will truly assist the dairy industry and fine cheese producers in Quebec? The honourable member for Don Valley East.
I thank the honourable member for her question and for her concern. And the same question was posed to the Minister for International Trade, and she has worked with the Minister for Agriculture and ensured that the trade agreement really is beneficial to our farmers, because we need to, when we open up the trading partnerships, when we open up our markets, there is a supply and demand, and also when we are reducing the tariffs, it actually makes the goods more cheaper, and it makes the population more accessible to different varieties of goods. So I'm sure the minister has taken great care to ensure that there is enough protection. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the speech from my colleague. Would ask her maybe to provide some comment in regards to, today we're talking about CETA, but we've seen a government take a fairly aggressive approach to trade-related issues. Whether it's the issue of the canola from the prairies in China, to the Ukraine trade agreement that's been signed off. We have a Minister of International Affairs who's is working quite diligently and hard to make sure that the trade file is properly looked after, because at the end of the day that it creates jobs for Canada's middle class. And if she'd like to provide comment on that.
A brief answer from the member for Don Valley East.
I thank my honourable colleague for his question. You know, we're an interconnected world, and if we want to increase the middle class, trade is an absolutely important opportunity. And I thank the Prime Minister for going out to South America to build better relations and build better trade treaties so that we have a wider exposure to markets rather than stick with one country. Thank you.
Reprise au débat. Resuming debate.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank my colleagues for their participation in this important debate. I'm very pleased to address you today to discuss the protections and guarantees provided by CETA between Canada and the European Union, as well as the way that this agreement will protect our hard-won social supports and guarantee the prosperity of all Canadians. When our government came to power, the road to the CETA agreement was strewn with obstacles. Support for CETA in parts of the centre-left in Europe, which is essential to ratify CETA in the European Parliament, as well as in countries such as Germany and France, was uncertain. Therefore, one of the most important measures taken by our government from the outset of its mandate was to listen to criticism, both in Canada and in Europe, in order to make sure that the agreement responded to their legitimate concerns. We worked with industry and civil society to make sure that economic gains are not done to the detriment of social progress that's indispensable to deal with important issues dear to Canadians and Europeans, such as environmental protection, workers' rights, health and safety for consumers, and the right of governments to regulate. Our government has made improvements to the agreement in order to strengthen it and to make it a progressive trade agreement between Canada and the EU. Now, countries like Germany and France strongly support it. Making sure that trade and workers support each other mutually is a priority for our government. The provisions of CETA dealing with workers strengthen this principle since they provide for commitments for the sound governance of labor. More specifically, the parties are committed that national legislation and policies protect their principles and fundamental rights to work, including the right to collective bargaining, the abolition of child labor, forced labor, or the elimination of discrimination. Canada and the EU have made a commitment to ensuring this very high level of protection for workers, to enforce labor legislation, and not repeal such laws in order to attract investment or promote trade. CETA provides for the establishment of consultative groups in civil society who would provide viewpoints and advice on all issues related to CETA. And any issues related to labor in these provisions. Moreover, CETA encourages collaboration in issues related to labor, best practices, and cooperation within international fora. The environment is another issue that is a priority for both Canadians and Europeans. Canada and the EU have reaffirmed their mutual commitment to respecting the environment in freeing trade.
CETA maintains the right of Canada and of the EU to set their own priorities in terms of the environment and to adopt and amend their laws and policies accordingly. Similarly, Canada and the EU commit to assuring high levels of environmental protection, to enforcing their environmental laws, and to not relax these laws or to stand down from fostering trade or attracting investment. Similarly, CETA has a commitment to collaborating on environmental issues that are of common interest. This could be climate change, sustainable use and conservation of natural resources as well. In CETA, environmental protection and economic growth go hand in hand. For example, the chapter on trade and the environment provides for a commitment to facilitate and promote the trade of products and services associated with environmental protection. This means paying special attention to products and services that could contribute to mitigating climate change and stimulating renewable energy production. Clean technologies will play a decisive role in respecting our commitments in terms of reducing greenhouse gas emissions and achieving our goals under the Paris Agreement. The preamble of the CETA recognizes that the agreement's provisions do not eliminate the parties' right to regulate on their own territory to reach legitimate objectives according to their policy, such as protecting public health, safety, the environment, and protecting and promoting cultural diversity. The chapter on investment provides other stipulations on the right to regulate and reaffirms this right to achieve legitimate objectives in terms of policy. Nothing in the agreement prevents governments from regulating in the public interest in the sectors of the environment, culture, safety, health, conservation, and giving priority to Indigenous peoples or adopting measures to protect and promote Canadian culture. Both foreign and Canadian investors must respect Canadian laws and regulations in terms of the environment, labor standards, health care, and building and safety codes. Nothing in CETA allows anyone who sells a good, provides a service, or makes an investment in Canada to be exempted from the enforcement of regulations and laws in Canada. In all trade agreements, including CETA, Canada explicitly protects the environment, safety, and social services, including health care and education. In CETA, obligations related to investments and services are fulfilled by the negative exemptions. This does not threaten the ability of governments to provide public services. In fact, the negative list approach offers Canada and the member states a more transparent way of targeting sectors or measures, such as those linked to public health, education, and social services, in which parties want to retain full control over their policy. Canada has long used this approach and is convinced that CETA will continue to grant the leeway needed in terms of policy to protect public services. And nothing in CETA obliges government to privatize, subcontract, or deregulate their public services. Decisions related to delivery of public sector services are guided solely by internal policy decisions. Similarly, CETA will not jeopardize water quality standards or any of the regulations related to water supply in Canada. Nothing in the FTA will prevent Canada from establishing standards to guarantee Canadians access to safe drinking water. Nothing in the FDA forces governments to privatize, subcontract, or deregulate its water services. All businesses that carry out activities in Canada, whether they be Canadian or foreign, must comply with the laws and regulations in force in Canada. Madam Speaker, we must dispel a myth surrounding CETA. Allow me to set the record straight. No free trade, including CETA, that Canada has signed on to, considers water in its natural state, that is, in natural pools such as rivers, lakes, or streams, as a product or a good that can be exported. The federal government has adopted laws to prevent the sampling of this water, and this will not compromise any measures put in place by Canadian provinces either. Our government has listened to industry members and civil society and worked with them to guarantee that economic growth will not harm social progress. Thanks to close cooperation with the EU and a common pledge to make CETA a progressive accord, we have dealt with files that are dear to Canadians and Europeans concerning the environment, workers' rights, health, and the safety of consumers, and the government's right to regulate. In short, Madam Speaker, CETA's commitments comply perfectly with our progressive trade agenda and guarantee that economic growth will not occur to the detriment of the environment, workers, or the public interest, including health and culture. Madam Speaker, I support this bill and all the advantages that it will bring to Canadians and the citizens of the EU and its 28 member states. I call on all honourable members to support this bill in order to allow Canada to contribute to the implementation of this agreement and to continue to implement our progressive trade agenda. Thank you. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech here in this House. I think that it is important, once again, to talk about the losses because there will be tremendous losses incurred by our dairy producers and specialty cheese producers in Quebec. The plan proposed by the former Conservative government, that was an ambition plan of $4.3 billion. And now there's been a plan announced by the Liberal government, which is very conservative. We're only talking about $250 million for the producers and $100 million for the processors. And the Quebec authorities have said in the National Assembly that this is not enough. This is an insufficient plan for Quebec dairy producers and special cheese producers. Where will this money go to? Will it go to AgroPure and Saputo or other large companies? I think that there will be about $5,000 in terms of compensation. whereas they're talking about losses of $500 million per year. Does he find that sufficient? The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And obviously, in my riding of Laurentides-Labelle, I have a lot of dairy producers too. So we need to take care of those people. I think that this plan is a good starting point. We need to remain competitive in future and be able to sell to foreign markets, which is something we're not doing enough. A perfect agreement would have a page that might not protect our industries, and it might not protect our supply management or our culture. I think that we've struck a good balance, but yes, there's still work to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Glengarry, Prescott, Russell.
I'd like to thank my colleague from Laurentides-Labelle for his excellent speech. He talked about issues that are very important for his riding. And I know that in his riding there are a number of dairy farmers, and I know that my colleague on the other side of the House asked this question, but what I don't understand is that now the NDP is asking questions and they say, we're supporting $750 million, but if they had been elected, they had promised to balance the budget. They would never have been able to pay such compensation. So I think that they're kind of playing political games. So when they say, yes, we support you, but they're saying, yes, we would have balanced the budget, so they might have cut compensation for lumber producers. So I would like to know from my colleague, what does he think of these comments? Is the NDP playing politics with dairy farmers? The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think there's another issue here. If the NDP had been elected, they would never have accepted CETA in any case. So it's really a moot point. So yes, they promised to balance the budget, but they would never have signed CETA. So it's irrelevant to this debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I want to thank my colleague for an excellent presentation and feedback on this incredible trade deal. So when I look at investors are looking for stability and predictability when they decide to invest in other countries, and countries are looking to control the public agenda around environmental control, labor control, and different issues like that. And they tended to resolve disputes in the past in a very difficult forum with arbitrators in the sort of the seat making the decisions. This is a very, very progressive trade deal. There's a brand new tribunal formed. I'm wondering if my colleague would reflect on the ISDS provisions and why this is a better trade deal for settlement of investor-state dispute.
A brief reply from the Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Concerns that have been brought up about the investor-state dispute resolution systems that are being proposed. As the member for Fleetwood Port Kell said earlier, it's really important that we have some kind of mechanism in place. You cannot have a situation where people come to invest, the rules are changed mid-game, and there's no option to continue. So I think it's important that there is something, and I think this is one of the more progressive things that I've seen in this type of thing. If you read the text of CETA, it talks greatly about finding compromise and mediation and looking for solutions before getting to a court process. I think that's a good model to follow. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to say that I'll be splitting my time with my colleague, the member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford. And I would like to begin by thanking the member for Essex. She is our spokesperson for international trade, and she's done extraordinary work with her team. She is a strong presence here in the House of Commons, and all her work in the committee is very commendable, and I would like to congratulate her on that. It is a pleasure for me to speak to Bill C-30 today, an act to implement the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement between Canada and the European Union and its member states, and to provide for certain other measures. I'm also pleased to represent my constituents in Berthier-Masquinongé. First, Madam Speaker, it is important for me to mention to this House that the NDP will support, or rather is in favor of trade agreements, provided that they are fair. That is the most important thing. That's the most important word here, fair. We're not only talking about free trade, but we're also talking about fair trade. The two go hand in hand. Our problem with the current government and with the previous government is that they rush to sign any kind of trade agreement in order to boast that they are signing free trade agreements. A perfect example of this occurred in fall 2013 when the leader of the second opposition party, the current Prime Minister, congratulated the Conservative government on reaching an agreement in principle with the EU in one of his questions to the House, without even having read the text of the agreement, which was not yet available. But that's representative of the Liberal Party, Madam Speaker. And now it's practically the same thing. They have a number of perfect opportunities to improve this agreement, but they preferred to sign an agreement that was unfair for Canadians. Furthermore, they are in such a rush that they really ruined their own process. So they're calling on the members in this House to sign a blank check by having us vote on a imperfect document that has problems with the ISDS provisions. This is it is illogical that members are not voting on the final text. This agreement and trade with the EU are too important for us to take this lightly, and we cannot do this hastily. A number of problems need to be fixed before we go forward. First, for my citizens in Berthier-Masquinongé, for the changes to intellectual property will cause the cost of medication to rise. With an aging population and household income below the Canadian average, the increase in the cost of medication, it makes me fear the worst for my constituents. The government should have fixed this problem before going forward. Secondly, there are a number of problems regarding the agricultural and agri-food sector. First, we must remember that the government's conceded an additional 17,000 tons of cheese to Europe when they already had the right to export 13,500 tons. Now they will be able to export some 31,000 tons of cheese to Canada, most of which will be specialty cheeses. This breach increases our imports of 4 to 9%, and that will cause losses of some $150 million for our cheese producers, or rather for our dairy producers. And what about specialty cheese producers? They will stuck with this bill too. We're talking about an extra 17,000 tons of a dish of specialty cheese, and it is in Quebec that the impacts will be felt the most, because that is the province where 60% of specialty cheese is produced. A number of cheese producers say that this flood of specialty cheeses will cause them to have to close their doors. With the rich subsidies, it will be practically impossible for our cheese producers to compete. For a number of years now, our cheese producers have been investing and working to grow our domestic market, but now it is the Europeans who are going to reap the fruits of these efforts. Here's an example of the consequences that will be here's a consequence that will be experienced by a cheese producer in my riding. I took part in a wine and cheese to celebrate the 50th anniversary of a company in my riding, and they have just invested over $1 million to modernize their facilities with no grants or subsidies from the federal government. And they also received the Cerveau Medal for their cheese, the Cendré des Prés. So I would like to thank all the family and all the people who are working in this business. And we're talking about the following people. The entry of European specialty cheeses will simply negate the investments that they have just made. For this cheese producer in the Lanaudière region, CETA will hit them hard. They will survive, but that is not the case for all cheese producers in Quebec. A number of fine cheese producers in Quebec may have to close their doors. It is very difficult for them to compete with European cheeses that are highly subsidized, and they have hygiene levels that are much lower than ours. So it is once again the rural communities who will bear the brunt of this imperfect trade deal. With regard to the problems regarding the dairy industry, the government says that it solved the situation with the announcement of its transitional plan. They're talking about $100 million over 4 years for dairy processors who are modernizing their facilities and to increase their productivity and their efficiency. They will be diversifying in order to take into account the European competition. But it is our large producers that will benefit, not our small specialty cheese producers. In addition, the amount provided for processing is far from sufficient. And we were talking about losses of $150 million for specialty cheeses. For investment funds and for our dairy producers, the situation is even more alarming. $250 million over 5 years for recurring annual losses of up to $150 million. And that is not the only inadequate measure. It's downright disrespectful for our dairy producers who are working diligently to produce very high-quality milk.
Like artisanal cheese-making factories, many of the producers will never see this money because they already made the investments necessary to modernize their facilities. But first and foremost, it's just illogical. It doesn't make any sense that producers would have to spend money to have access to this money. I think it's completely deplorable that the Liberals are going forward with this agreement before they've truly dealt with the consequences that CETA will have on the dairy industry. There's currently too much uncertainty for producers, Madam Speaker. CETA has problems not only when it comes to the dairy sector, but also when it comes to pork and beef. The current government constantly boasts of the gains they made when it comes to expanding market share for pork and beef on the European market. But there's still a lot to be done before producers will really be able to benefit from this new market share. Currently, because of European trade barriers, none of our beef or pork producers will be able to benefit from this. So once again, the government is going forward without solving these problems. In the agricultural sector, there are export opportunities that will exist under the agreement, but that's not a certainty. Compared to other industrialized countries, Canada does not subsidize its agricultural industry very much. Even when it comes to technical and R&D support, the support is very low. So once again, Madam Speaker, I understand that the government wants to go forward with this agreement, but we need to make sure that the right programs are in place to ensure that there won't be any unfair competition. We need to stand with producers and ensure that this agreement is good for everyone. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Today in debate, several members of the NDP referred to something that happened at the International Trade Committee. I want to quote the member from Sussex particularly. Today, the Liberal-dominated Trade Committee has made it clear that it only wants to hear from groups that will benefit from CETA. It has gone to extraordinary lengths to restrict its brief study of CETA from receiving input from Canadians by passing a motion that restricts the committee from accepting written submissions except for those from the handful of witnesses that are selected to appear. Now, there's a number of problems with the statement. First of all, the committee didn't actually meet today. Second of all, the relevant motion was put forward by the member for Essex, not by a Liberal. And further, the member for Stade-Barry-sur-Loire commented, "En comité, les libéraux ont récemment déposé."
the committee supposedly tabled the motion in camera.
Which would be a privilege issue. So I'm just wondering if the member knows what on earth her colleagues are talking about on this file. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Berthier, Maskinongé.
Question. I do not sit on Trade Committee. I am lucky to work on the Agriculture Committee. I would like to thank my colleague from Essex because she's working very, very hard on this deal, on CETA, and she's worked really, really hard on the TPP, and we have no idea what's going to happen with that. But she works very, very hard, and what is super important for us is that Canadians are consulted. And I know the government says we like to consult, but I think they like to consult to try to find the answer that they want. Right now with CETA, we have the feeling, and a lot of Canadians have the feeling, is that they're not being consulted enough on this, and if their voice or their opinion is contrary to the government's position on CETA, they don't want to hear it. I can't talk to exactly happened at Trade Committee. I wasn't there, but I think it's really important that Canadians feel included in this debate, and I believe that Canadians should have a right to participate at committee and testify at committee, and if they can't make it there, submit recommendations to committee.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her impassioned speech. And I want to just point out that I really understand the issues around dairy farmers. In my riding of North Island, however, we also have dairy farmers, and their concerns have been very clear about what is this next phase going to look like. One of the areas that I want to talk about specifically, though, is that in these smaller communities where dairy farms often are, they provide jobs to the communities, and they're very meaningful jobs, especially in small communities across Canada where we desperately need that employment. So I'm wondering if she could, through you, Madam Speaker, share with us what the long-term impacts will be on these jobs and on the communities.
The honourable member for Berthier, Maskinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. It's important to have stability. Dairy producers and fine cheese producers in Quebec and across Canada are entrepreneurs. And with trade agreements like the ones we've had recently, like CETA and the TPP, they create breaches in the supply management system, and those will lead to major losses for the industry. The Conservative government and the Liberal government have told us that they have always told us that they have a solution, that they're listening to producers, and that they'll come up with something eventually. So the transition assistance program to mitigate the negative effects of CETA is frankly insufficient. And I think it's disrespectful for the Liberal government to be going forward with a $350 million plan. That's not enough. Last week, we heard from the president of the Dairy Producers Association of Quebec, who suggested that that plan be modified to account for compensation and to raise that number to $750 million. And not just to have a 5-year program, but a 15-year program. So the Liberals have been in government for 1 year, and they should be able to do better than this. So I hope that they will fix things and improve this program so that it will really help the industry, because this is so important for our region. These are local jobs in the regions. Quebec cheese producers are gems of our agriculture industry, and so it's important to support them. It's very disappointing to see that after 1 year in power, the Liberals haven't been able to solve the problem of dye-filtered milk as well in Canada.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I realize that I have one of those lucky spots where I get about a 4-minute speech, seeing as we're getting close to 6:30. I wanted to start off by thanking my colleague, the Member of Parliament for Essex, for the incredible work that she's been doing in raising these issues. And I've got to say that I've been quite sorry to hear some of the condescending tones emanating from the Liberal government, because when their constituents start raising issues about where were you when we were talking about dairy compensation, where were you when we were talking about the high costs of pharmaceuticals, and where were you when we were debating the application of sovereignty, the ability of local and provincial governments to make laws for their own citizens and not have some supranational body overrule them. I would very much like to be there when their constituents asked them where they were when we were bringing these very real concerns with this agreement. And Madam Speaker, I will unapologetically stand here and bring these concerns. That is the job of the progressive opposition, to signal that, of course, we're in favor of trade, but this agreement is so much more than just simple trade. This goes far above and beyond simple trade, that we have to bring forward these important points. I believe that trade with Europe is too important to get wrong. We, of course, support the deepening of Canada-EU relationships. These are member countries that we have significant historical and cultural ties to. We've received many waves of immigration from European countries, and of course, they represent some of the most progressive democracies in the world. But this is such an important agreement that we must make sure that the scope of it remains in Canada's interests. And what essentially the Liberals are asking Parliament to do is to sign off on CETA, despite the fact that European states have made it clear that the investor state provisions will have to be removed before they ratify it. And I want to make, just reference to how quickly the Liberal government is trying to ram this through, because it was on October 30th that the Prime Minister signed CETA at the EU-Canada Leaders Summit, and it was 2 days later that C30 was put on forward as the implementing legislation. This process violated the government's own policy on tabling treaties in Parliament, which requires the government to table a copy of the treaty along with an explanatory memorandum outlining key components of the treaty at least 21 sitting days before the legislation is presented. The Liberals also neglected to table a mandatory environmental assessment of the free trade agreement as per a 1999 Cabinet Directive on Environmental Policy Plan and Program Proposals. And Madam Speaker, seeing that my time is short, what I will say is that tomorrow I will continue my speech to go over some of the costs to our drug provisions as the seniors critic and some of the investor state provisions, and I look forward to continuing that conversation tomorrow. Thank you.
The honourable member will have 7 minutes left of his speech when this matter is before the House again. Point of order.
Quick
point of order.
The member for Cowichan-Malahat Langford brought up an interesting point in messaging the splitting of time. The clocks have wound up more and more out of sync in this chamber. I'm wondering if the chair could undertake to have the clocks brought back to the real world time. It's now more than 2 minutes out. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'm sure that the clerks will look into the issue. It being now 6:30, in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased and honoured to speak in the House on a subject that I brought up in this House on September 22nd, 2016, so about 2 months ago. I spoke on that day in question period, and I asked the Minister of National Revenue about a new information leak that had been in the news. I'm sure you'll remember that from last September. It was another leak that had to do with tax havens like the Panama Papers. I think Canadians are perhaps more familiar with that case. So this was a very similar case where 175,000 companies were listed. Many of them were in the Bahamas, and information was obtained about them by a German newspaper and leaked to a consortium of journalists, including those from CBC Canada. So 3 Canadian banks were involved in this leak, including CIBC and Scotiabank. And so this information leak occurred after the Panama Papers and really shed new light on the question of tax evasion, which is a very important one and which is an increasingly serious issue. As you know, Madam Speaker, with globalization and new technologies, companies are increasingly able to use various schemes and to present their business or to move things around in such a way that they can pay as little tax as possible. And Canada, this is something that happens in Canada as well. So Canada really needs to show leadership on the fight against tax evasion. And unfortunately, that's not what we've seen from the government. Despite the fact that they've made a few investments internationally, we really need a much stronger and better coordinated fight, and one that is coordinated by world leaders who care about this issue. Unfortunately, Canada is really lagging on this issue on the international scene. So my question at the time was how the government would react to this new information leak, particularly given the fact that Canada has an information sharing agreement with the Bahamas. So this allows both countries to exchange tax information. And yet, despite this agreement, tax evasion continues to be a problem. And tax evasion in the Bahamas has been revealed, or was revealed by this information leak. It's unfortunate that it's the journalists who have to tell us about this situation, and when it should be the government who is investigating. So the question that I wanted to come back to today is for the parliamentary secretary. And I'd like to know, first of all, did the government get its hands on the information about this thing in the Bahamas? And if so, how did they obtain that information? Was it through the Journalists Consortium or through another government? And also, what has Canada done with that information that they currently have about the situation in the Bahamas? And also, what are they doing to deal with the files and to deal with the Canadians who were involved in this issue? And what will occur with taxpayers' money, or the money that was involved in this? Will there be any prosecution? Will there be charges laid against people who essentially attempted to defraud our tax system? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Revenue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to speak this afternoon to answer my colleague from Sherbrooke. This gives me the opportunity to tell him everything that the Canada Revenue Agency is doing to fight tax evasion and tax avoidance abroad. Madam Speaker, the government is committed to a tax system that is fair and open for all Canadians. The agency has a plan to strengthen its compliance work through the government's unprecedented $444 million investment, which was announced in April 2016. The additional funds will be used over a 5-year period to provide the agency with even more resources and tools to crack down on tax cheats and to strengthen compliance. Some of the additional funding will enable the agency to hire even more tax specialists to detect even more cases of tax avoidance and tax evasion. Now, let's talk about a third measure. The agency will be implementing new teams to review multinational corporations, high-risk and wealthy individuals, and their related entities. These new employees will be comprised of auditors, lawyers, economists, and experts, and this will ensure that the agency will be better equipped to combat tax evasion and avoidance. Madam Speaker, since January 2015, the agency has collected information on all international funds transfers over $10,000. This includes those from Panama, and is selecting the highest risk taxpayers for review or audit. Currently, the agency is reviewing over 2,600 files related to the Panama Papers, and so far, 85 high-risk taxpayers have been identified for further analysis. I could go on with many other measures that the Canada Revenue Agency has taken. Recently, the agency obtained a court order to obtain additional information. Multiple criminal investigations are ongoing, and search warrants were recently executed. Similarly, the agency will manage the information that was recently released by the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists regarding the Bahamas. Concerning offshore tax evasion and avoidance, the agency has a 4-point plan to combat non-compliance issues, including better access to information, more focus on targeting offshore non-compliance, increased resources to increase our capacity, and international cooperation. I don't have much time left, Madam Speaker, but I'll speak briefly about international coordination. The agency has many tools that allows it to stop people from engaging in tax evasion or tax avoidance schemes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech and his response to the question. I'd like to follow up now on the issue of tax sharing agreements, which Canada has signed with many countries, including the Bahamas. This something that was raised during the information leak was this issue of the capacity of these agreements to give us better information, because this is information that needs to be available, and it should be shared both ways. One of the problems with these agreements is that they aren't bidirectional. So we give some information to some countries, but the standards in terms of information are not consistent, and so sometimes we receive more poor quality information from other countries. Now, concerning the agreement with the Bahamas, I'd like to know if the member believes it is effective or not. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd also like to thank my colleague for his interest in this question. And I'd like to tell him that the Canada Revenue Agency does have many agreements, tax information sharing agreements with different countries, and the agency uses this information to conduct its investigations. This really helps us stop potential fraudsters from engaging in this type of scheme. He spoke about some of the information obtained by the investigative journalists, and this as well does help us. This information helps the agency in their work. I would also remind him, Madam Speaker, that the agency is committed to managing information that came from the leak in the same way as it manages the information leaked during the Panama Papers leak. Our cooperation with international partners and the exchange of information between these countries allows us to fight tax avoidance and evasion effectively. To conclude, with the additional funding granted during the last budget, the Canada Revenue Agency has the resources it needs to conduct these audits and to obtain the tools it needs to fight tax evasion and avoidance.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to get back to a question I put on October 26 concerning young students who worked within various federal government departments during the summer and who benefited from the summer student program and who still haven't been paid because of the Phoenix payroll system. As of October 26, they hadn't been paid yet. I was asking the Minister of Public Services and Procurement when she felt they would be paid, and I told her how many young people were still unpaid. I did not receive an answer other than being told that, well, they were going to try to meet the October 31st deadline, but then we found out that there still was a delay. I must remind the Liberals that not getting your wages regularly is a violation of the Canada Labour Code. the minister was committed to settling the delays of the Phoenix payroll system by October 31st, which is clearly not yet the case. Despite the fact that the Miramichi Payroll Center issued serious concerns about Phoenix, this was completely ignored. Last Wednesday, there were still 18,000 unsolved cases. Out of all those cases, there are delays of 200,000 cases of reimbursement of meals and lodging and so on. That's huge. The Minister of Public Services was to appear before the Government Operations Committee, but she changed her mind at the last minute. So we hope that she will show up before the committee and provide the appropriate information so that government employees can see what's going on. And we hope she can give us concrete answers about the progress this file. People particularly want to know when this is going to be solved. What is the minister's timetable to make sure that all government employees, including summer students, are paid properly? There are many problems that the students encounter every day. Since 1990, the average tuition fees have been increased by about 155%. In Ontario, they increased by more than 180%. The average debt of a graduate is $28,000, according to a survey of 4,500 university students by Mill Exchange, a charity. Almost 40% of students live with food insecurity. And just to continue to explain the precarious situation students find themselves in, there are more and more since 2012 who have to use food banks. So it's very worrisome, Madam Speaker, to see that the Liberal government that says it takes the situation of youth in very seriously, that youth is our future, that all the conditions have to be combined so that people can flourish, they themselves are not able to provide an example and pay young people properly. So when will the minister settle this situation, and how many young people continue to go without the pay due to them? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
To be very clear from the outset, the ongoing public service pay problems are completely unacceptable. And I want to also assure the House that our government is as committed as ever to making sure that public servants are being paid for the work that they do. Every pay period, nearly 300,000 public servants from 101 departments and agencies receive more than $500 million in payments through the Phoenix payroll system. Representatives from our department are working hard to ensure that every employee is getting paid what they are owed.
Representatives of my department work tirelessly to guarantee that all employees receive the money due to them. Satellite payroll bureaus have been introduced last summer to foster a solution to the problem by continuing to improve the system, and efforts have been deployed to rationalize the process and increase efficiency.
Are taking to make an impact in reducing the backlog and improving the system. Par exemple, nous avons été en mesure.
For instance, we were able to deal with about 100,000 cases per month in September and October, compared to 60,000 in May, when employees were adapting to the new system. Payroll staff are working night and day, 7 days a week, to eliminate the backlog and make sure that all Government of Canada employees are paid precisely.
Services and Procurement went to Miramichi to thank the employees for their hard work. And while she was there, she delivered a message that we would continue to support them and to keep all satellite offices open as long as is needed. Jusqu'à présent, nous avons...
Until now, we've solved 64,000 cases, about 18,000 employees have payroll problems that haven't been solved yet.
Expected to be processed within 20 days. However, we are only meeting our service standards 20 to 30% of the time. Because of this slowdown in processing, the number of transactions in the system has expanded, so that we now have more than 2 months of additional work representing 200,000 transactions. We will progressively return to normal processing over the next few months.
Moreover, the Government of Canada has established a reimbursement system that will provide fair treatment for employees who receive too much pay because of the payroll system problems. Multiple reimbursement options will be offered to them to take into account their needs and reduce the financial burden associated with this problem. What must be remembered here is that we take very seriously the need to help all employees experiencing payroll problems. It's a priority that we take very seriously. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Oise. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do appreciate the information provided by the Parliamentary Secretary. However, she did not talk specifically about the situation of students who work during the summer within various departments. So can she provide us with exact figures about how many young people, students, weren't yet paid by the government under the Phoenix system? Because the people who are no longer employed by the federal government find it hard to have follow-up, and these are often students. How is the government following up for these students? She talked about current employees, but what about student employees? That's another aspect. So I'd like her to focus on that. The young students who worked for the government in different departments over the summer. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement. I'm sorry. Madam Speaker, it goes without saying that problems with the public service payroll are unacceptable. Our priority is to make sure that employees are paid for the work they've done. We all work full tilt to deal with the payroll problems as fast as possible. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Madam Speaker, thank you for giving me an opportunity to express my views at greater length on a question I put on September 26 on housing in First Nations communities. During the last Parliament and during a pan-Canadian tour organized as the official opposition critic for housing, I visited many First Nations communities. I saw the magnitude of the crisis in housing and the unacceptable conditions that members of these communities live in. I saw overcrowded housing with mold that was jerry-built, with poor materials that don't take into account the traditional lifestyle of First Nations and Inuit or the climate conditions. We feel that this is a fundamental right in the NDP. In 1976, Canada ratified an international pact about economic, social, and cultural rights that provides that states must ensure the right to everyone of a standard of living sufficient for themselves and their family, including food, clothing, and sufficient housing. Unfortunately, the right to housing was never integrated in Canadian law. This spring, I tabled Bill C-264 that aimed at integrating the right to housing in the Canadian Charter of Rights to ensure the dignity and safety of everyone, and I hope to debate that in the House. But recognizing the right to housing also includes an obligation to take reasonable steps to eliminate obstacles to housing. The federal government is the only level of government responsible for funding housing on Aboriginal reserves. In answer to a question by my colleague for Timmins James Bay, the department stated this regarding housing. According to a study on the needs of households in 2006, housing shortages on reserve will attain 115,000 by 2031. The data on aqueducts and sewers in First Nations communities from 2009 to 2011 indicates that 20,000 units would be needed to reduce the number of members of a household to 4. 81,000 houses would be needed to reach the Canadian average of 2.5. As of 2011, 41% of households lived in housing requiring major repairs. There was mold in 51% of units, unquote. But despite that, the government decided to finance the construction of 300 new units a year in 2016-2017, whereas 20,000 would be necessary to solve this crisis. This is about 3% of what is needed. So when the minister answers our questions by saying that this situation is unacceptable, well, I do agree with her. However, she's also always telling us that they are investing historic amounts in First Nations communities. But if we take into consideration data from her own department, the minister will have to do a lot more to convince me of her will to solve this disaster. As long as the money necessary to fix this unacceptable situation is provided, I have difficulty finding this historic. Not enough is being done to make housing affordable in Canada. Even less is done for Aboriginal housing. First Nations are not second-class citizens. When will the minister do something to solve this situation?
Of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise to respond to the question from my honourable colleague. I know that she, along with many of us in this House, realized the gap in housing that is faced by Indigenous communities, and we also realize that it is absolutely unacceptable. And housing and infrastructure, we know, are fundamental to the needs of Indigenous people, just like they are to all people in Canada. We know that it's critical part of health and sustainable communities and the social framework, which we always talk about in this House, of rising people out of poverty and giving them a safe and secure environment. So, Mr. Speaker, Madam Chair, I will be the first person to stand here coming from an Indigenous background, representing a large Indigenous riding, working with Indigenous people all my life across Canada. I know that safe and sensible housing is an absolute necessary for all basic services and for community safety. And it is a major factor as well for many First Nations, Inuit and Métis regions of Canada to be able to develop a strong economic platform for their communities and their residents. So the government is listening to Indigenous communities, and we have very much been attentive to their concerns, and we have continued to discuss with them solutions. As these solutions are coming forward, we are taking action. This year, we invested $8.4 billion in the budget of 2016, and it has been dedicated to creating transformational changes for Indigenous people over the next 5 years. We know that the systemic problems that are faced with Indigenous communities across Canada were not arrived at overnight, but they were arrived at through years of traumatic experience and colonialization in this country. We also know, Madam Chair, that we will not resolve all of these issues overnight, but we also realize that we have to give it our full attention and give it our full commitment in order to make a move. We provided more than $554 million over 2 years to address urgent housing needs on reserve. We have never seen such deplorable conditions amongst First Nation people who live on reserves throughout Canada, probably ever before, as we're seeing in the current modern day. We have already allocated $268 million to support the construction, service, and renovation of over 3,000 housing units across First Nations. This is part of $829 million in a targeted funding in First Nations community infrastructure. In addition, the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation have already committed $64 million this year to renovate and retrofit over 2,800 other homes, and have committed $3.7 million for skills and capacity development to 324 First Nation communities. Madam Chair, in order for us to make the kind of progress that we want to make with Indigenous people across Canada, it requires more than commitment, it requires more than planning, it requires tremendous and historic investments, and that's what we've been doing. We have not only invested in housing for First Nations communities at a record level as never been done before in Canada, but we have done the same for Inuit housing as well, and launched the first ever Inuit housing program in the country.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga, thank you. I understand this is an important subject for the Parliamentary Secretary, but I do have another question for her. When I put my question in September, I was told that Budget 2016 provides for an investment of over $554 million over 2 years, which she's just repeated, in order to provide for the construction, maintenance, or renovation of 2,007 housing units. Agreements are already in place for 2/3 of the funding. Moreover, the CMHC also invests in the renovation and repair of 2,500 housing units. So let's take a closer look at this. According to her department, 20,000 new housing units are necessary just to respond to the crisis without counting major renovations. The budget would only build, renovate, or maintain 2,007 housing units over 2 years, and 300 new housing units would be built. That's not serious nor historic. So could the minister commit to building the 20,000 units necessary to solve the crisis, yes or no?
It's Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I'll say to you is that we're already making progress in solving this problem, and it's not an easy problem to solve. In the amounts that I've quoted already, what I've omitted to say is that there is a $4.6 billion of this program that is carved out just for housing and infrastructure in First Nation communities across the country. That includes new housing developments in many First Nations. We have already started the negotiations around these funding agreements. It will also include ensuring that we have a 5-year component agreement that deals with water and wastewater on reserve as well, and ensuring that communities have those kinds of services. What I want to say to the member opposite is that when you look back over the last 10 years, we have not seen increases in housing investment for First Nations, infrastructure investment for First Nations, or other critical necessary funding. We have never seen these programs on principle for Inuit communities. It's a great start, and we're going to keep going.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed adopted. The House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.